don't need much more than this. The next start falling here as well. Decimate takes a lot of damage. He's dead as Evan picks that one up. And Immunity, I think they've done it. The Nexus banned. Now Suna gonna get taken out here as well. Swiper taking it up. The Nexus taking damage and Immunity. They have done it. They will go to game some. Good game, well played.
This is just the beginning of Riot's esports presence in Australia, right? We're here to stay. Stick around.
Welcome everybody to the Riot Round of 8 here for the Autumn Regionals. My name is Place and I'm joined with Atlas as always. And man, have we got a big event coming up.
Oh my goodness, I am so excited. The first time that we can test the mettle of our Oceanic players.
Absolutely.
Oh man, it's going to be amazing. And we've got so many amazing matchups and so many brilliant games coming up as well. We can really find out who the best of the best is here in Oceania.
And tonight we're going to have Immunity taking on Optic Snipers for the first best of 3. And then after that, we're going to have Little Wraith taking on Avant-Garde Ascension, a new team formerly known as Mindfreak. But, of course, Immunity and Optic Snipers is going to be the first best of 3 for the day. So let's take a look at Team Immunity and see what they're going to be bringing to the table here in this Autumn Qualifier, or Autumn Regionals, I should say. So there we go. Team Immunity. We really have to be looking around their roster here. You know, what really shines? Obviously, Radier is probably the most known player from their lineup. Their AD carry.
Absolutely. And there's also the fact that they've had a couple of changes since we last really saw them on the grand stage. I mean, they were at Gamescom. They were trying to get into that wildcard slot. And it was just, it was difficult for them. They had a few inner team issues, and then they came back and they did a little bit of a roster switch up.
Yeah.
I'm about to say Swiffer, you know, so it gets a little bit of a tongue twister.
Well, he was
but
part of the
Swiffer
swap.
comes into the team, as does Spooks, and they've looked so powerful since then. And it's just going to be a really, really difficult matchup, especially in this Group A, for Optic Snipers to really come out ahead in this one. But, man, it'd be such a David and Goliath story if they managed to actually pull out a win.
Absolutely. And, you know, other players from Immunity that kind of don't get the spotlight as much as they maybe deserve have to be Rosie there in the support role. You know, he's obviously part of that powerhouse of Immunity's bottom lane. And Rosie, I feel, is an interesting character because he came from Mindfreak back in the day when he was actually a mid laner and he was called Venom. And he's really transitioned his mechanics to that support role. And I feel that's something that he really shines with. And we're definitely going to see some Annie picks from him throughout these regionals.
Absolutely.
And I think he's a really great character to watch out for.
Yeah, and I reckon his Annie's incredibly strong. Also known for his Lulu play as well. He can play a mean Karma, so he's a really brilliant all-round caster-based support. I mean, you're not going to see him necessarily playing a lot of those sit-back champions where you just support, you carry. He's going to be in their face doing damage, which is fantastic. As you saw on your screen before as well, guys, that was the Group B as well. Your Soul, Shell Chuffer, versing Frenetic Array coming up straight after this game. So we're going to have the first game of our Group A and then the first game of our Group B here tonight. So it's going to be a long night of amazing games, and I'm super excited to get it happening.
Absolutely. So let's look at this matchup. Radier and Ness, and these guys are both the biggest carries for their team. Ness clawed his team into this regionals when they were qualifying in the Challenger qualifier very recently as well here. And you can see their most recent picks as well. Lucian, the last 3 picks for Radier, and that has to be from King of the Rift, the last event that they played at, which was back in December of last year. So we talk about Immunity as being the titans of the scene, but honestly, they're kind of the ghosts right now because they haven't been playing in many big events. But, you know, you have to respect that, that giant form that they've had in the past.
And their veteran status. You know, they've been playing for so long. You compare 2 years plus of experience versus 2 months.
Yeah.
So they definitely have the time and the commitment and the knowledge of each other that really plays into their hand. But you can't count out Optic Snipers. I mean, the things that they did in the last matchup was just... oh my goodness. The last games that we saw, it was such comeback stories. They'd get flogged in the first game, and then they'd just claw their way back. Their morale was always strong, and it's really impressive to see.
All right, so we are into the champion selects, and let's take a look at these bans coming out. Thresh going to be banned there from Immunity. They don't want Ice Cold Killer to get that comfort pick, and Gragas also banned out there as well from Optic Snipers.
Yeah, absolutely. Gragas not only is Swiffer amazing on that champion, but Gragas himself is just so incredibly strong.
Oh, absolutely. And I would expect to see the Kassadin ban there from Optic Snipers as well. Syndra might be the last ban for Optic Snipers because that is something that Swiffer has absolutely dominated on. And there's not much recent tournament history for Optic Snipers to really research here on Immunity, but you know, the last couple of events that Immunity have played in were King of the Rift, EB Expo, and the Cybergamer Premier League last year, and all of those tournaments, those picks for him were huge and for Swiffer. Oh,
absolutely, absolutely. The thing is, Swiffer has such a gigantic champion pool, and I really like the Kassadin pick. We're not actually on patch 4.3 just yet. We're still on the 4.2 for today. Yeah. So Kassadin's still incredibly strong, but also, if you remember back to PAX, if you remember Swiffer going a massive, it was like 17 kills against Immunity when he was on Exile 5. Wow, it was so amazing to watch. So he just knows exactly how to play that champion. And Morgana being banned away as well here, so they really have respect for Ice Cold Killer and Ness in that bottom lane.
So obviously the lease is open, that's why Immunity are picking this one up, but they got to pick that Leona next because they've banned out the Morgana, which is a direct counter to Leona. They've also banned out the Thresh, and so the top two supports aren't there, and there you go. Optic Snipers locked that one up, and that is a really good pick for Optic Snipers, taking it away from Immunity. What are Immunity going to go with here instead?
Well, that's the thing. They've got a lot of options. As we were talking about before, Rosie loves his Annie. He also loves any sort of get-in-your-face support. Karma would be a fantastic pickup as well. He was one of the first people here in Oceania to pull out that Karma and just show how much lane dominance you have early, because she does so much damage. Swiffer hovering over that Syndra just to make us a little bit excited here. But I would really like to mention the Vi pickup as well, because Vi and Elise are fairly similar as far as power is concerned. I mean, they don't necessarily do the same things, but that Assault and Battery is so powerful, and especially coupled with that Leona as well. That Solar Flare into the Assault and Battery, that person isn't going anywhere.
Absolutely. So what are the next two lock-ins here for Immunity? The hovers are good. I would like this to be locked in. I feel Syndra is going to work fantastically. They're locking the Syndra and the Zyra.
The Zyra potentially for Rosie or Swiffer. I mean, there's been a lot of talk recently about Zyra being very strong in that middle lane, but Rosie was one of the most incredible Zyra players here in Oceania, and it's brilliant to see him back on that champion because we haven't been seeing very much Zyra at all recently.
Absolutely, and that's the transition from being a mid lane player back on Mindfreak years ago to being a support player here in Immunity.
And this is exactly the thing. And the Zyra pickup as well is just so different and so new, and it's really, really exciting. Well, it's not necessarily new, but it's a throwback to a champion that has recently fallen out of favor. I mean, that Q distance, the range on the activation of that Q ability was shortened a little bit. She was given a few heightened ability power ratios, and her base damages have gone down. So her ability to support wasn't as great, but that was the end of Season 3. Now supports get a whole lot more money, so they can potentially build into these bigger items.
We'll have to see. Orianna and Caitlyn are the lock-ins for Optic Snipers, and they're just going for a huge wombo combo here. There's nothing else to it. The Vi for the ball carry, Leona for the ball carry as well. Caitlyn, not someone you would expect to see in a wombo combo, but really synergizes
I really like it. I actually really like the Caitlyn pickup because Caitlyn's very good at peeling for herself. So you're going to have Ice Cold Killer going really deep in these team fights, getting those Zenith Blades off, trying to get his shield of day rate down on whoever he wants to. And and of course, you've got the 90 caliber net. You've got the immense range that you have on Caitlyn, so he can stay safe in that backline while this Vi-Leona combination just destroys everything on Immunity, theoretically.
So there we go.
Wow, there it is.
LeBlanc locked in there for Swiffer in the middle lane. And you just don't want to go near that middle lane anymore if you're Optic Snipers, because when it comes to Swiffer, his mechanical skill is easily #1 or #2 in the Oceanic region. Not many people have been able to take him off that pedestal here, and he's got the LeBlanc now, so he's going to have a strong matchup against that Orianna, and I'll be interested to see how both of these junglers respond to this. Lucian is, of course, the last pick up there, and that's the 4th game now in a row that Radio is going to be playing that one in his competitive history here.
Yeah, and the Lucian was left open, so of course he's going to pick that up. I would have really liked to see a Sivir pick up here, but Lucian also incredibly strong. I mean, with On the Hunt, with a Shyvana, I mean, that combination's fantastic. But Lucian does fit, and especially with the Zyra here as well, because they do have a lot of burst potential. So if you get that Grasping Roots down, in that lane, you're going to have the Piercing Light over the top. You've got the Ardent Blaze as well. I mean, there's a lot of damage to come out from that bottom lane, so it could be very, very volatile if that CC does land, but I love the LeBlanc pick. I mean, against an Orianna, it's not necessarily the best matchup for LeBlanc because Orianna does have the shield, so she does have a little bit of burst protection and sort of pseudo-sustain in that lane, but I really do love it. And it's the fact that Swiffer plays for his team. He's going to be roaming. He's going to be trying to pick up those kills, and he is so mechanically good that he can get around the map. He can make those decisions and come in at the right times and do exactly what he needs to do. So it's going to be really exciting. But you're going to have 4Geek sitting there in the lane hoping to farm up as much as possible. And the fact that there isn't as much kill potential in the early stages of the game for this LeBlanc, if 4Geek can get ahead in CS, which you can do on an Orianna notorious for farming.
Yeah, that's true.
So if he manages to get into this later side of the game, and we've got a Trundle pickup coming through as well, and his scaling potential is massive. I mean, Trundle in the later sides, I mean, he can basically remove a tank from the game with his Subjugate. So he's there being a gigantic tank. He can destroy the defensive statistics of their tank, which is in this case Shyvana, and the top lane matchup, not one that we're necessarily going to have to go into.
We look at the bottom lane here, though. You know, let's take a step back here. When we saw Optic Snipers qualify in here from the Challenger qualifiers, the last spot to qualify as well, that's why they're up against the seed #1 of Immunity.
Yeah.
Ness and Ice Cold Killer really brought a lot of eyes onto themselves. They brought out the Ezreal and the Morgana, and that's why I think we're seeing the Morgana ban here as well. From
well,
Immunity,
absolutely.
Respecting that. And the Thresh as well. So 2 bans against Ice Cold Killer here, but they've got a different style of bottom lane now with Kate and Leona.
Yeah, they really do. And Caitlyn was the other champion that Ness played in that grand final in order to get through. So in the first game, but that game didn't go so well for them. It was as soon as they went for that Ezreal-Morgana combination that Avantgarde actually dispatched them with fairly simply in the first game. It was as soon as that started happening that they really found their form. So is it going to be that because they don't have that sort of comfortable bottom lane synergy that they're going to struggle a little bit? Or maybe they've planned for it. They know what's going to happen. They've understood that they're probably not going to get what got them in here. So they've planned new strategies. They've got... And Leona Caitlyn is interesting because Caitlyn can really engage from far away. So Leona's going to be in there, but she's going to be fairly far away from Caitlyn in this instance. Yeah. So it's going to really work well in a gank situation because Leona plus Vi, as we were talking about before, is an incredible amount of CC. So I think we're looking for Jakey to be coming down into that bottom lane fairly often so that Ness can get going. You know, Caitlyn, of course, really auto-attack based, so scales really, really well into that late game.
So really, when we take a look at Optic Sniper's bot lane here, they have to evolve from how they qualify. They've got a more aggressive lane here, and Ness really needs to become the Loch Ness Monster of this duo bottom lane if they want to pull this off.
I was waiting for it. You had the opportunity.
For a long time.
Very, very nice. I liked it a lot.
Definitely working into that one. But, of course, you know, back over to Immunity's lineup here because we're seeing a huge wombo combo out of Optic Snipers. How does Immunity's lineup really tackle that?
Well, they've got incredible pick potential. As soon as you get an Elise, basically your pick ability is gigantic. I mean, that Chains comes out so much easier from Swiffer. I mean, you've got Rosie who can land that Grasping Roots. And the thing that's really fantastic here as well is because they've noticed that Optic Snipers were opting to go for that wombo combo, so they've got the queen of AoE disengage. Zyra with that Strangle Thorns, the AoE knock-up in an area, just really ruins your day if you want to get people clustering together and fighting them. It really, really does. So it's a brilliant pickup and something that we haven't been seeing in the meta. I mean, I put her in the realm of, say, Taric and Nami at the moment. I mean, they're still able to be used to great effect, but they're just not necessarily the tier 1 picks that we've been seeing.
They're a little bit more niche, but of course, as you said, pick potential here for Immunity is the big thing that we're looking for. So
absolutely.
What are we looking for out of Swiffer as well? We kind of talked about how he's going to be able to probably dominate his lane. He's got the stronger matchup for this instance. Are we expecting him to kind of use that dominance to push and roam, or rather just shut down Orianna as much as he can? Well,
a bit of both, because I think definitely he wants to be focusing on roaming, but if he can win his lane on top of that and become just the LeBlanc that runs around the map destroying everyone, then that's going to be good too. But I think that as a team, they want to be focusing more about getting picks and traveling with that Elise, getting the cocoons, getting the chains, getting the kills, and then snowballing the game from there. But we're going to be in this game so soon. I'm so excited, please.
Absolutely here. So game number 1 of the first best of 3 of the first Autumn Regionals round of 8. It's the first for everything here for a lot of people, and especially Optic Snipers. You know, they haven't even been around for a couple of months. They started their qualifying journey, I guess, in Cybergamer. They were playing the ladder series, which obviously went for 5 weeks, and through that time, they weren't really that successful. They had a different lineup, and of course, that didn't transition well for them, so they had to change. But we are going to be going into the first matchup here, guys. guys, we are onto the Rift now into this game number 1 of this first best of 3. Atlas, what are we expecting here in the early game?
Well, no surprises. No surprises that we're going to have the defensive posturing. We're going to be setting up, getting prepared to put our trinket wards down early on in this game. Of course, everyone picking up those trinkets. As far as items are concerned, incredibly standard. You know, Doran's rings from both mid laners, Doran's shields from supports and top laners, and that Doran's blade and the machete for our junglers and AD carries, which is just incredibly standard across the board. But it's okay because they're going to be going back and buying other items that are potentially different from that.
Yeah. So, I mean, we kind of expect this from Optic Snipers. They're kind of the rookies in town. Swiffer just having a bit of an offensive pose there. But Immunity, they've kind of been in their scrim cave for the last couple of months, pretty much since the end of last year. So it would have been nice to see them pull something interesting out of the hat, but they're going to play it safe.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think they necessarily need to pull something interesting out of the hat at level 1 because it's not as good anymore, as we've said in Season 4. So they could be just planning some different strategies, maneuvering around the map in a different way, rotating to objectives differently. I mean, Immunity could have changed up so much just because we haven't seen what they've been doing. And I'm excited to see what that's going to be. Ness coming down and a nice ward being placed there by Radio.
Absolutely. He's going to ping it out as well. Well, that's interesting.
So I think we're going to have to potentially get back into this game.
We'll see if that one works.
Yeah, I like the OK button. That's my personal preference. But I think our computers were so incredibly excited that they just really wanted to try and get back into this one again. So,
oh, well, we're going to reconnect into this one real quick. A bit of a buzzkill. But, of course, these guys are just lining up in the river anyway. So
that's exactly right. No, we're not missing out on much at this point.
And I think we'll find them there as well when we load back in. I don't think they're going to go anywhere.
Yeah, no, I think that they mostly because I think we're going to just continue on from the same time. So, yes, I think it'll be absolutely fine, and I'm just so excited to see what Optic Snipers are going to try and do against this massive team that is Team Immunity because they've got a lot of ability to see what Immunity have been doing just because we've been covering them for so long. Everyone's seen Immunity play. Everyone knows what their habits are and all that sort of stuff. So Optic Snipers have an opportunity here because they're pretty much invisible. No one knows how they play or anything like that. So we just have to make sure that we can get back into this game.
And there is a bit of an issue there. But, of course, you know, we talk about Immunity, and as you said, they're kind of the known team. You know, we've seen Immunity since the dawn of time, honestly, and they've always had great results here. I think throughout most of last year, they had to be undefeated. They didn't lose a single event until the November finals of the Go for LOL, which to them probably wasn't the biggest of events. But we're onto the game here. Let's see how they go.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a red start for both junglers here, so we're going to be ending up on opposite sides of that mid lane. But in the bottom lane, Radiant throwing down a fair bit of harass, but Ness not going to be taking that without response. So it's good to see he's not getting, I guess, intimidated by the force that is Radiant.
Yeah, and I guess intimidation as well is also going to matter in this middle lane because Swiffer, with all the might that he holds and that LeBlanc pick, it's really got to play into the mind of 4Geek. I mean, this guy is a really new player. He has no competitive history outside this event.
Yeah, but he has been playing against these players. I mean, he's a challenger player. He is known for being able to contend with the best in Oceania, so he's not going to mind. He's going to be the strong player that we know him from the qualifier series.
Yeah, so Spectator not quite keeping up with the hype of this game.
It isn't. It sort of just keeps booting us out, but we're going to persevere and we're going to get back into it because we're very excited to see this happen and we just want to get there. I'm just going to be spamming that reconnect button like nobody's tomorrow.
Nobody's tomorrow.
No one is tomorrow, please. There was
tomorrow
no
never comes,
no need to harp on that one. It was a slight stuff up, okay?
Alrighty. So we'll talk more about Optic Snipers as well. And, you know, their manager, Fantasy, used to be part of Avant-Garde, and he had some pretty interesting stuff to say about how this team became part of the regionals.
Yeah, and Fantasy Star was with Avant, but as soon as they formed that gaming house, he just decided that he'd become obsolete at this point. So he was like, I want to move on. I want to create something else. And what he decided to make a team out of solo queue performers, like fantastic solo queue players that didn't really play competitively in a team environment. So he just got them together and he wanted to prove that you didn't necessarily need to be a veteran esports player in order to be in an esports team that can make it to be the best. So hopefully they prove that here.
Absolutely. They didn't necessarily need it, but they got Ness instead.
Oh my goodness. Is this Freak? Am I finally casting with Freak?
No, we're not. But obviously, we are back into the game here. So only 3 minutes 30 in. No first bloods. Pretty much even here on gold. And you can see very even across the map right here. Everyone's playing fairly passively. We haven't seen any jungle ganks. Although Elise looks like she's going for a little bit of an invade here.
Yeah, trying to get those wards down just to gather some vision, gather some intel. And as you can see, there's a really deep ward there at that Wraith Brush as well. Yeah. No pun intended there, of course, for the intel call. And, oh, here, there might be a gank in the mid lane, though.
Oh, we'll have to see. Elise going to come in. Oh, Cocoon just falls short there as well. No damage put down. A nice shield from 4Geek.
Yeah, but Spook's just happy to make that rotation around. In the bottom lane, though, Rosie goes very low.
Oh, not going to be able to find it, though. Ness just Caliber netting back there. I feel like it's going to be a slow early game here from both of these guys. Radia just proccing that level 3 and using that power.
Yeah, nice by Immunity, though. They focused the damage that they were receiving on their support and kept Radia strong so that he can stay up there and stay farming without getting pressured back. Ness now, of course, needing to be a little bit more careful, and as a result has fallen down by about 5 CS here in this bottom lane, but nothing to really write home about at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see as well, 4Geek using that pushing power, and this is what you've got to do against the LeBlanc here. Push it in, make sure that tower denies a little bit of CS, and that's how you can try and at least hold on to a lead or stay even.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're also creating pressure in that lane as well, which is great. And Spook's coming down to this bottom lane. I think this is a decent decision, but I don't know whether there will be any kills coming from it.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to go base right here. No Thresh Lantern to bring him in or anything like that, so it's just going to be the old stock standard ganks for him, and a little bit harder to pull off.
Yeah, and there's that ward there in the brush as well, so he's going to have to take the river route into that bottom lane, but we'll see whether he can actually get anything off, because Optic Snipe is playing very, very back and very passively here, just waiting for those creeps, not taking any unnecessary risks, which is really intelligent.
Important there. They have no wards either, so maybe Spooks got a little spooked out. Thought there were going to be wards, but goes back anyway. Regardless, Reddy gets his own ward down, and look at that harass already, that piercing light, doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And Radiant just, as we saw, he plays a lot of Lucian. He knows how to land that skill. He knows how to use it effectively in order to harass and kill creeps at the same time. So very, very well practiced, and you can't expect anything less from Radiant as well. And they are shoved up really far.
Ooh, nice little stun, though. Nice pulled over Peacemaker, but Ness gets a lot of damage onto him for it. Radiant taken very low. It's a tower shot right there. Very aggressive in this bottom lane, actually.
Absolutely. Ness gets taken down so low from that harass from Rosie as well. And as we saw, I mean, landing all of his abilities, knowing when to use his plants. I mean, he is so good on this Zyra.
Oh, and look at this. Both junglers hanging around this middle lane. 4Geek might be in a little bit of trouble.
And it looks like Spooks is thinking about a potential dive or just a ward and a potential wolf steal. So this might give Jakey a little bit of an opportunity to come in, but he's decided not to. They're just going to be farming it up. And they did spot perhaps something coming into their blue side jungle, because they have been pinging it out on where that ward is, and I think that may have been visible at some point, but Jakey going to come around and just stay here in the mid.
I really like this warding, actually, from Spooks. He's kind of realized that his lanes are doing all right. They're all pushed up currently, and so he doesn't have options to gank. And so by aggressively warding, he gives himself the choice to aggressively counter jungle. And I feel that's going to be one of the points in the game where he can really make an impact. Yeah,
absolutely. He also really wants to know where Jakey is on the map as well, because Immunity's pushed up so far in every lane. I mean, it gives Jakey that opportunity to capitalize on that. But if they know where Jakey is, they can play accordingly, and it's just really intelligent moving around the map here by Spooks just to make sure that he keeps his team safe.
And that's true. I mean, what is Jakey looking to do in this situation? Obviously, his solo lanes and his bottom lane are getting pushed in, having a bit of difficulty. So what's Jakey's response to this?
Well, by the looks of things, what he's trying to do is get to that assault and battery as quickly as possible. But, oh, very nice dragon here. Really sneaky, using the spiderlings and the plants to do extra damage. This is really
so
smart.
This is so next level here from Immunity. The bait, they steal out the red buff, or at least attempt to. Coolmog's in trouble, gets chained over that wall, and there's the Dragon's Descent from Swiper. They pick up the first blood of the round of 8, going to Immunity, and the first dragon does as well.
Yeah, so they pick up first blood and the dragon, and it was really, really good play by Immunity there, just to be clustered around that red buff and call attention away from what they were doing at the dragon. Just really, really smart. And Radiant had so much pressure on his own in that bottom lane, and the fact that they didn't have enough wards in that lane to know that Rosie was either missing or doing dragon.
Yeah.
So they weren't able to capitalize on it at all, and it was just really, really smart rotational work and mind games here by Immunity. They are still the top dogs here in Oceania.
Absolutely. And I mean, for anyone that follows OGN, they'll know the KT Bullet style of taking the Baron. Immunity just kind of pulled that off for an objective swap there, getting the red and the dragon. It was really good to see.
And it was really ballsy play as well because they only had 2 people at that red buff. I mean, they could have potentially been collapsed in on at the same time if Jakey was there in order to offer his assistance, but they just didn't mind because they'd give up first blood for a dragon. I mean, that's still worth it. But the fact is that they now have a 2,000 gold lead, and it's just really nice to see from Immunity. We'll see whether they can transition this into more objectives, or whether Optic Snipers find a way to get back into this game, because that was a real turner, and that could have actually spelt defeat for Optic Snipers, or it definitely has put them behind.
Okay, so Forgy's going to get his blue buff here. That's great for him, and obviously Spook's going to give his own blue buff over to Swiffer. So both mid laners now are buffed up. And taking a look at that bot lane as well, 83 CS there on Radier to 51 on Ness.
Yeah, Radier is just bullying in that lane. Managed to go back. He does have that Vampiric Scepter entirely over Ness here in this bottom lane. So it's not that much of a damage increase in trades, but he's going to have so much more sustain. He's going to be able to just force fights, little skirmishes over and over again, and just force Ness out of lane. And it's really, really detrimental here for Optic Snipers, but a really intelligent pickup here from Radier, and really smart playstyle. Jakey coming in, though.
Ooh. Doesn't get spotted out either, so he's completely hidden right here. Nice Zenith Blade right into Rosie. This could be big. Solar Flare comes through as well, and Rosie's in big trouble. Gets taken out. Jakey picks up the kill.
Yeah, and the passive coming through. Rosie trying his best to get a little bit of damage off, and Radier not scared at all now after the fact. But that was exactly what we were talking about. The Solar Flare into the Assault and Battery. I mean, Rosie had no opportunity to get out of that at all. He was CC'd the entire duration, and from 100 to 0, he couldn't move. So really, really nice play, and utilizing what they have at their disposal here is Optic Snipers.
Yeah, and Optic Snipers, you know, that's what they need to be pulling off here. They've got the Wombo combo. They need to make sure they survive this early game at the very least, because the team fight's where they're all for. And look at that in the middle lane as well. Swiffer landing both of those chains. Spook's actually going to come in with a repel. Forgy's in a lot of trouble. Can he dodge the cocoon is the question. No, it connects. Can they follow it up? Here's Jakey. Turns it around and Swiffer goes down. Oh, Shockwave just misses as well, but Forgy's got to be happy. Jakey picked up that kill.
Really, really nice positioning there by Jakey. He saw what was going on, immediately rotated around and made sure he got that kill back for his team. So now they've clawed back this the dragon in the first blood by really, really smart play and really great work here. They've 600 gold now is the difference. So they've earned back about 1,200 at this point. So really, really nice play.
Look at this as well. A lot of posturing here in the bottom lane. Optic Snipers want to come back in, but Rosie's not going to let him.
Yeah, Rosie and Radier having really good positioning there in order to split up the Optic Snipers bot lane. And intelligent work, and it meant Ness is going to miss out on a couple of creeps trying to walk his way around and get back into this lane, but he's not going to lose too much.
All right, so Jakey moving up to the top lane now. Wants to join that island by the looks of it.
Yeah, and Jakey being his aggressive self as we saw last week, he was incredibly, he's just ganks all the time. Swiper in trouble.
Oh, nice catch during the Dragon's Descent. My gosh, Jakey has stepped up his game now. 3 kills for his team in a row.
And Jakey is known for yelling a lot when his team is doing well.
That's
so
true.
You could imagine that Jakey is going to be screaming at this point. That was a perfect Vault Breaker, stopping that Dragon's Descent and no more mobility. I mean, Swiper didn't even flash. He was dead. So really, really well played there by Optic Snipers.
I think Jakey said in his team profile that his mum got angry at him because he was so loud during his qualifying game. But I mean, that was obviously exciting stuff for Optic Snipers because that's why they're here today. And look at that as well. A rotation from Optic Snipers off the back of that top lane kill gets him a mid tower.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's 2-0-1 now on Jakey. 100% kill participation, and now they're 100 gold behind. I mean, they are doing so well. Considering the fact that the bottom lane is so far behind, the rest of Optic Snipers are really stepping it up to try and carry that. So it's really, really good to see. And the pickup here as well of the Spectre's Cowl here by Kulmog, and he does have that Bilgewater Cutlass for a little bit of extra damage as well, means that he's really going to be able to stave off a lot of that burnout damage, which is magic coming from Swiper in that top lane. So really, really nice to see. We'll have to see whether he can transition into the later sides of the game. The thing that I like about this matchup here for Trundle, though, is the fact that he's 94 to 100 CS. I mean, they're basically the same at this point. But in this matchup, Shyvana is stronger earlier. So as this game progresses and goes for longer and longer, Trundle is going to have so much more kill potential on Swiper on the Shyvana, just because he does have that Subjugate if they ever do that 1v1 fight.
So let's take a step back here and let's take a look at the overall kind of perspective of Optic Snipers. They're going for that Wombo combo. but of course Caitlyn's really far behind. How essential is Ness to that wombo combo?
Well, the thing is, Caitlyn's going to be sitting at the back doing as much damage as he can. I mean, Ness on that Caitlyn has that extra range. He's going to be auto-attacking, getting in those Piltover Peacemakers. When they get too far out of range, he's going to bring out that ace in the hole or use it to harass earlier on. But the Dragon timing here by Immunity is really, really
spot
fun.
on. They're going to be able to pick this one up uncontested. Optic Snipers didn't really have a timer on that one, so great use of using that advantage that they built early and then kind of tapping off the back of it to get it again. And look at that, a catch on the 4Geek. Lots of damage going to come down. Swiffer in from the side. 4Geek's in big trouble and he does go down. Spooks grabs the kill.
Yeah, really, really nice work. The Shockwave not quite able to come in time, and that was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and a really nice rotation and movement around the map there by Swiffer in order to get into that one. And they're going to lose a blue buff for this as well. So Immunity just capitalizing on every little mistake. I mean, they did throw away a couple of these kills, and they lost the tower in the mid lane, which is huge for Optic Snipers. And Optic Snipers definitely playing well, but Immunity are just relentless.
Man, J-Key giveth, Spooks taketh.
Yeah, nice ward here by Optic Snipers in order to keep them safe. They're going to lose this middle turret, though.
Are they going
to ran out of creeps.
Yeah, ran out of creeps there. Looked like Jakey wanted to engage it, but not going to be able to find it just yet. I am going to siege this one out, and I like this. Only 14 minutes in, and they're already forcing Optic Snipers out of the laning phase.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've also got, possible engage.
Bit of a slideshow as well.
Unfortunately, nothing actually happening yet. And 4Geek has found his way back in the lane as well. So he's picked up that Athene's on Holy Grail. He does have a fair bit of damage and definitely has a lot of sustain.
Whoa, that's a big engage there from Jakey. Shockwave comes off as well. Will Swiffer survive this one? He's taken very low. Ace in the hole finds the target, and that is the kill.
Yeah, Ness picking up that one. Really nice assault and battery there from Jakey. I didn't even really know what was going on. Immediately, he was all the way over the other side of the map. And Ace in the hole being used to perfection there because Jakey commits really, really far, needs that little bit of extra damage, and there it is, Ace in the hole comes through. So really, really nice play.
But a good rotation from IM as well. They capitalize on that and they get that bottom lane tower there. So it's now 4-2 in the favor of Optic Snipers, but 4 towers to 1 in the favor of Immunity.
Yeah, Immunity just turning on the objective button, and they just really want to take these turrets down as quickly as possible. They saw the opening in the bottom lane, and Radier, of course, has so much damage now that he has that Bloodthirster completed that he's just eating through towers. If he throws out his abilities, he can get those double hits on the turrets, and wow, it's so much damage coming through. A second turret here from Optic Snipers, trying to stay in the game gold-wise. They're only down about 2,000 at this point. There is nothing to write home about at this point. And if they manage to pick up a couple of those turrets, get some really good rotations around the map, then they are definitely in this game. And it's all up to, I reckon it's all up to 4Geek, honestly. He really needs to be landing those shockwaves. And if he has the ball on top of Jakey and he gets a really good assault and battery, we're going to see some really nice team fights here from Optic Snipers.
And that's a really good point here, because 4Geek's going to have to make up a little bit of that damage that Ness won't have, because Ness fell really far behind in the laning phase. He's about 40 CS behind here, although he did pick up a kill, so that helps him out a bunch, but you know, he's behind roughly a phage, so it's about 1,300 gold.
Yeah, so Ness is going to be trying to farm it back up, but as we know, Caitlyn, she can clear a wave incredibly quickly. It has that Piltover Peacemaker, and you often see Caitlyn's not necessarily go so well in lane, so when that happens, they just find themselves a lane somewhere, and they farm up, and they become that beast Caitlyn. So hopefully Ness can do this, but ooh, Vault Breaker used to get out there.
Yeah, little catch there. Jakey only taken to about half health. Nothing to worry about just yet, but of course, there is always the catch from Swiffer. Whoa, he's going in there, lands the Ethereal Chains. Not going to be able to follow it, though. It was onto Ice Cold Killer. He's a pretty tanky support right now.
Yeah, and Swiffer just being his aggressive self, trying to get in there if he can. He needed to have the backup from his team. But as you can see, Immunity so far into the enemy territory right now. They're putting so much pressure on this map, and this is what Immunity are really, really good at. They're really good at making sure they're really up in your face, and they're putting pressure on objectives. They're making sure that they're with each other to rotate around the map. As you can see, Swipe is coming down now. They've got 4 people posturing in the mid lane.
4Geek's in trouble, being surrounded right there as the feed gets a bit messed up, but we'll have to see. Oh, Shockwave comes off, drags Swiper in. It's only going to be 1 member. Tower doing a bit of damage there. Coolmog, oh, look at the burst onto him. Swiffer lands the change as well. Just kind of just glides around the corner. That was fantastic. Oh, man.
In the meantime, though, Radier did go down in the bottom lane.
This is comical.
And Jakey managing to pick up that kill. We've got a little bit of slight lagginess here, but that that ward is going to be killed all the same, despite what we see. Of course, guys, this is not what the players see. This is just a little bit of a bug here on the spectator side of things.
So it's just us. We're all alone in this one. And,
yes.
of course, all the viewers, which is unfortunate.
But, you know, you can see it for the fun side. I mean, it does make things definitely interesting, but hopefully the next team fight's going to be a little bit more real time, so we'll be able to get some of this action. As we look at the matchup, though, 27.8 gold to 26.2, so Immunity's still with the lead in gold, but down by about 3 kills. So theoretically, Optic Snipers could be feeling really good right now. I mean, they're looking at the scoreboard. They're 5-2 against Immunity. They're going to be feeling great about this.
Exactly.
And this is the first game. This is the game where Optic Snipers generally, if we're looking at last week, are going to be flailing around and not necessarily doing what they need to do. But they've come out so strong in this game, and it's really good to see.
Absolutely, Kieran. I guess the big thing for Optic Snipers is it's the momentum you get, you know. If you start to pull ahead early against a matchup that you're clearly the underdogs in, it's huge for you.
Oh,
and I feel Optic Snipers are riding that high right now. They're grouping up in the middle lane, going for a push. We'll see how they do off the back of this one.
Yeah, and Jakey lagging a little bit behind. Swiper is there. But they're doing a bit of a 3-man push, and it's dangerous.
Oh, the chains are going to land on Ice Cold Killer. That's a Dragon Step from Sniper. Ness taken so low, and he does go down. Swiper picks up that kill. Jakey on the run. Oh, a 3-man Shockwave comes through. They find a turnaround kill. No, they don't. Swiffer rather lives. All of the Immunity lineup lives. It's only Ness that goes down.
Yeah, really, really nice work. And it was a little bit lackluster there, the rotation by Optic Snipers. They pushed a little bit too far up, and they had Jakey waiting around at his red buff side, and Coolmog was nowhere to be found, somewhere in the top lane, of course. So they just... Immunity just said power in numbers, and they're going to get the picks. And this is what their comp wants to do. They want to land those cocoons, they want to get those chains, and they want to pick up kills. And Swiper just did really well. Just
whoa, look at this. Swiffer going for another catch here. Chains lands onto Coolmog. The fight over the blue buff. Who does it go to? It goes over to 4Geek. He picks that one up with the command attack.
Yeah, not bad at all there, and managing to get the blue buff over onto the AP carry as well. Oftentimes in those situations, I mean, Jakey could have been forced to smite it away. Not in this case. That command attack distance combination was enough damage. So really, really nice work. And as we were saying before, I mean, Orianna an amazing farmer, as we can see, 148 to 157. Staying ahead in this lane, even though Swiffer has been making some really aggressive moves and making sure to not make 4Geek's day easy there in the middle lane.
Absolutely. And 4Geek, second highest CS in the game right here. Actually, the highest just coming off across Swiper as well. I was going to say second to Swiper doesn't mean much. Swiper has been on his island in that top lane for most of the game, but...
Radier is also doing very well, 186 CS here at the 21-minute mark, but it's not necessarily the hugest CS numbers that we've seen because these teams have just been so objective-focused, you know, making sure they get around to these dragons, taking these turrets down as well. 4 turrets already been taken here by Immunity, so really, really nice work objectively here.
So we talked a lot about Rosie's pick on the Zyra. How has that worked out?
It's been fantastic. I've really enjoyed watching it.
But there is a fight. Looks like the fight. Lots of damage coming out. The Stranglethorns as well. Ice Cold's the only one that gets knocked up from that one, but the tower is taken out, and Optic Snipers are going to back out from this one. Oh, Swiper from the back, jumping straight in with the Dragon's Descent. Ice Cold takes so much damage. The chains get broken from Swiffer as well, and it's Optic Snipers on the run here. I don't know if IM are going to be able to catch up. They're a little bit far back, and it will be a successful retreat from the Optic Snipers. Yeah,
Optic Snipers managing to pull in, grab a turret, and get back out safely. So really, really nice work. I mean, it was a little bit unlucky there by Rosie. Oh, there could be a fight here, though.
Nope. Coolmog's just going to teleport back over him. Not sure how he managed to scrape his way through that one without taking much damage. But this middle tower, very low here for Optic Snipers.
It is very low, but we have Swiper, who's very low, and Swiffer as well. The SW brothers not doing so well at this point, so they can't really offer too much pressure just because their big tank in Shyvana isn't available to really soak up that damage at this point. And they've been relying on that. I mean, it was a fantastic engage there with the Dragon's Descent. Didn't quite work out, but still was a brilliant effort there by Swiper. And this is what they need to be trying to do to try and get these fights. And fighting a retreating team when you've got something like a Zyra, something like Swiffer on that LeBlanc, so good at locking people down, and not to mention, of course, the Elise. So they want to be fighting in that situation. When they can have the Dragon's Descent for distraction as well, really, really good to see.
Absolutely. So 3-5 here is the score, but the towers is where all that money is coming from. 4-3 here at the 22-minute mark, and it's a nice gold lead for Immunity.
Yeah, it's a nice gold lead. The objectives have been going back in the favor of Optic Snipers, though. Of course, Dragons have been going towards Immunity, but Optic Snipers doing really, really well at this point.
Alrighty, so we're just going to be fixing up the client real quick. So jumping out of the game, of course, it is going on Not much happening in the game, though. It's a quiet phase because, of course, after that big team fight there, Immunity need to kind of rethink their plan. The engage didn't work out for him. We saw Swiper doing a good job with the earlier engages like that. Dragons descending in from the side to catch the retreating team. But Optic Snipers have kind of learned how to deal with it. You can't pull that cheese off more than once.
Absolutely.
And so what are we expecting from Optic Snipers now? They're behind in objectives, but they're ahead in kills.
Well, I think Optic Snipers are going to be feeling fantastic about how this game is shaping up so far, because this, of course, I mean, they've been pitted as the underdog. Was on their write-up.
But they're the dark horse. It's not just the underdog.
Well, exactly. That's the thing. So they're now saying that we can do this. I mean, Immunity's never played against us in a tournament setting before. Let's show them that they cannot afford to underestimate a team like us. And I think Immunity are feeling it. As you saw, I mean, they didn't manage to get the engage perfectly that they needed to. The cocoons weren't landing. They didn't manage to get someone on their own. So it was just really, really good to see that Optic Snipers are really taking it to Immunity, and Immunity aren't able just to play the game that they want to play.
All right, so we're back into the game here. Not too much has happened. We'll see if we'll see what Immunity decide to do off the back of this one. Swiper coming around the side, not going to find much. But I guess Optic Snipers really remind me of Little Wraith, who are also here in the round of 8, and they're both teams that really ride the momentum of winning. And I feel if Optic Snipers can take a game off Immunity here in this best of 3, we could see them going a long way in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's not necessarily just that. As a fight is potentially breaking out here in the middle lane.
Not quite.
Not quite. But it's not necessarily just that, because they're also a very patient team, the Optic Snipers. I mean, they can lose games, but it doesn't faze them. They can come back and they can keep playing and playing and playing. So it's really fantastic that they've got this much mental fortitude this early in their careers.
Absolutely right here. So let's see. 3 to 5 still is the count. And these guys definitely taking the pace off the game a little bit, slowing it down, thinking about what they're going to be doing next. Baron is obviously going to be a big thing here soon. Swiffer across the wall, not going to find the Wraith.
Yeah, it went for it though, and that's the main thing. And Optic Snipers really, they need to be making moves around this map. They need to be grouping as 5 and utilizing the fact that they want to get that Assault and Battery off and then get the Shockwave on multiple people. I mean, they need to be doing that. They need to be forcing the fights, because as we were talking about, I mean, they want to be team fighting. They want to be engaging. And if the game just keeps going the way it's going, I mean, Immunity's just going to get further and further ahead, because they're putting the pressure on. They're taking the things that they want. They're free farming. They're able to do what is in their comp's potential. That's what they want to be aiming for at this point. So Optic Snipers really just need to make a decision and make it happen.
So Forge's going to grab that blue. That's big news for him. He's going to be able to defend those incoming waves from Immunity. And Immunity showing that they're the objective team here. So that blue buff becoming a little bit more important, because it will be contested most of the time from Immunity. But Optic Snipers staying grouped here. Immunity staying grouped as well. They might fight this one. Jakey, quick Vault Breaker over the wall, and everyone disengages. Yeah,
it doesn't take too much damage there from that that distortion from Swiffer. So not bad at all. But we are going to have just a little bit of an issue here. So we'll be able to come back just to see whether Immunity can take yet another dragon. They've had complete control of that dragon this entire game. So we'll have to see whether they can potentially grab another one, or whether Optic Snipers decide to use this as their time to create that team fight, create that that moment that their team comp really, really wants at this point. Get those solar flares off, get the assault and battery in, and that shockwave can potentially come down.
That wombo combo.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what I love about their team comp as well, you know. I feel as an underdog in a matchup, the wombo combo is a great team comp to try and pull off.
Oh, yeah.
Just a big team fight, because you've got so many of these go triggers, you know. You see the solar flare come out, you see Vi jump in, and you just know to go, and it really makes sure that if there are any kind of communication issues, they don't happen in team fights.
Exactly. It's like, put everything down or don't. You don't need to stagger your abilities or anything like that. It's like, nah, all damage now, please, let's go. And I would have liked to see an On the Hunt in that as well, because that's really, really fun. That, as I coined, the donkey whistle. Yeah. But we're back into this game, seeing this posture around Dragon, and it's been started up.
It has been. So who will be winning out the fight? Swiper jumping straight into the back line of Optic Snipers right there. The dissonance combo, and a nice shockwave grabs 3 people right into the fight right there. And Kulmog, brilliant pillar. This is Optic Snipers getting cleaned up, though. Immunity absolutely destroying this fight right here, and they pick up the ace.
Really, really nice work. Immunity turning that one back around, and they're going to pick up the dragon as well off the back of it. And that was a brilliant shockwave by 4Geek, but they just didn't have anything after that. And Immunity just made the calls on who to focus, and they were, as a team the entire time, one person after the other just eliminated from that map. Really, really nice teamfight control there by Immunity.
Yeah, and Immunity's comp, poke, kill, and that's what they did over and over there. All 5 kills to get that ace, and they're now ahead in the kill lead as well. 8-6 here at the 27-minute mark, and an impressive gold lead now as well.
Yeah, about 8,000 gold, a little bit more as well on top of that. And that's a lot to do with all of those dragons, but that ace definitely didn't hurt either. So this is really starting at the 27-minute mark to look like Immunity's game to lose. And this is what we were expecting at this point. But if Optic Snipers go down this game, that doesn't mean that they're out. Because as we've seen, they are so strong in those comeback games. They get a feel of the team that they're going against by, often getting demolished. But they come back so strong, and it doesn't affect their morale. They're still so good at this game. So perhaps Game 2 is where they need to be focusing at this point.
And talking about that as well, Optic Snipers, they lost in 26 minutes for their first game of their best-of-3 to qualify here against Avant-Garde. So they've already beaten that against Immunity, so they've got that going.
Yeah, absolutely. And as far as first games are concerned, I mean, they lost the first game against SYF as well, but in a much more convincing fashion. So the fact that they're losing at this point, yes, but not by nearly as much. So, I mean, perhaps there could be the amazing comeback that we saw in Game 2 against Avant-Garde.
And you look at also the champions that Optic Snipers have picked up here. Caitlyn going to scale into that late game fairly well as well. Vi does a lot of damage into that late game and becomes a huge tank. And I feel 4Geek is really going to outshine Swiffer if Optic Snipers can survive this game without losing too much more of that deficit they've already got.
Yeah, well, exactly. So they want to be focusing for that late game, but that being said, Elise really strong in the late game. Can get all those picks that she needs to. Can get really, really tanky while still doing a lot of damage. Spooks has actually started the Baron here, though.
Yeah, with Radia, they're just going to 2-mana right now. The rest of IEM just kind of baiting around. I'm not sure if Optic Snipers know this is even happening.
Yeah, this is really, really dangerous. Another KT Bullets maneuver here, as you might say, Place.
Oh, can Jakey get in there to fight it, though? They're going to catch out Rosie. Solar Flare whiffs, though. That's bad news. Swiper's in trouble. Does manage to pick up the kill into Ice Cold, though, and it's Immunity turning around the fight yet again. Coolmog's on the run. It's a 1-for-1, though, in this fight.
Yeah, really nice subjugate there to finish off Swiper and to make sure that he was definitely going down because he didn't have any of those stats, so really nice.
Ness is in trouble. Look at the damage from that chain, and the follow-up from Radia flashes through the shockwave. What a monster right there. Radia picks up the kill.
Yeah, comes out and sees the shockwave comes through and goes, nope. I'm going to get this kill and I'm going to survive. Really amazing play, and that's what we expect out of Radia. I mean, the top 80 carry in Australia, that's the kind of things that he can do. Really nice play.
Absolutely, and that just takes me back to his days when he used to play the Vayne. He was the crowned king on that Vayne here in Oceano. Coolmog's in so much trouble. The jukes from Swiffer as well. Ignite will tick down, and Coolmog just got taken out right there. Spooks as well in a little bit of trouble here. Jakey gets a nice catch onto him. Not going to be able to finish it up. 4Geek can't find it either. The dissonance didn't do the damage he wanted, and Radia can't quite find it either. It's a back and forth fight here, but it's Swiffer on the hunt. Can he pick up any more kills here? Looking for the catch onto Jakey. Gonna have to back out, though.
That Mikhail's Crucible by Rosie just saved Spooks' life. Really, really amazing play. Came down from the rappel, and then Mikhail's Crucible, and he was up to about a third health. Really, really nice work, and Rosie just showing that he's an amazing support player. Oh, and more fighting, though.
Yeah, Ice Cold Killer looking for it. Ace in the hole comes through as well. Spooks survives this one, but he needs to back out. He can't risk dying, and then giving the smite over to Jakey. So good choice there from Immunity. And I guess good defense from Optic Snipers. It took a couple of rounds to that Death Chamber, though.
Yeah, it definitely did. And with 4Geek down, I mean, Immunity get a free back here. They can buy up a couple of items and get all healthy and just come back and play that Baron dance again because they were definitely winning that one. I mean, as we saw, Swiffer's mechanics with those chains and ordering his skills in the perfect combination there against Coolmog was just, it was beautiful to see. Got that Ignite, got the last auto attack that he needed down, and finished him off. It was just beautiful to watch. And then coming around as well and forcing Jakey out of that fight. So, wow, Swiffer probably not going to be getting that LeBlanc again.
Yeah, and you just look at IM's lineup. They just look so calm in this situation, so collected. Radia pulled off that fantastic flash out of 4Geek's Shockwave. We talked about Swiffer right there with his play to take out Coolmog. And all of these guys from Immunity are just so calm in this situation. Not phased at all with how that early game went. They were probably happy with how the kills were traded for the objective. And I think Immunity are really just playing out the game that they were wanting to.
Yeah, and they're not wanting to do anything flashy. They're winning the game, and they're focusing on what they need to focus on. They're not getting complacent, which is potentially what you could see out of a team that's been so strong for so long. But no, there's respect for Optic Snipers here coming out of Immunity, and they're just playing their game, playing the plan that they wanted to set out with, and it's coming to fruition pretty beautifully as well, I must say.
Absolutely. So, bit of a lull in the game here. 32 minutes in, 12-7, and still an impressive gold lead. Now 10,000 in the lead here for Immunity. And look at the Banshee's Veil starting to come out as well. Yeah,
and another thing to mention on top of that is the Mercury's Treads here for Radia doesn't want to get locked up by the Shield of Daybreak, the Zenith Blade, all of the CC on offer here by Optic Snipers, and it was just a real genius pickup. Spooksy are going to solo out this Dragon as well, making sure that they have that 100% kill rate on the Dragon this game, which is really what has been feeding this now 11k gold lead.
Oh man, Swiper going to take out another ward. Oh, and they try and reward it, but they get 2 for their troubles. Will Optic Snipers be able to get anything off here? They're kind of on the wrong side of the map right now. It's going to be a sticky situation for Immunity. They want to force this fight.
Yeah, and they've got Optic Snipers at an interesting position, because once the creeps come down that mid lane, I mean, they can just transition and try and get that inhibitor turret.
Well, we'll see what they decide to do right here. Coolmog and Jakey making sure they're at the forefront of their team. They don't want their carries being jumped right here. Swiper, not the target you want to focus, but there's the fight. Look at the damage coming out, the Shockwave, and there's a huge wombo combo right in onto Immunity's line there. Immunity getting eaten alive right now, but it's Optic Snipers in trouble. Radia has survived, and Coolmog's going to get melted down. In the back line, it's 4Geek and Ness. They find a kill onto Swiffer, but it's only going to be 1 for Optic Snipers here. 2 members left alive. Will they get out of this?
Yeah, and 3 dying here on Optic Sniper's side, and only their 2 squishiest champions are alive, so Swiper just going to tank up this inhibitor turret for a bit, even though he's fairly low on health, and they're going to be able to take this objective. The other 2 forced to back, and we've got a hunting Spooks looking for everyone. But that was a really, really nice fight, and Optic Snipers missed out on an ability to get, like, all of that damage down with that Shockwave, so it was a little bit upsetting for them, but the Dragon's Descent from Swiper just really got them out of position, so it was hard for them to get back into where they wanted to and get the fight that they really needed at that stage.
And I love the mind games. Really going to be able to choose the fight. Whoa! Flash Solar Flare and Zenith Blade. But nope.
Unfortunately,
gets out.
just a little bit too late. He probably got stunned when he was back in base. Yeah. Not entirely sure, but
probably did.
Yeah, but
I think
very,
he's just taking
close.
A breather now, just catching his breath. Got a bit of a heart attack from that, but
well, I could imagine, because that was very, very close. Manages to get out alive though.
And at the end of the day, it's a flash used as well from Leona, so
yeah, I'd probably call worth if I was Rosie, absolutely. But you have to go for things like this, you know. You're at a deficit of about 13,000. I mean, anything that you can do to possibly get back into this game is a good thing. But
yeah,
what they have on their side, what Optic Snipers have on their side, is the fact that they will scale better if this goes to the ultra late game and everyone has 6 items. I mean, at that stage, money's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. It's all about how you can team fight. And at that stage, I mean, I have a fair bit of faith in Optic Snipers' lineup in order to contend on that level, but we'll just have to see whether they can get to that point, because this is going to be some amazing turtling if they do.
Yeah, and they need to make sure they don't lose any more inhibitors, because that's really where it becomes an unwinnable game. And oh, Jakey's being caught out. Doesn't take much damage. A good shield from 4Geek keeps him alive.
Yeah, and it was a nice cocoon. And we can notice as well the Leandra is being picked up here by Spook, so going to be doing a lot of damage on that champion, and Elise naturally going to be a high amount of damage.
Uh-oh. So the Spectator crashed again, and there was less than 3 minutes in the game. So that means the game has ended. Yeah, I guess we can't really spoiler. I mean, we can't see the game. It's not possible, but it was Immunity that won.
There's also the fact that it looked a little bit one-sided. I mean, if Optic Snipers had have surrendered at that stage, I mean, it was still going to happen. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to bring you the last 3 minutes of the game, which may have ended in a surrender anyway, considering the fact that it was only the last 3 minutes. So, unfortunately, guys, due to a few slight issues here, we're not going to be able to bring you the very end of that game, but Immunity did take that one. Yeah. In a very convincing fashion there against Optic Snipers.
Absolutely. I mean, leading into this game, we had to expect that a little bit. It's the Titan taking on the Dark Horse, and Titans always win against horses. I mean, the Titans are probably going to ride the horse into the battle. So
maybe. I've seen Titans as being quite bigger than that. You know, I saw that terrible
I've never seen one. So I don't know.
Good.
But
good. You can keep your faith into Sam Worthington at this point.
The
We've gone a little bit off topic.
The reality is that where we saw the lead really break out was in that bottom lane. Radia and Rosie just outclassed Ness and Ice Cold Killer. And I think that was Immunity just looking to win that lane from the start. They banned out 2 of Ice Cold Killer's supports, Thresh and, of course, that
Morgana as well, yeah.
So that denied the Ezreal and the Morgana lane that Optic Snipers really feel comfortable on.
Yeah, and that combination worked so well for them against AV.
Absolutely.
But the other thing I'd like to note as well is the fact that Spooks had that dragon on lockdown.
Yes.
He was taking that every single time. So hopefully we'll just have to see what they can do in Game 2 and see whether Optic Snipers are going to do it again. See whether they can come back.
So don't go anywhere, guys. Game 2 will be coming up soon, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
My summoner name is Iron Brady Intel. I play AD carry and I play for Team Immunity. My performance last year was both up and down. I played really well at Gamescom, internationally speaking, and at domestic tournaments, but my only downside was my WCG performance, which I think I could have played better. WCG was, I think, an isolated incident where I performed poorly on the day. I think it's also maybe a change in meta due to Season 4, but I think I've improved a lot since then and I won't repeat it. Currently my confidence has gone back up. I've adapted to the Season 4 changes and been working really hard with my team to increase my confidence and play better again. So I think it won't be a problem this time. If our team doesn't win this year, we'll definitely look to reevaluate ourselves. It doesn't mean that necessarily we're going to do any roster changes, but we'll definitely reevaluate our strategy and have another look at it, because if we lose, it clearly means that we did something wrong. And if we do lose, then our only option is to look towards Season 5 and do as well as we can then.
Welcome back, guys, here to the round of 8 for the Riot Autumn Regionals, as I should say.
It's a bit of a mouthful, please.
We're into game number 2 here for Immunity taking on Optic Snipers, and Immunity took out game number 1 in a fairly convincing fashion, but there were glimmers of hope there for Optic Snipers.
Absolutely. Optic Snipers had a 3-kill streak after giving up first blood and losing a dragon, so really not getting affected by things that happened in that game. And I think the issue was that Immunity A had complete domination over that dragon, and B, complete domination over objectives, and their ability to control a team fight was amazing that game.
Alrighty, so let's take a look at this as well. Swiffer and 4Geek in the middle lane. 4Geek, such a new player here as well from the competitive scene against Swiffer, but look at the KDAs, very similar here. And the last picks as well, so similar as well. 1 Assassin and 2 Poke Champions. I love it. Yeah,
absolutely. And 4Geek, known for that Ziggs play. So epic there in the second game against Avant-Garde. And his Ziggs, he got a triple kill when it mattered the most. He killed the Vayne that was like, Vayne, everyone understands. She's the 1v1 mastermind. She's going to be able to take anyone out. But 4Geek just kept his composure and just killed 3 people at once instantly on that Ziggs. So really, really amazing play. So we'll have to see what he can bring out in this next game to be a little bit more impactful than he perhaps was on that Orianna.
Yeah, we'll have to see. So obviously we'll be going into the game in a moment here, game number 2. What does Optic Snipers need to turn around for this one?
I think they just need to make an assessment on why they lost the last game against Immunity and choose a different strategy.
Yeah.
And try and work out what it is that Immunity did right and then counter that. and take that away. So make sure that they don't have that comfort. But I think losing the LeBlanc would be a good idea, even though she didn't necessarily have that much impact.
Yeah.
Her control and the fact that Swiffer is so good at hitting those chains meant that they just could not get out of a sticky situation, and Immunity just leapt all over it.
Absolutely. So we are into the champion select now. Let's get into this one. Bans are coming out hot now as well. Gragas banned there from Optic Snipers.
Yeah, and the Ziggs ban coming out from Immunity as well. So Immunity paying homage to exactly what we were just talking about. I mean, 4Geek, so incredibly powerful on that Ziggs. We'll have to see what he decides to go with, though. I mean, he does have other options. He played Riven against a Kassadin in that matchup against SYF, and that was amazing to watch. They just dismantled them in that game.
Yeah, really took advantage of that as well. And I think they knew that pick was coming. So there was a lot of mind games that really went into that. But, of course, Immunity is a different beast here. We'll see how this one goes. Elise banned out there as well by Optic Snipers. So it's now Gragas and Elise banned by the Optic Snipers. And, of course, I don't think the stream can see the Champions League, so we're just going to have to narrate it. Tell the story.
Yeah, we certainly can. And Ziggs and Thresh being taken away, of course, Immunity not wanting Ice Cold Killer to have that Thresh. We'll have to see whether the Morgana ban does come out again, because that could potentially be the other thing that they're going to want to put in, and that'll mean that it's the same bans the whole way through. And Immunity,
we'll see.
They don't mind. They were happy with what they decided to ban out the first time, and they're happy to give it away this time. So
I would like to see that Morgana ban, because it not only stops Ice Cold Killer getting that comfort pick, it also denies the Ezreal Morgana lane. And so you deny Ezreal as well for Ness. And there it is. Morgana is the last ban for Immunity. So Ziggs, Thresh, and Morgana there banned by Immunity. And I like that.
Yeah, and Elise finally finding a ban here as well, which I think is brilliant, because I've gone on about this a lot, Place, and I understand you think I might put a little bit too much emphasis.
No, I love the Elise.
Elise was picked up again, and Elise won again, and just Spooks had so much control there, and it was so cute what they did with using the Zyra plants and the Elise spiders in order to tank up that dragon and take it so early, and then keep the timer and kill it over and over again, and it was just really, really nice to see.
So Spooks was obviously a big reason Immunity won here. First pick for Optic Snipers. Are they potentially going to try and pick away one of those champions that Spooks likes?
Well, I think Jakey was really impactful on that Vi, and I think he really did well for their team. That could potentially be a first pick here. That is an option. Other things could be they might want to pick up a LeBlanc and pick it away from Swiffer, but they may not have necessarily seen that that was the part of Immunity's comp that they wanted to target. But looking for the Annie, and I think that's an interesting pickup.
Okay, so that takes it away from Rosie, but of course it leaves the Leona up, and that's a huge counter pick to that Annie. We'll see if Immunity decide to lock it in. There's no pressure on him anymore because they know the support has already been picked from Optic Snipers.
Yep.
They might just get swipe at that Shyvana, though.
Well, they can pick up the Shyvana and the Leona, and I think that would be really intelligent picking, because Shyvana doesn't struggle in any matchup. Shyvana just really, really strong. But that Lulu has been left up, and Swiffer could be thrown back to his the person he took his role from by using that Lulu. But Lulu also incredibly strong at the moment, really high in the meta. So massive are those shields that Lulu can offer. And the Whimsy, now having that movement speed scale on it, on ability power, means that once she gets a death cap, everyone's going to be running really, really fast.
Yeah, that's true. And it's pretty scary there when you give that to a dragon that just runs at you even faster there. And the synergy between the IM guys, you can't doubt it, because it's going to be fantastic. Next two picks, though, for Optic Snipers.
Yeah, we'll have to see what comes in. I mean, they've now seen that this is probably going to be a Lulu that's in the middle lane.
Yeah.
We also know that Rosie plays a lot of Lulu in that bottom lane as well as support, where Lulu was originally used. So we'll just have to see whether they decide to pick accordingly. Picking up that Renekton, I think, is really, really smart. Kulmog, he played the Renekton, I believe, in one of our matchups. But of course, if you play top lane, you have to know how to play Renekton, because he's basically the most popular pickup here. And they've, wow, Jakey on that Pantheon as well. And Jakey being such an aggressive jungler, having that support, having that hard lockdown CC, so strong. And I like the pickup, because Renekton can bully Shyvana early, and that was something that they weren't able to do in that last game.
So the last two champions that this guy, Jakey, has played in the jungle, obviously we have the Vi from last game, but in his Challenger qualifier as well, he played Xin Zhao twice.
Oh, yeah. And I really wanted to see that come out today. I mean, I didn't want to hype it up because I didn't want to get everyone's hopes up, But that Xin Zhao was so impressive when he played it, and he even picked it up when he wasn't necessarily going for that anti-Kassadin comp.
Yeah.
He decided to play it anyway in their last game, and they did so well with it. So really proving that Xin Zhao is Xin now and not just Xin ages ago.
Well, he's not Xin now right now. He was Xin now back then. But
yeah, I just wanted to get the pun out of place. You know, you're the last one that had the pun, and I had to try.
Well, Immunity's picking up the next two champions here. It's going to be Lee Sin and Caitlyn potentially. So Radier not opting for that Lucian here. It is open for him, but he's going to take that Kate.
Yeah, and that, I think, is trying to pick Ness off something that they're comfortable with. It might be picking up the Ezreal here, because we did see them play that Ezreal in 2 games in a row, but with that Morgana band, I mean, that was a lot to do with why that worked so well, having that synergy, having that combination there in the bottom lane. So we'll see what Ness decides to go with. He's going to have to pick up something new this time. So we'll see.
We'll see. Well, they've got, obviously, in the top lane, Kulmog's got that Renekton, and he's one of those tank champion that just, he's always going to be formidable on that tank. And, ooh, a Lucian hover here.
Yeah, Lucian being the thought. I'd like to see a Sivir, though. Here in Oceania, we don't have as much of a focus on Sivir at this stage, and I think that would have been fantastic in the Immunity lineup, with that Whimsy, with the On the Hunt, and with the burnout from Shyvana. I mean, no one's escaping that big dragon lady. She's going to be on top of you no matter what. And when you've got Lee Sin as well, I mean, that would have been really strong. But I do like the fact that Radier is going to one of his incredible comfort picks. Radier's played the heck out of Caitlyn. He's played so many games, and all through last year in the ACL tournaments, he was picking up that Caitlyn and just decimating on it. So it's really good to see him on that champion, and he can pick it away from Ness so that Ness isn't quite as comfortable. So I really like it for multiple reasons. But Orianna being picked up again here by 4Geek, and I think that might not necessarily be the best decision.
Well, I mean, it didn't particularly work out for him in the last game. He was up against that, obviously, the LeBlanc, so very hard matchup for him in there. This time around, he's going to be most likely up against the Lulu. We'll have to see what the last pick is here for Immunity. Is it a support or is it a mid laner? Because that'll be the test. Oh man, Italy. So that was the poke champion that Swiffer had last played. In his last 3 champions, he had the Kassadin, the Assassin. He had the Orianna, and he had the Nidalee. And he has got the Nidalee again here for this middle lane.
And he gets to play it against an Orianna as well, which is the real big deal here. What they've done is they were probably intending to have that Lulu in the mid lane. They see the Orianna pick come through, and they go, oh no. No. I can bring out Nidalee here. And we can throw out those spears, and she's going to be out of dissonance, but not quite get out of the way, and he's going to have a really good time in that lane. I mean, once he hits 6, of course, I mean, it's not as easy for Swiffer on that Nidalee to be able to out-farm and out-trade an Orianna early on, but once those spears start hitting for damage, once he can use that Cougar form to clear a wave, oh man, and Swiffer is so good on Nidalee as well. I'm so excited to see what he's going to do this game, because he's so strong.
Alrighty, so not long until we get into this match here for game number 2. Of course, Immunity are a match, or one game of this set up here for the best of 3. And this time it's a little bit different. I mean, the junglers a little bit more aggressive, actually, than what we saw in the last matchup. Pantheon and Lee Sin, what are we expecting out of these 2 guys?
Well, it is actually very different, like you were saying. But one thing I'd like to note about Immunity is they're lacking a fair bit of hard CC. They've got the polymorph, but you can still move around. You've got the traps, but you have to actually land on the traps. What Immunity are going for this time is getting the picks, getting the slows and the drawn-out fights, and then having Swiffer throw spears the entire time. And they can also have then that Wild Growth and Shyvana combination for when the Dragon's Descent wants to come in once they're all low and once they figured that one out. So I think that that's really smart. I would have liked to have seen a Lucian being picked up a little bit earlier if they wanted to go with this Nidalee, but you can't have everything. And having Ness on that Lucian is going to be a massive boon here for Optic Snipers. So Optic Snipers, I think, have changed it up enough, and they have the hard CC. I mean, they've got the stun coming out of Pantheon. They've got the stun on Renekton. They've got the AoE stun here from Annie, Annie being the stun bot, as it were. And then you've also got the Shockwave and the Dissonance for a lot of CC as well. So they're going for another Wombo combo sort of team comp, but I actually like this one a little bit more this time.
Okay. I actually like it as well. I mean, the Wombo combo, as we said, is something that Optic Snipers like to pull off, but obviously game 1 wasn't too successful. The difference here for Immunity is they don't have that catch anymore, so what are they going to be relying on? You know, they lack that hard CC, as you said. What's the alternative to that?
Well, the thing is, what they're trying to do now is they want as much vision as they can, and this is going to come down to Immunity's warding. And as we saw last game, they are fantastic at it. That's just what we know. They're just really, really good. I think there may have been a little bit of a dropout here, but we'll just have to see whether we can get this lobby back happening. Game was accidentally hosted a little bit off, but we're going to be able to see these picks come through all again incredibly quickly, and it's going to be absolutely fine place. I mean, I know you were raring to go. You were looking incredibly excited. And I'm sorry, as I saw a drop in your eyes, we've got to keep this up, keep it happening.
In the eyes. Just like Jakey when he plays in Zhao.
Yeah. Oh, God. And yelling at his mum and stuff like that.
Well,
wait, it's the other way around, isn't it?
He was yelling. He was yelling at his teammates.
And then his mum yelled at him. Yeah. Unfortunately.
But, I mean, they qualified, so who cares at the end of the day?
It's exactly right. And his mum probably got wind of the fact that this is a big deal, and then she left him alone at that point. I think it's absolutely fine, but we're going to try and get back into this game ASAP. We're going to be able to have this one for you.
And obviously, you know, when we look at the tournament as a whole, what does it mean for these guys? Obviously, for Autumn in particular, the grand finalists, if they win it, they get a guaranteed spot into Winter, which is the next series. You have Autumn, you have Winter, and then you have the finals. And the winner of finals will go to the wild card for Worlds. So this is kind of the circuit we have now in Oceania. And just for the small amount of time, though, or what we're looking for in the early stage of this tournament, so I'm getting a bit distracted, but is these guys need to get out of the group stages. Two guys get out of the groups. There's 2 groups, and that'll take you to the round of 4.
Yeah, so basically the top 2 teams in these groups of 4 that we've got, A and B. So we're watching Group A at the moment. This is the first game of Group A, Immunity versus Optic Snipers, as you guys all know. But 2 teams get out of there, 2 teams get out of Group B, and then we've got the final. And so 2 teams will then advance on after that point into Winter. But we're also going to have a bunch more teams as well, so they can reprove themselves if they have to.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's just a little bit of a longer road if you don't happen to make it this time.
And that's the thing, you know, Winter, it's a pretty similar situation, honestly, to Autumn. I mean, we had Immunity qualify in from being last year's champions, and so, you know, Winter's still a long way away here, and these guys are focused on Autumn because that's where it's at right here.
Yeah.
And for Optic Snipers, it's Game 2 because they have to take it back if they want to take it to that Game 3 to potentially move on to the second round of their group stage, I guess, instead of dropping down and having to win your way through. And of course, they're kind of fighting for seeds in the round of 4, so there's a lot to it. It's quite complex, but overall, it's great.
Basically, we just got to think of 2 best teams make it through. So basically, Optic Snipers will need to win almost everything else after this point if they do drop this. But I want to go back to that as well, because Optic Snipers, they just have the habit of dropping Game 1. And they can drop it with a massive gold deficit and look a lot weaker than the enemy team, but they'll come back in the Game 2 and decimate, or just play a massive epic where they're just making the decisions right. They're taking objectives right. They're doing everything that they need to, as if they've got this perfect read on the enemy team. So they're really good at finding out what the enemy team does, and they must just discuss really well after a game, and they assess what happened, and they address those issues. So hopefully we're going to be able to see them do a little bit of that, but Immunity's playstyle was so immaculate last game that it's going to be very difficult for them to come back.
Absolutely. And so Champion Select has been remade. The bans aren't real this time around. They're just putting in random bans here because it doesn't really matter. But the picks are the same, and obviously that's what matters here. So we'll get into the Champ Select, take a quick look at that one. And to me, top lane's going to be an island here. We've got Renekton, we've got Shyvana.
It's the classic.
Yeah.
It's the classic.
Pretty much what we saw last time with Shyvana and Trundle, but obviously I feel like Coolmog was a bit outclassed when it came to Swiper in that top lane. So what's going to be changed up this time around?
Well, Coolmog's going to have a lot more early power because Shyvana a little bit stronger than the Trundle early on, but definitely not stronger than Renekton. Renekton gets to about level 9 before Shyvana can actually do some damage to him, but all up until then, Renekton is going to have the power advantage there in that lane. Does more damage, has more sustain, is able just to be that big bully dinosaur crocodile man. And generally, Swiper isn't going to be able to just take full control of that lane. But we'll see what Coolmog decides to do, because what he needs to be doing is trying to shut Swiper down so he can't be that beast in the backline, just Dragons descending in anytime he feels like it. And with the availability here of a wild growth as well, it's going to be really, really scary having that dragon that can knock everyone back as he flies in and then also knock them all up as he goes in as well if that wild growth is in range. So it's going to be really, really scary for teamfight potential. And on top of all these spears coming in as well here by Swiffer, it's going to be scary.
And that's the thing. With Immunity's team comp here, they've picked what looks like just to be an engaged comp. They've got Lee Sin, they've got Shyvana, they've got Lulu. But then you put Nidalee in there, and suddenly it's just a poke team. I mean, Nidalee is just a one-man army when it comes to that poke, and it turns it from just an engaged team comp where you're looking just to fight to a poke engage, and what it means is, especially with that Caitlyn on top of it...
Yeah, Caitlyn is also a really big deal.
You just poke everyone down and jump in, and I feel, obviously that Caitlyn pickup might have been a bit more... Well, might have been a bit better if Radiant went for the Lucian. It's obviously his most comfortable champion. He's played it the last 4 games in his competitive history.
Yeah.
And locking that one in, you get the Legolas build as well with his ultimate. You synergize really nicely with the culling and the spears, but go for the Caitlyn instead.
Yeah, so the Caitlyn is fine. I mean, the main reason you like to pick up Lucian as well is so you can clear a creep wave instantly with that culling and make sure no one wants to stand in the way, and then you can siege that turret down and take it after you get a few of those spears in as well. He also has Piercing Light, which is really long range. Ardent Blaze you can throw out at that point as well. So Lucian is definitely the pickup you'd want of choice in that way, but Piltover Peacemaker also really nice poke. You've got Ace in the Hole that you can use as poke, which is what it's been used a lot for lately, is making sure that you can take the time for it to load, because people often don't want to use that in a team fight because they could be auto-attacking and actually getting off more damage than necessarily channeling that Ace in the Hole. So
yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
All right, so these guys are loading in. So we'll be in game number 2 real quick right here. And obviously, in this best-of-3 set, Immunity have the momentum out of game number 1, and that's part of that mind game that Optic Snipers, we kind of expected them to be looking for the most. You know, win out that game 1 so they can ride that momentum train. But as you said, Optic Snipers, that team that usually drop game number 1 here, and if we look into their history, what do they usually change around into game number 2 to become so successful?
They often ban out things that they definitely don't want to see. They make a decision on a new team comp which is designed against the strategy that was used against them. And what they did, you know, of course, against Avant was to pick up their bottom lane, which was dominating, and then use that against them, and it worked really, really well. We'll just have to see if the decision that they made in this game against Immunity does pay off. But we'll be in that game very, very soon, guys.
Absolutely. And now we're just going to have a little bit of an awkward silence. But there we are, into game number 2. Welcome. We are onto the Rift now for game number 2 of this best-of-3 set. Defensive start.
Yeah, defensive start, the classic here between Optic Snipers and Immunity. They decided that one worked out fairly well. Oh, Cool Mog just showing off his cool new skin there. And Swiper doing a little bit of a dance. So this is the most excitement that we've seen so far, apart from that distortion last game in the middle lane there by Swiper. Yep. Swiffer, sorry. Oh, man, it's so difficult. They got such similar names, man.
So they're going for the Winston defense. I feel like that's what we usually see.
Yep, just the classic, and Rosie sitting down in this bottom tri-brush, hoping for no funny business there as well.
Well,
sorry, Ice Cold Killer. It wasn't Rosie. I see Annie, and I just assume that it's Rosie. But of course, we've got it on the other side here, and Rosie's going to be playing that Lulu, which has been seeing most of the play in the middle lane. So it'll be interesting seeing a Lulu here in the bottom lane, not doing heaps of damage with those Glitter Lances, and actually playing a more support role.
It's kind of interesting. I mean, obviously that AP Lulu is definitely strong. There's nothing against it, but, you know, it is good to see Lulu back where she's supposed to be. I think the real talk about this Lulu pick was the fact that she was kind of balanced to a really good point by the end of Season 3, where she was a balanced champion as a support, but then the support changes kind of just pushed her over the edge into that strong AP mid. So when we look at the Season 4 changes, Lulu's still just as strong in the support role. She just became so strong for the mid lane that she was a viable pick. So
yeah, of course, and with so much team support as well, with the fact that the Whimsy speed actually scales now off of your AP, which is a big, big deal. So you can just add so much utility to your team. But that being said, Whimsy's still going to be a strong move regardless. And we'll see whether Rosie decides to maybe build a little bit of AP this game.
I'm also keen to watch Ness as well. I mean, he's on this Lucian pick here, so he's probably going to have a little bit of an easier time in this lane. But it is Radius, so we'll leave those judgments for a little bit.
Yeah, and Ice Cold Killer is also on this Annie as well, so this is a really volatile lane here for Optic Snipers, and we'll see whether they can manage to push for this level 2 early, because that's going to be really important for them in this matchup. Just making sure they get as much pressure down as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and actually in the last game,
well, there it
level
is.
3. Ice Cold. He has that stun. Not going to be using it just yet.
Yeah, and Kulmog just doing his Renekton thing, getting right up in the face of Swiper here. This is going to be the island here in the top lane. And our jungle is just finishing off their blue buffs. And Spook's making his way around. It looks like there might be a little bit of a mid lane focus here by Lee Sin.
We'll see if he can make his way in. Forgeek's pushed into his tower here, so not going to be able to gank him.
Not necessarily, but we're going to have Spooks going around, putting his wards down as he does, which he's so good at. Just making sure he gets as much vision as possible. And that way Swiffer can possibly see and get those dangerous spears off at exactly the right spot. And I think it's definitely going to come down to where these wards are and where Swiffer can actually land his damage. And one massive spear can actually turn a whole team fight. So a lot of this is based on how Swiffer goes as far as getting as many of them to hit as possible.
Well, we'll see. Spooks is in his bottom lane. Can he get a successful gank? Ness has been baited a little bit. Nice Sonic Wave. It does connect. Ness manages to get out.
Yeah, really nice Disintegrate there used by Ice Cold Killer in order to stop Spooks from being able to follow through with that cripple after the Tempest. Very, very nice work and gets out alive. No flashes used either, so very, very nice work in order to keep that summon spell. But low now in the bottom lane.
Absolutely. These junglers can be playing it slow. Jakey, no ganks yet from him. We'll see what he decides to do. What is the overall early game strategy for both of these teams?
Well, I think that Jakey really wants to be ganking a little bit more than he is already. I mean, he could have potentially gone for that level 4, almost the same timing that Spooks went for, but possibly in the top lane as the lane was pushing back in.
There we go again. Spooks making his way to this bottom lane. Can he get the gank off this time? Won't be able to find it. Does back out. But look at that abuse onto Ice Cold Killer.
Yeah, Ice Cold Killer hanging onto his stun for quite some time there. And managing to get that off on Spooks in the end when he needed to. But a lot of bot lane focus here by Spooks. He's backing off now, but he's done a lot of work as far as adding pressure here to the immunity side. Of course, 27 now to 22. Pulled ahead a little bit on Creeps' Radier just based on the fact that they just have a little bit more pressure. But Kulmog doing so well in this top lane, managing to pressure out the Swiper on that Shyvana so strong.
And this is a reversal of last game too. I mean, both mid and top lane is now Optic Snipers pushing in rather than Immunity. This is going to give Jakey a lot more options in terms of his own jungling, but it also gives Spooks a chance to shine when it comes to ganking. He's already done that in the bottom lane.
Yeah, of course. And it looks like Jakey's just going to try and clear as quickly as possible and get strong, get that Grand Skyfall, and make sure that he can be making those plays with the big man drop, as we love to call it here in Oceania. Everyone just loves the man drop. Grand Skyfall sounds so cool.
Well, let's see. Spook's going to take away that Wraith right there. Jakey can't really do anything against this. It's a level 4 against a level 3, and so Jakey just runs away. Ness takes a lot of damage. Piltover Peacemaker slices through both of them as well.
That was a perfect display of the synergy that this bottom lane has on the side of Immunity. I mean, that Glitterlance landing and then perfectly getting the Piltover Peacemaker on both based on that slow. Really, really good to see. And Immunity have so much pressure now in the bottom lane.
Are they going to go for the level 4 gank in the bottom lane, though? Spooks has already taken out one golem, but he's going to go for it. Ness and Ice Cold so low. Spooks just going to walk past them. He doesn't want any of that.
Yeah, he was just wandering through. Don't mind me, guys. I'm just passing. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I don't think they had quite enough creeps in order to do that dive, in order to get it off, so they just decided, look, we're just going to play it safe, and we're just going to keep pressuring this turret. But now we have Jakey coming down. There could be some action. And
Spooks is just taking a trip round again. Maybe he's in a little bit of trouble here. Jakey too far away to engage, so they're all going to get away.
Yeah, definitely did scare Spooks off, though. Oh, Ice Cold going so low.
Yeah, look at that. And Spooks isn't afraid. He's still just hanging around. Jakey going to come back around, finds him again. They're just looping around here in this jungle. Wasting a lot of time, I guess, is the only thing out of it.
Yeah, stopping the bot lane from Optic Snipers going back is amazing, because what they can do is they can zone them out of all these creeps that are dying to the turret, and only now are they being able to get back. So they're going to get a lot of free damage on the turret, possibly take the next wave as well, or take this dragon, which is what they're opting for. So that's really, really smart play here by Immunity. Hopefully Optic Snipers, of course now they can see Radiant doing that. So they have now a timer. So it's not going to be the same as last time where Immunity had necessarily all of the dragon timings.
Yeah.
And Optic Snipers just had no idea when that was being taken.
And that's just so strong from Immunity as well. I mean, they did that exact same thing in the last game. They pressured bot lane hard to pick up the early dragon. And Immunity just sticking to their guns here. They've got the strategy down, and it's working for them.
Yeah, it definitely is. But I like that Kulmog is really doing well in this top lane, managing to pressure out Swiper. Has a level advantage here as well, so that Renekton's going to be strong come the mid-game fights. And Jakey just needs to make his presence known on this map, which we know he can do. We know he has it in him. So he's just got to make sure he uses his like extra CC in order to make his presence in this map and just take control for Optic Snipers.
Yeah, Jakey had a fantastic game one here, but I feel he's a little bit spooked right now by this Lee Sin. Puns are always intended. But
that was definitely good.
But I think that's true because right now he's playing very scared. He hasn't made any moves aggressively in this match, and he's sticking to his own jungle, and that's going to mean he falls behind in the long run. So Jakey kind of needs to gather his thoughts and just believe in himself because he can pull this one off against Spooks because he did it in game number 1.
Yeah, that's really true, and he's sort of wasting a lot of what Pantheon's potential is because he has that stun from a very early stage, and once he gets all of his abilities, once he can cycle through those, he can offer so much to a gank, so much damage. CC, he could have gone to top lane and then they could have changed their CC together, potentially got some sort of a kill, but also added a lot of pressure. So despite the fact that he may not have necessarily got off successful ganks around the map, he also adds pressure because he causes damage and they can move on from there. So we'll see whether he can pick it up and possibly get a little bit more aggressive as this game goes on, because I think he really needs to.
Well, here we go. He has that level 6 for the Grand Skyfall. Hasn't really got many items just yet, but he is hanging around that bottom lane. I feel he's sitting around for potentially a counter gank rather than an offensive gank himself.
Yeah, and we've got Spooks going for that Madred's Razor. The jungle item you don't see very often, potentially building into that Wriggle's Lantern.
I think it's for the Dragon Control.
Yeah, that's true, and he does have that extra ward as well, and Lee Sin's like as many wards as possible. Has that sight zone built up already for the added health and for the extra wards for Vision, because Spooks loves Vision, but Spooks also loves to be able to do fancy plays on that Lee Sin, so he can safeguard to those wards at will. So the more wards, the better is Spooks' motto.
Oh, we'll see. He's in this middle lane now. Can he find anything? 4Geek. Just going to scare him back off. But you're right. Spooks loves making these plays on Lee Sin, and we're yet to see them, but Immunity haven't had much showing in the competitive scene over the last couple months here, and so we've seen plays like Chelby.
Oh, nice.
Whoa, going in onto this one. Can he find a kill onto Jakey? Slow goes down. They're both level 6, but Spooks has the damage. Not going to be able to chase it, though. A little bit nervous of the follow-up from Optic Sniper's bottom lane. Yeah,
Jakey just not wanting to pick that fight with Spooks. Of course, if you meet a Lee Sin in the jungle, more often than not, you're going to have a bad time. So he makes sure he tries to get out of there as much as possible. And as we saw, Spooks doing a fair bit of damage to him as well. Has that creep advantage and already has that sweeping lens as well. So he can clear out Vision as well. So that means that Swiffer is going to have a lot better time in that lane and getting those roams off where he can be invisible and throw those spears out and potentially get an easier shot. So really, really nice work to be able to have at least some ward removal at this stage of the game.
Absolutely. So, bit of a slow game here, and that's what we expect. You know, a lot of poke coming out. Oh, actually an ultimate into the bottom lane. Grand Skyfall doesn't come in time, and Tibbers whiffs as well. That is just horrible right there from Optic Snipers. Didn't go to plan at all.
Yeah, a little bit of lazy communication. They're not quite being able to time their skills right, and I think that they just went for the desperation Tibbers to try and make something happen, because if that engage had to work and they had got 2 kills, I mean, they could have potentially taken that bottom turret as well, so that would have been a really, really good swing for Optic Snipers. Unfortunately, not going to work out at this point, though.
Man, desperation. I love that.
Desperation.
It's supposed to bring joy to your team, but no, it brought desperation.
Oh, Ness taking so much damage from that Peacemaker.
Yep, there's a lot of nope in that bottom lane right now.
Absolutely. There wasn't a lot of peace in that Peacemaker either. Another one comes through.
Oh, and look at the return. It's not quite there for Ness just yet. Rady is happy to tank that up.
Yeah, and he's just doing so much damage. Has that BF sword in comparison to the Vampiric Scepter, so he's just outstripping the damage. And this is about the same CS deficit in the bottom lane that we were seeing last time. And oh, Swiffer getting so aggressive in the mid lane.
Oh, he's not going to find a kill though. Orianna just forced to back out. Just one of those spears there.
Yeah, Ness getting an Ardent Blaze off and now has a little bit more health to deal with. Enjoying having a little bit of that sustain, but down by 20 CS here in the bottom lane, and Caitlyn just, Radio on that Caitlyn, just showing that you can just farm a lane and you can throw Peacemakers in people's face, and she just loves being able to sit there and get items.
Yeah, look at that. Slow as well into Ice Cold. Not quite enough to let Rady follow with the poke, but that's really what Rosie and Rady have been doing together. You know, using that synergy that they have to just force Optic Snipers into a sticky situation here. There we go again, Rady pushing it in.
Yeah, and as you can see, Rosie's so good on this Lulu, just constantly harassing, making sure that he uses that Glitter Lance when he can't actually be hurt himself. He puts picks on a creep and then throws out that Glitter Lance so that he's completely safe but still doing that damage. So really, really nice to see here by Rosie.
So 12 minutes, no first blood. A lot more control in this game from both teams.
Yeah, and the Spirit Visage start here by Coolmog, I probably would have liked a little bit more of an aggressive build-up, possibly starting with that Tiamat early on, just so that he can get a little bit of damage, have a little bit of kill potential onto Swiper, but opting for that Spirit Visage, which has gone out of favor just a little bit recently with a little bit of the nerf to the cooldown reduction, but Swiffer might be in trouble here.
Nope, he's just going to pounce out of this one. Shockwave not going to be able to catch him. Throws a spear back as well and actually wins that trade at the end of the day. Oh, Shockwave comes in though. He's trapped in the human. No, gets back in. And there's Swiper over the wall. 4Geek's in trouble. It was a bait all along from Swiffer and now Jakey is out of position. Who's Swiffer going to go for? No, he's chasing. Flash in and he gets the first blood for his team. IM strong start here. And another snipe not quite finding Jakey with a quick reflex for that flash.
That Swiffer's spear was perfectly on target, but then that flash from Jakey was stellar. Over the wall, saving his life in more ways than one, because otherwise he would have definitely been taken out there by Swiper. But really nice flash underneath the tower to get that execute on Orianna.
Oh, so, here comes the pain train from Immunity to the bottom lane. Spook's going to start it up. Alley-oops ice cold across, and Radiant picks it up with the headshot. Nest gets taken out as well. And wow, this game just explodes open here with Immunity picking up 3 kills.
Yeah, Immunity have decided to start using their siege comp
Their
right now because they've just all grouped as 5, all in this bottom lane, and they're going to be able to keep on pushing through because no one's going to be here at this inner turret. And I wonder whether they're going to stay on and try and do even more damage.
Well, they're going to get that second turret right here. Going to have to back out afterwards, though.
Oh, Dragon is now up, though, and Immunity are all as 5, so they're going to potentially take that one away as well.
Yeah, and so far, I don't think they've dropped a single Dragon in this entire series, so... Well,
yeah, Spook's getting got on here, though.
Nice little jump over the wall.
Yep, command attack, command protect there as well. But well, they are actually looking a little bit scared here. Immunity not wanting to make too many big calls.
Well, I mean, Optic Snipers are looking to teamfight this. They've just come back fresh from the base. Immunity have been pushing, so they're a little bit behind in terms of the resources. But also, Immunity need to poke the enemy down here to win.
Yeah, but Radiant is massive right now. Has that Bloodthirster fully completed, so he's going to be offering so much damage in this team fight.
We'll have to see. It looks like the Dragon will go over Immunity. Fairly free there as well. Optic Snipers just backing off. They were rotating for the mid lane turret. Can they get it? Already burnt down to about half health, and Immunity coming in slowly from the behind. It's going to be a fight if they decide to force it, or it could just be a ring around the side. Oh, Jakey's going to jump into the back line, but look at the combo coming out of Swiper. Jumps into the back. It's a 2v3 right there, and a snipe comes in. Swiper taken low. Nest picks up the kill. Can he turn it around for another onto Rosie right here? He's trying his absolute hardest. Oh, another spear from the side. Filthy damage from Swiffer, and we would expect nothing less.
Yeah, his spear's so well timed. Maneuvers.
Spooks is going in though with the Sonic Wave. Not going to find it. Safeguards back out.
Yeah, and Swiffer throwing a pretty short range spear there. Not going to be able to take down Nest, but wow, those spears that we saw him connect there onto Optic Snipers throughout that team fight. Picking up 2 kills for 2 spears. Maneuvers around the Wolves, throws out another one and picks up the kill there onto 4Geek as well. So they're going to be able to turn this around. Nice use of the culling to stop that siege.
Yeah. I really feel like that spear play from Swiffer deserved a sniper punt.
Oh, really? It's like he's playing for the wrong team.
He's playing for the wrong team.
Yes, maybe.
He was camping for them. I don't know. That's
it probably wouldn't have been that great.
I got nothing. Oh well, so Immunity going to go base here. They've just come off a huge push. 2 towers, Dragon, and a huge mid-fight win. What are they picking up here? What are they at?
Well, I mean, we're going for a last Whisper here on the side of Radiant, going for that Legolas build so that he has as much wave clear and as much turret damage as possible, which is very, very standard. The needlessly large rod coming in here now for Swiffer as well, and finishing off those Sorcerer's Shoes. So more mobility, more damage is exactly what you're going to talk about. And Swiper as well, the classic Shyvana build, probably going to be going for that Spirit Visage now next. Perhaps even a Banshee's Veil, depending on what he'd prefer. I mean, Spirit Visage has had the cooldown reduction nerfed just a little bit, but picking up that Negatron Cloak nonetheless. And Spook's going for full defense Lee Sin here. Only has a little bit of damage on his Madred's Razor, so he's going to be able to jump into those fights and just kick people around and be a menace without dying too quickly.
It's kind of interesting too, because the build that Jakey is looking to do here is that Spirit of the Lizard Elder and then into that Randuin's where you become a tank after getting that early game damage. And that's a build that Spooks would usually have pulled off, I feel, for the solo queue. So the fact that he hasn't gone down that build path is interesting. I would like to know what his opinions on that are.
Yeah, we'll see whether he decides to go for that. Often you'll build a Brutalizer before you finish off that combo, but it might be a little bit too late in this game, and they need to have more than just Renekton being able to stand up to
look
some
at
of
that
this damage.
spear. Nice cold killer. Oh, man. One more of those and he'd be dead.
Oh, dear. And this is exactly what... Oh.
Swiffer doesn't actually have vision that far back either, so these are some pretty good spears right now. Another one's going to land on the 4-geek before the command for deck gets in. Swiffer, you can just win games by yourself playing Nedley here.
That's exactly right. All he needs is push bots and wave clear, and then he's just happy to throw spears as much as possible. And they're going to rotate here around to the top lane as well.
Another one landing on the Jakey. And look at the traps coming out as well. Really puts the pressure on Optic Snipers because it limits their ability to move around their tower.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what Immunity is so good at doing. They explode out of the laning phase.
Oh, Spook's going to do it.
Oh.
Spear lands. Oh, man. Spooks definitely could have followed for a kill right there, but he's going to be a little bit more disciplined than that. He's not going full Chelpster here. And he's going to be pushing his middle.
Oh, Grand Skyfall, though.
He's going to jump straight in onto Radiant. Will he get the stun? No, not quite. Rosie is the target right here. Rosie with a nice wild growth as well. Spear's not landing. Minions coming in just in time. Rosie's in trouble, though. Gets caught out. Will go down. Jakey finds the kill.
Yeah, that's a free kill there. Rosie a little bit out of position, so Optic Sniper's picking up a little bit of an advantage, but Immunity doing so well pushing around this map, and that middle inner turret is also so incredibly low, and Swipe is still pushing. They still have so much pressure even now that it's 4v5, but definitely a good pickup. Use of the Grand Skyfall and you get the support, definitely worthwhile.
All right, so what will be the rotation here? 1:40 until this dragon is up, so Immunity are going to have that timer and they're going to be going for it as well. There was vision for Optic Snipers as well, so they will have that timer. And I feel that Dragon at this point is going to be a distraction for the Baron. And that's something we saw Immunity capitalize on in the last game. I'm interested to see if they'll go for it again.
Yeah, and Swipe has also picked up some damage here as well, so this is also a big deal. I mean, he wants to also be in the backline wrecking faces, not just being that big tank. Yeah, of course, by having that Dragon up as well as the Baron at about this stage when you've got Immunity that are incredibly strong, I mean, they can take that Dragon and rotate to Baron really quickly, or they can just ward up the map, and as soon as they see Optic Snipers trying to take that edge way back in Dragon, then they can just start that Baron and take that one off as well. And they also have an incredible siege around the Baron with Swiffer throwing those spears in, and you've got Spooks with always that potential engage with the Sonic Wave. And you've got Radiant to put the traps down so you can catch people out and then potentially get either the free spear, and you can also get the free fight started with Swiper throwing in himself with the Dragon's Descent on top of everything, and then the Wild Growth to follow. It's a really nice wombo combination, and Radiant also to put down so much damage.
All right, so let's take a step back. 20 minutes in. It's a very young game, I guess. 2-5 here in the favor of Immunity, and they've built a fantastic gold lead for themselves as well in game number 2. And Optic Snipers under the pressure here. Immunity pushing them in.
Yeah, absolutely. 8,000 is the gold lead here, and it looks like Immunity has just taken full control of this game. And Optic Snipers were a little bit scared to make moves and and dictate the pace of the game, and Immunity just said, all right, well, we're just going to take it with us and we're going to dominate this one. And they have done exactly that. That play in the bottom lane in order to get 5 people down there and take out 2 turrets and then a dragon really put them in such a commanding position.
Absolutely. Optic Snipers looking to defend this tower here. It's going to be hard, though. And Radier on that Caitlyn doing a fantastic job of this siege.
Yeah, absolutely. And this,
man.
So much damage from that spear. I mean, the death cap hasn't even been finished up yet, and I am terrified to see the amount of damage after that item is completed.
Oh, man. So the siege continues here. Radier still pushing down this tower. Spear's just missing, though.
Yeah, and it's only a matter of time here. That turret is just getting lower and lower, and with Swiffer, he has that Athenes, he's not going to have too many mana issues, and he can just throw out those heals. I mean, Grand Skyfall could be coming in, though.
They're going to force it. Radiant manages to get out of there, and look at that, the focus is on the Swiper. He's taken very low, jumps into the back lane there. Spooks gets taken out. Jakey finds that kill, and it looks like Optic Snipers are turning this one around. Immunity forced to run out.
Yeah, actually forcing the disengage there. Really nice Grand Skyfall there coming out of Jakey and managing to get rid of Spooks, who was a tanky member of Immunity. And this could be dangerous of Immunity to stick around.
We'll have to see right here. Immunity's still going to push this one, so they're playing very aggressive here. They have that Nidalee for the big heals and the poke, and she's low on that mana.
Yeah, absolutely. And they have a fair bit of escapability. Of course, Rosie being fantastic at saving teammates, using that Whimsy to get a little bit of extra movement speed, or using it to polymorph the opponent if they're coming in and they just need to stop that CC from coming through, and Nidalee is also definitely going to get out of there. So they, as we saw just there, Radier in a little bit of trouble in that middle lane, but he does have abilities to get out of those situations as well. So not too frightened, but it's still a little bit dangerous when you've got so much hard engage coming out here from Optic Snipers.
Absolutely. I just had this great mental image right there of Radier getting in trouble and then Swiper coming in and then Radier riding Swiper out.
Oh, that would be cool. I reckon there should be some lantern mechanics on that Dragon's Descent. I reckon that would be really cool.
I have some weird thoughts sometimes when I cast.
That's the first Dragon now here, though, for Optic Snipers, making use of the fact that they forced 2 people back, killing one of them, of course. So rotating around, picking up the Dragon, that's definitely going to be good money in their pocket, but not quite enough at this stage just to solidify them back into this game. They need to get a lot of these teamfights going well, and they need to solidify a stall tactic in order to stop, A, Swiffer from killing everyone with spears, and B, their towers just going down because they can't defend them effectively.
Oh! Man, he really pushed for that as well. You could see him chasing it for a while. Knew how that one was going to pan out. Didn't quite find it though.
Yeah, and Swiffer is so in their face right now, creating so much pressure. There are 3 people in this top lane side, and it gives Immunity free reign in order to ward everything up. Rosie's out there warding. Spooks is pushing the bottom lane, and they've got the middle lane pushing up as well. So Optic Snipers have to be in their base at this point, and it's excellent use of pressure here by Immunity, and they've taken down the top turret.
And you know that their coordination and their communication is fantastic right now. Pulling off these rotations without any hesitation.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a lot of rhyming there, Place, and I was very, very impressed. Spears coming through, not going to be finding their mark, but they're slowly whittling down this inhibitor.
Nice combo. Oh, and the ace in the hole. Wow, 4Geek gets absolutely chunked for it as well. And Optic Snipers want to fight here. Shockwave whiffs as well. That's not what they want. Radius in trouble, and it's Immunity just cruising through this team fight. Now Spooks jumping back in, looking for the insect. Can he find it? No, doesn't use the kick just yet. It was already on cooldown. Coolmog gets sniped out, and that is a big team fight win for Immunity. Another spear coming through, and Swiffer is now 6-0-2. This is gonna be the base.
Absolutely. That was immaculate work there by Immunity. They didn't freak out. They saw the Grand Skyfall coming through. They're like, okay, we'll focus and kill Jakey instantly. And then as they come in, of course, that ace in the hole came through, did so much damage to 4Geek. And as we saw there, there's just, he's too squishy to be able to handle anything right now.
Oh, the spears are still coming through. Swiffer is bloodthirsty right now. He doesn't want the inhibitors. He wants the kills. He's going to have to back out.
Yeah, they've taken that one inhibitor, taken the mid turret as well, and that inhibitor is now exposed. So they can just go back. They can spend a lot of this money. 13,000 again. I mean, this is what we saw in the last game. And it's looking really bad for Optic Snipers, but they've put on more of a show than I was expecting against this veteran team when they've only been together for a couple of months. So kudos to them, but wow, Immunity's playing so well.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we expected Immunity to come out of the gates flying here, but there was a lot of... Whoa, another spear landing, but I guess we didn't really expect we didn't know what... I don't even know where I'm going with this sentence, Atlas.
Yeah, I just don't think we knew exactly what to expect from Immunity because we hadn't seen a very large amount of them recently. So perhaps they were rusty. Perhaps they hadn't been practicing as much. We can put our minds to rest because they are looking as impressive as ever. And this round of 8 is going to be massive, especially with a really big Immunity heading up the front of it.
Yeah, and you look at the other teams as well. You've got Little Wraith. They're monsters on the scene as well. They've the only team in recent years that have taken grand finals off of Immunity. So they're someone to look out for as well. Frenetic Array, probably sitting up there as the number 2 or number 3 team at least in Oceania. So you've got to watch out for them as well here. Optic Snipers were the underdogs, and for their first competitive event, which is what this is, they've put on a stunning show.
Absolutely, and they're still trying to stall this one out. I mean, it feels a little bit like they're circling the drain at this point, you have to be honest, but there's possibility for like getting that wonderful wombo combo off 5 times in a row and then perhaps pushing for the win, but it's looking very, very dangerous. 8 turrets to 1. Immunity's objective control has been massive, and they're going to be able to take this Baron for free with so much vision that they have all the way around the map. I mean, it's going to be Jakey with like the most incredible Grand Skyfall smite if he wants to steal this Baron away, and Immunity have decided they're just going to make use of all of their vision and catch Optic Snipers out when they come into ward.
So Ice Cold in a precarious position right there. Swiper's coming around from the side. Is he going to jump in? Oh, use the build draw to Cutlass. Not going to follow though.
Yeah, and here comes through the ace in the hole as well. Ice Cold Killer is getting taking a lot of damage
Yeah.
and a lot of punishment. And it seems like he may have wronged Immunity at one point because he's getting a lot of these things thrown at him, and I'd be
He
pretty
took their
upset
ante.
if I was him.
Rosie is so mad right now.
Yeah, that's probably true. He's just, quick, get all.
Go.
Oh, here's
Grand
the
Skyfall.
fight, though.
Pantheon's going to go in. Coolmog does his best as well to get into the back line, but he's just getting melted out right here. Radia doing big damage. Spook's going to jump back into his team. Not going to find much. Ice Cold on the run. 4Geek, he's in big trouble at the front of his team right there, and Swiffer looking for the spear. Oh, what a shot! Right down and threads the needle, finds the kill. It's a double kill for Radia as well. Oh, the cleanup is so strong from Immunity, and that's going to be the game.
Yeah, that was incredible. You saw the Static Shiv crit coming through onto the whole team of Optic Snipers doing so much damage. Now Coolmog is just trying to do some distracting while the Nexus goes down, but this is going to be Immunity winning game 2 and going through again to face the next fight and potentially be our #1 seed in this round.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what Immunity were going into this group expecting. They want to be the #1 seed. They want to have the best chances at the Autumn Regional Finals. So they take out this best of 3, and what a show as well. I mean, let's not count out Optic Snipers.
Absolutely.
They do have more shots here in the Regionals. They move down to the lower bracket of their group, and they still have that opportunity to fight through.
Yeah, and we're really hoping that they manage to step up and be the team that we saw before, because no one was necessarily expecting them to be able to take a game, take the win off Immunity, the biggest team here in Australia, but they have shown so much potential with their ability to make picks and ability to keep their head in the game even when it's a losing situation.
Absolutely.
They're fighters, and I really want to see them do well here, so we'll have to see whether they can.
So, next game of the day will be the top bracket for Group B. It'll be coming up soon, guys, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here at the Autumn Regionals. We'll see you later. Welcome back, guys, to the Riot Regionals here in the round of 8. We're now into Group B to take a look at the first match from those guys. It's going to be Frenetic Array taking on your Soul Shell Chuffer. Two phenomenal teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Frenetic Array, sorry, not Frenetic Away.
Well, they're here.
Yeah, they are so... Their bot lane is such a talking point. The Uber brothers are just so incredibly strong in that bottom lane. And your Soul Shell Chuffer in the ACL tournament that we watched just last week, their Wombo Combo team comps were amazing.
Yeah, and take a look at this as well. This is their bottom lane here, taking on against your Soul Shell Chuffer. Uber Giants, bro, and Denny, and the KDAs, again, so similar here. But looks like Uber Giants coming out ahead. Looks like those picks are wrong.
I think that they were the mid laners from last time, but unfortunately, they're not what they've been playing. I mean, the players that Denian were picking up, he played a lot of Ashe the last time that we saw him, and his Enchanted Crystal Arrows were oftentimes very optimistic, but when he manages to land them, man, he starts the fights for his team, and you couple that with a lot of their Wombo Combo mechanics, and it's just really, really cool to see coming out.
So Denian from your Soul Shell Chuffer would have Ashe, and then probably a Lucian or maybe a Kate. Can't quite remember that far back, but that was in their ACL qualifiers.
Yes.
And that's how they got here as well. So he played that Ashe to perfection, and it was an interesting pick. When we take a look at Uber Giant as well, Uber Giants, bro, his picks would have been the Lucian, the Caitlyn, and I think Caitlyn again, and that was when they qualified in Go for LOL 34, which was the first qualifying event that there was for the regionals.
And it was a long time ago that they qualified here as well, so we haven't seen necessarily as much of Frenetic Array coming through, so we'll just have to see what they can bring to the table. And they've seen your Soul Shell Chuffer recently. They know what they can offer, so I wonder if they've got any surprises planned for them. But the band's coming through thick and fast.
Yeah, Gragas and Vi, no surprises there on those bands. They're going to lock those in as bands, and that's obviously Frenetic Array banning them out.
Yeah, Frenetic Array getting rid of them, so Little Cutie Cheese can't be on that fat man, which you definitely don't want to see. I was hoping for a Swain ban for the respect.
Yeah.
Because Little Cutie Cheese's Swain was so dominant.
We should mention that. I mean, the ACL qualifier that your Soul Shell Chuffer won, they had Rumble, they had Swain, and they had Ashe. It was an incredible
And Wukong as well.
And the Thresh in the bottom lane. So it was a huge...
Massive amount of just cluster CC.
Out of nowhere, that team comp just took us off guard. So the Nidalee band out there as well against, obviously... Kensty is his name. He's actually known by a couple of different names here, but we're going to go with that because it's what's locked in. And yeah, banning against him, obviously, the Nidalee, so strong. And Kassadin, as always.
Yeah, incredibly strong. And Nidalee, as we saw in the last game, can be so powerful in that middle lane. Kensty, one of those players that you just can't let him on it. So you just can't let him have it. And Rippy not actually getting the Udyr band out, so that's going to be interesting. His Udyr is a monster. We'll see whether he decides to go with it, but they're locking in the Lulu, possibly for the mid lane, as we saw in the last game, could be for the bottom lane as well, so we'll have to see what actually happens here.
So Kensty obviously is also known, well, maybe not obviously because it's his Smurf, but he's also has been playing the competitive scene under the name Rank 1, and that's the name he was actually picked up by Frenetic Array. And Frenetic Array have picked up most of their players not for their competitive history, but their solo queue mechanics. It's how Rippy was picked up, it's how Kensty has been picked up, and it's been working fantastically for Frenetic Array.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got these players that have these niche picks that they're so incredibly good at. Like Rippy's Udyr, I really hope that we can have a look at it because he is so strong on that champion. And it's one that hasn't been seeing much of play in this current meta. So it's really cool that they've got these niche picks that they know how to play. And that's possibly getting a ban out against a weird champion and leaving up a lot more of those stronger, more sort of OP picks that you might call them.
Well, Leona gets locked in there for the side of your Soul Shell Chuffer. Wukong does as well. So Wukong jungle, Leona in the bottom lane.
This is exciting.
Are we expecting a Swain, an Ashe, and a Rumble here?
I don't want to go crazy. I don't want to go crazy, but we might see something like that. And of course, Yasuo's open as well. And I mean, the combination of Cyclone and Final Breath is really, really huge. So that'd be exciting to see if that could come out. I mean, there are so many options coming out for this one. But the Sivir being picked up here by Uber Giants, bro, is smart. Because it's really good having a Wukong with that Cyclone. You can still move around when you're using it. If you have On the Hunt, you can move around even faster. Get into that back line, get as many people knocked up by that ability as possible. So picking that away, but also then having the Whimsy On the Hunt combo, and they're going to get possibly this Shyvana as well.
Burnout, that's a lot of speed.
I think we can see what's going to happen here on the side of Frenetic Array, and I really, really like it.
I hope it's drag racing.
Well, Dragon Racing is what we're going to call it.
Good segue.
Yeah, because we're going to have that Burnout, the Whimsy, the On the Hunt. They're going to be that dragon is going to be massive, going to be able to lock down any target that she wants. So really, really cool to see. And it's a combination we've been seeing a lot here. And we'll see what your Soul Shell Chuffer actually decide to lock in response.
It's going to be hard. I mean, you're up against all of this speed. I feel I feel like the Swain pick is kind of off the table now. I mean, you're never going to land that never move with such mobility from the opposing team here. But we'll see what little Cootie Cheeseroni decides to go for.
That's true. I mean, if the Cyclone lands, then he can get the never move down underneath as they're getting thrown in the air. I just want to see the Swain, man. Don't be negative. It could come out. We don't know whether it'll do necessarily that well, but I mean, we thought that it wasn't going to go great against the LeBlanc matchup that we saw.
That's true.
And he did fantastically, still managing to play so well on that champion. So we'll see whether the little Cutie Cheeseroni, and he's thinking for a while, and I think Danien's just saying, no, not the Swain, man. It's too weird. It's too
do
niche.
It to me.
You can't do it. But I just really want it to happen. Rumble's available as well for Jack Attack.
And Jack Attack plays a lot of that. So does JK as well. Oh, Danien's hovering it. There it is. They're going to lock it in. Oh, I'm so excited now.
We only need the Swain.
Oh, there's one more. One more
if
pick.
Frenetic Array do the snipe pick and grab away that Swain, I mean, that is going to be a big deal because I don't know whether Kensti is exactly all that practiced on that Swain. Not necessarily one you're going to counter pick away.
Yeah, exactly.
But if that does come through, this team comp was so exciting when we saw it in ACL, and I feel like not enough people managed to see what it was capable of. So the fact that they're bringing it out again for us now is so incredibly exciting.
And if they manage to win the game as well in this best of 3, they'll be one step closer to moving on. And of course, there'll be so many highlights made of this as well because it's such a unique team comp. Oh, raise your riffies here.
Oh my goodness.
Because he's going to lock in this Udyr. 14 seconds left on the clock. What a game this one's turning out to be.
This is going to be so exciting, place, because we've got both teams doing the things that they really want to do. We're going to have the fastest Udyr in the history of Udyr.
Oh my gosh.
The Man-Bear Pig is going to be scooting across this map like nobody's business.
Oh.
But that he's going to be scooting into Equalizers, Enchanted Crystal Arrows, Cyclones, and Solar Flares. And if this Swain doesn't get locked in, I'm going to be pretty upset. But we've got the majority of what we want out of this team comp from your Soul Shell Chuffer. And
I can't even contain the excitement for this one. Something we commented on for Denian playing Ashe in ACL was Ashe is a slow champion, low mobility, but because of Frost Shot and Enchanted Crystal Arrow, she takes down her opponents to her own level of speed here. You know?
Yeah,
takes them down to her own level where she can cope with it. But Sivir, Udyr, Lulu, it's not going to happen.
I don't think you can slow that freight train down, let's be honest. And when you've got two different options for what carriage of that freight train you've got the Shyvana, the big dragon lady, or you've got the Man-Bear Pig Udyr running at you, I mean, it's going to be terrifying. I mean, if it was me playing as Denian, I'd probably die from fear alone.
I would have never qualified to begin with. So
well, that's probably true. But he's going to have a lot on his back as far as, oh my goodness, little cutie cheese.
Ooh, so the timer counted to 0 before that was locked in. So they definitely thought about it for a while, and there we go. So there's the lobby drop. Kind of expected that one. I think there may have been an issue. So everything was locked in, and there's that one pick left for the side of your Soul Shell Chuffer.
Yeah, so we'll make sure we get it all sorted. I think there might have been a little bit of a... he couldn't lock in his champion, so his client was actually frozen here, Flying Jew. So he's just going to log back in. Quickly get this sorted out, and then everything's going to be a-okay. But
the client didn't want to let him have Swain, dude. It's too much.
Even if it was AP Tristana mid, I'd still be incredibly excited. I mean, not quite offering the same wombo combo situation, but I mean, if you get a lot of wombo combo damage down, then you get rocket jump resets, and you can play Mario. I think it'd definitely be a
Where
cool
did
thing.
Mario come into that?
Because you jump on the Goombas with the rocket jump.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense.
What about a Kha'Zix for the resets?
Well, you could do that too, but I think you'd need both.
I'd really like that, actually. Because, I mean, Equalizer Ashe, just burn him down with the health. And then Kha'Zix just kind of turns that victory into a landslide victory with all the resets. So,
well, that could happen. But if you think about Kha'Zix, do you want Kha'Zix jumping around the fight, or do you want a giant ravenous flock Swain being a beast, throwing down that torment and the laser birds and doing all of that cool stuff?
Ooh, quite the question you pose there.
I know.
We'll see.
And it has been locked in.
Oh, man. So this is round 2 for them, your Soul Shell Chuffer, locking in the exact same team comp that they used.
I have to compose myself, place.
It's the same team comp they used in their qualifying best of 3.
Swap Leona for Thresh, and it is exactly the same, but I think Leona offers more to this type of team comp. So I am so
agree.
incredibly excited. This is exactly what we wanted to see coming out of your Soul Show Chuffer. And Frenetic Array, we've got Rippy on his Udyr as well, and you've got Kensti on that LeBlanc. So many flashy plays available on top of what we were going on about before in the first 3 picks that they came out with. The Shyvana and the Lulu with the Whimsy, and you've got also the On the Hunt from Sivir. This is going to be a massive game, and this bottom lane is going to be incredibly interesting because we haven't been seeing a lot of Lulu, and we haven't been seeing a lot of Ashe in that bottom lane. We've been seeing a lot of Lulu in the mid lane, but Rosie was the first one to pick it up in a long time in that bottom lane, so it's going to be interesting to see what Little Uber decides to do and see what happens this game, and it's just going to be so cool. I'm so excited. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, man. So, you know, your Social Chuffer pulling this one off again. It's kind of interesting. They actually banned out the Thresh, so they couldn't get that complete lineup that they qualified with, which would have been great just for the story side of it. But
they didn't want to give that Thresh over to Little Uber Giant. It's just a little bit too scary at this point. You don't want to give that Thresh over to him. So opting to go for a slightly different option. But I do like the Sivir against the Ashe as well. Even though the Sivir was picked first, if you manage to block off that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, then it's really, really good. But as we saw in ACL, Denian has this cute little method of throwing as many volleys as possible at the Sivir so that she thinks she can get free mana from every volley that comes out.
with the Spell Shield.
With the Spell Shield. Once Denian hits level 6, though.
Little does she know.
Yeah, that you throw out that volley, Spell Shield comes through, and then you're a target. Basically, you just painted this giant red target onto your face, and you've got to stop spell shielding those volleys after level 6, otherwise you're going to die.
Yeah, and so to qualify your Social Shuffle using this team comp against BLG, who were a hot favorite to qualify and didn't actually make it, and
it was purely on the back of this incredible type team comp that your Social Shuffle came out.
As you said, Denian with the bait with those volleys was working so well against BLG, so it's a little bit of a discipline, I guess, for the little Uber Giant bot lane and the Uber Giant bot lane.
Yeah.
If they can deal with this and how they're going to cope against this Ashe, because it's an interesting pick. It's not something you see often. That's especially true.
Yeah, exactly. And Ashe is known for being a hyper carry for really weird reasons. You touched on this before. It's the fact that you have so much added utility in a team fight. You don't necessarily do incredible amounts of damage like the likes of a Jinx or something like that hyper scales into that late game so incredibly strongly. But you have so much CC. You can kite so well. It's going to be really hard, though, for Denian to kite against this particular team. So we'll see whether what was incredibly strong in ACL against the team comp that we were dealing with is as strong this time against this team comp, because I don't think that there was necessarily a Lulu on the other side the last time that they played this. So a Whimsy could actually ruin Denian's day just a little bit, and Dragon's Descent on top of Ashe, I mean, not very much escapability, so might struggle a little bit against that particular hard engage.
Alrighty, so let's take a step back. We've talked a lot about your Social Shuffle's lineup here, because it's the most interesting one.
And we're incredibly excited, let's be honest.
But Rippy got his Udyr here, and this is something that he hasn't played in a long time competitively, because it's always banned.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
The fact that he's picked that up is a feat in itself, and how it synergizes with the rest of his team and the mobility and the speed they're going for is awesome. But let's go back to basics here. How are the lane matchups looking for these guys?
Well, I mean, you've got the matchup between Rumble and Shyvana is one that we've been seeing crop up whenever Rumble decides to crop up. Often there's a Shyvana there, and Rumble actually does okay in that lane. Yep. It's not too bad for him. Often you see Rumbles are like, oh, I think I can actually manage in this lane against the Shyvana, because Rumble has a lot of flat damage that comes out, a lot of incidental damage as well. He wants to be using that Flame Spitter. He wants to be staying within that heat range.
Yeah.
So he's going to be able to be putting out a lot of damage, and the incidental burnout damage is what Shyvana really likes to do in that lane. Likes to just farm the creeps and has the burnout in order just to do damage, and he can throw out the Flame Breath as well and just harass down and do a whole bunch of work. But Rumble works a little bit similarly. Has that shield as well for the pseudo sustain, so it can stay out of a bit of that damage. So he's feeling a little bit better in this lane. So hopefully Jack Attack can just channel his inner, like, whatever he was in that last game, in the last series that we saw them play, and show us that incredible play. His equalizers were immaculate. He was managing to land everything that he needed to, and he's just got to survive in this lane against Shyvana. He doesn't need to worry about killing her over and over again. There's not a power struggle there. He might need to play a little bit defensively, because Shyvana does like to bully.
Yeah, that's
but
true.
if he stays alive and stays relevant, manages to get a Haunting, guys, his equalizers are going to be doing so much work.
Yeah, and obviously, let's take a look at the middle lane here. It's the same matchup that your Social Chuffer played this team comp with in their qualifiers in ACL. It's the Swain taking on the LeBlanc here, and Little Cutie Cheesaroni. That's a mouthful of a name.
That's fantastic, though.
But he did fantastically well in that. But we're going into game number 1 here. Let's do it. Oh man, that video always gets me so hyped up. And you can see the Uber bot lane as well. Those guys are monsters here in the scene. And
unfortunately, you guys were probably waiting for the game to come back in, but it's just a little bit of a pause, so you're going to have to be dealing with our pretty faces just for a couple of seconds.
Just kidding.
Yeah, there it is, straight back in. So I just say that pretty faces line that D-Man really likes, and I just get done for it. Nevertheless, we are onto the Rift now, and we've got, of course, over on our blue side, Frenetic Array coming back after being the first to qualify that wasn't Immunity, I believe, unless it was NV.
No,
I think they were the first. And against Your Soul Shell Chuffer, who was the second last to qualify.
There we go.
So we'll see how these teams go, and I'm incredibly excited about Chuffer's lineup and whether they can make it work as well as they did the last time we saw them. And
You're
also
excited
Rippy.
about their lineup. I'm excited about their ball right here because they're not doing the defensive lineup here on the level 1. Frey doing it, and this is like groundbreaking here in terms of Oceanic meta. It's kind of sad that I even have to say that.
Yeah, well, I know what you mean, but it's not necessarily Oceanic. Everyone's doing this defensive start, but your Soul Shell Chuffer just deciding not to do that one. Well, Uber Giant has spotted them out, though.
Yep, gets the eyes down, and you see, this is why the 5-man defense is just so strong. You know, you can't do anything against it because you're gonna get spotted out.
Yeah, and I wonder if this was your Soul Shell Chuffer noticing that in the defensive posturing here by Frenetic Array in general, over time has been a little bit different. So they're like, oh, maybe this strategy will work against them this time, but unfortunately not going to happen this time. And Uber Giant's Bro was just at the right spot to be able to spot them coming around the corner and without any danger of dying. But it was a nice little attempt there.
I really liked my idea that I came up with during the Challenger qualifier, where blue team just groups into the Baron Pit, flashes the wall, and sweeps around to kill one of the solo laners.
Yeah.
It's rather extravagant.
I don't know whether it's necessarily like a game-winning maneuver, but if it came off, I would be very, very excited.
I'm trying to be serious here, man.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yep.
All
And
right.
the Torment coming down, Distortion doing a little bit more damage, though.
Yeah, so Zahi going to start at his blue. Rippy starting at his blue as well, so these junglers, fairly standard level 1s.
Yeah, just going to be meeting at other sides of each other. So top lane here for Zahi, and Rippy going to be nearer to that bottom lane, which has seen the most sort of early, as we can see, aggression.
Yeah, Uber taking a bit of damage there. Little Uber, I should say. These guys' names, they always get mixed up. So in team fights, you know, you just kind of have to think of them as one cohesive unit, because that's how they act.
Yeah, well, it's exactly right. And they've been playing, as you guys heard before as well, I mean, they've been playing together for so long. They're brothers here. Of course, their older brother is, in fact, a sub for the team. So there are 3 Uber brothers in this particular lineup. Oh, Denian taking so much damage.
Yeah, he's actually in a lot of trouble here. Uber Giants Bro not quite going to follow it up just yet, so Denian's all right, but as you were saying, you know, they do have a 3rd brother, so once we see that tri-lane in the bottom lane, there'll be a spot for him.
Yeah,
he'll be making his showing.
As I said, I'm just waiting for that Blitzcrank Alistair Maokai lane, and it's just going to be really, really fun to watch. Maokai.
I don't know how he got in that lane.
Yeah, well, he's already in that lane. See?
I thought he was stuck in the
he's
jungle.
standing over there.
just sitting there in the jungle. All right. Well, you can see the volley harass coming out here on the little Uber, and not really doing as much as they would expect right here. He's already getting doubled in CS here by Uber Giants Bro, so a good start for Frenetic Array's bot lane.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're just putting the pressure down. Got to that level 2 early, got it before Denian and Flying Dew, so able to just pressure down on this lane. And Siva has a lot of damage early on, and normally she doesn't have as much pressure. But, oh, there's actually the junglers meeting here in the bottom lane, but they don't want a thing to do with each other. And, yeah, sorry, as I was saying, Denian on that Ashe just not a very strong laner after about level 1. I mean, you can get that volley and you can do that crit damage, but it still just doesn't give you much after that point. Once you're in that laning phase and you're last hitting, you don't have necessarily those crits, and Uber Giants Bro is going to be able to get those boomerangs down and do tons more damage.
And that's a good point as well. Oh, look at that. Zenflare going right in here. Flying Dew going to do the damage. Has Wukong as well. This could be good news for your Soul Shell Chuffer. but it's just about the pressure right now.
Yeah, and that boomerang following through onto Denian as well. Denian taking a lot of damage in that engage, and probably didn't want to be going any further forward, and Zahi having to get out of there as well. Nice to see.
Oh, in the middle lane though, Rippy coming in. Cutie, oh, he gets stunned up. This could be bad news for Cutie. Cheezeroni has nothing to get out, and the first blood will go to Rippy.
And that is so dangerous. Having Rippy on his favorite champion, now with first blood as well. Oh dear, this Udyr is going to be a problem in this game, and we'll see what Zahi can do to potentially do something about it. Oh, Denian taking more damage.
Oh, look at this though. Little Uber takes a bunch as well, so good turnaround from Flying Jew, but Denian has to go base off the back of that.
Yeah, and it's 1,000 gold the difference here at 4.5 minutes, or 5 minutes. So really doing well is Frenetic Array in order to utilize the fact that they have a stronger early game just because their laning is better. The team fight potential for your Soulshot Chuffer is gigantic. So if they get to a team fight stage in the game around mid to late game, they're going to be really, really strong. But up until then, they're not going to have the same power that Frenetic Array have.
Absolutely. So let's take a look at this top lane, because it's becoming an island again, as we usually expect. And
Absolutely.
JK Smithy, he plays a lot of Rumble himself here, so being up against this matchup is something that he at least knows how the champion is going to work. He knows the ins and outs.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And you see these two players, and you were wondering which one of them is going to pick Rumble, because they were the classic sort of Rumble players here in Australia. So it's exciting to see Rumble come out here, but Smithy just knows how to play against that champion, and we can see the lane's actually working out quite evenly as far as CS is concerned.
Yeah.
But within these fights, and knowing the damage potential of a Rumble is going to be a massive boon for Frenetic Array in general, because they'll know not to go near him at certain stages. When that equalizer is available, they'll give him enough respect.
Yeah, look at that, Denian not quite giving enough respect there by contrast to the Uber bot lane. Gets chunked down. And actually, the Uber bot lane, when we look at the immunity team write-up that Riot posted, Radius said that he was most scared of Frenetic Array's bot lane here.
And why would you argue?
Exactly.
Why would you argue with them at this point? Just because we're seeing exactly how strong they are. They're throwing out all of the harassment, still managing to get all of those greats. Oh, Dragon Descent!
Yeah, right into that top lane, and Jack Attack looking to turn this one around on the run. Just going to go towards that tower. Will he find the kill onto Rippy? It's so close. Ignite is ticking, and it will find the kill. What a turnaround from Jack Attack. He's still on the run. Can he pick up another? No. JK Smithy shuts him down.
Almost manages to get away after getting the kill onto Rippy, who was a really strong Udyr after getting first blood. Wow, that is incredible damage coming out from that equalizer, and Jack Attack making sure he positions himself so that if both of these melee range champions want to fight him, they're going to be standing on top of that equalizer. And then with that Flame Spitter doing so much damage, and the Ignite manages to finish him off. But in the bot lane, there's a lot of excitement.
Happening.
Oh.
Just kidding. No, Wukong stealthed in, didn't quite find the engage he was looking for. And Flying Jew ate a lot of poke before that as well, so I feel like level 6 is going to be needed here for your Soulshot Chuffer in this spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Level 5 now being hit, so they've got a whole sort of wave and a half possibly before that level 6 does come through. But then, yes, I think that Frenetic Array are really going to have to watch what they do, because if they get surprise engaged by a Solar Flare or Enchanted Crystal Arrow, then they could just be CC'd for the entire duration of their lives from 100 to 0. So it could be scary, but I think Frenetic Array have done a really good job in putting as much pressure on as possible, so they might have a better time, and they're definitely going to hit level 6 earlier.
And we'll have to see as well how Uber Giants uses that shield. Well, here we go. Zenith Blade going in into Little Uber Giant just for a little trade here. Denian gets slowed down, going to take a lot of damage. No boomerang just yet from Uber Giants, bro, and Denian still just kiting. There's the chunk of damage.
Yeah, very, very nice. Managing to sidestep out of the second portion of the damage, did Denian? He's been getting sort of double tapped by that boomerang quite a lot and taking a ton of damage for it, but that time not quite as bad. Smithy and Jack Attack just going at each other again, and Haunting Guys coming through as we were talking about onto Jack Attack, so finishing up his pretty much core item there. And staying really even on CS. And having that Spectre's Cowl against a Rumble is really, really huge, because he's going to be doing so much harass with his skills that you just really need to have that extra regen.
Absolutely. So, doing this top lane again. Jack Attack putting the pressure down onto JK Smithy. Actually, mid lane and junglers right now finding each other a little bit. Starting not too worried about it, though.
Yeah, and the Boots of Swiftness being picked up really, really quickly here by Rippy. And What he's noticed is the fact that there are so many slows. He does not want to get kited by
Yes.
Denian. He wants to be able to just go in there and destroy him and then move on. Because there's Equalizer for the slow. There's Denian for the slow. There's Little Cutie Cheese's Bird for the slow. There's all sorts of slows coming out. There's a lot of hard CC as well, but I mean, I think that slow factor is a really big deal. And if he gets Spirit of the Ancient Golem as well on top of that, he'll have the tenacity to deal with getting hard CC'd. So this Udyr won't have as much inhibiting his ability to run around these team fights.
Absolutely not. So we're looking for Drag Race or Rippy in this match. And
Absolutely.
that's what he's looking to do. A quick Dragon picked up there as well from Frenetic Array. Good rotation. What led to that? I feel like your Soulshot Chuffer were caught off guard.
I think that Frenetic Array just pressured the bottom lane of your Soulshot Chuffer to the tower. And because they're scared of getting engaged on, because they didn't have a stronger team, and the fact that Ubergiant's Bro and Little Ubergiant got to level 6 earlier, then it sort of forced Chuffer to stay in their lane and farm out to level 6, so they got the Dragon off the back of that. It was a really nice rotation, though, and they made use of the fact that they had not as much vision there around that Dragon Pit.
Absolutely. So a quick pause coming in here for these guys. Just a breather.
Yep.
Obviously, not too far into this game. It's 2-1. A Dragon picked up from Frenetic Array, so they're clearly in the lead here. The difference in gold, less than
Almost
1,000.
negligible at this point. It's 10 minutes into the game. I mean, less than 1,000 gold difference. Oh, it's actually a little bit more than 1,000, actually. It's 1.7 at this point. So 2 kills to 1, though. But at 10 minutes, I mean, that doesn't mean that much. And this is actually quite dangerous for Frenetic Array. Because if they go even in this early stage of the game, and then Chuffer manage to get the team fights that they want, I mean, that is a massive deal. The fact that Swain is able to do as much farming as he wants. Whoa!
And as much damage. Look at that. Kensti already to half health.
And with that Ravenous Flock now available on the side of Little Cutie Cheese, we just saw the fact that as soon as he hits that level 6, he's almost immovable from that lane. He's so incredibly strong. Almost has that Rod of Ages, and never move coming through. Kensti, nice little sidestep out of the way of that one.
You see, I'm not really keen on the LeBlanc pick against this Swain. Obviously, LeBlanc was picked first. Swain was the last pick for your Soulshot Chuffer, but it's something we've seen a couple of times now.
Yeah, it is, and you'd think that LeBlanc could be really strong in this matchup just because, you know, the tether ranges on
oh, here we go. There's the engage. Jack Attack looking to run here. Nice ultimate. The Cyclone used from Zaki. JKS Smithy on the run right here. Will he be taken out? Oh, Jack Attack so low. Oh, look at the damage from the Flame Burst. Almost takes him out.
Yeah, Jack Attack was playing with fire at that point in more ways than one. And all Rippy's now here. This could be the full follow-up. Nice decoy.
Stuns it. Will he find anyone? The teleport from Jack. Oh, it's not enough. Oh, man.
Follow-up kill, though, in the mid lane.
There we go.
Chizaroni picks that one down. As we saw, little Chizaroni was doing so much damage. And that Never Move obviously just found its mark in the mid lane. And it's going to be able to put that pressure down. Rippy's now here, though, and he's on that Udyr. We can't forget this. Does now have that Spirit of the Ancient Golem, so nothing's going to be slowing him down or breaking his stride at this point. He's just going to be able to run wherever he wants. So little Cutie Cheese this time manages to get back, and he's going to tell Jack Attack exactly how he managed to do that, because Jack Attack was very upset about not being able to.
Whoa, look at the damage to Denian as well. Nice little catch there from Little Uber. Slows him down, and Rippy's coming in from behind now as well. Is he going to make his mark? He's low on mana, so it's a little bit of a concern for him. Yeah,
Zahi was there, though, to offer his support. So a couple of wards now in that Tri-Brush, but this bottom lane here by your Soulshot Chuffer is getting pressured so hard. Giants Bro has like a magnet on the end of his boomerang. It just wants to hit Ashes in the face at all times. So he's just throwing that down and always hitting his mark. Just really, really nice work. 97 now to 74 CS in this bottom lane, but Ash doesn't mind necessarily to fall behind in lane just because Ash isn't known for the laning phase. Ash is known for throwing out those arrows, getting that CC down, and then kiting for days. And throwing out volleys and slowing whole teams. You know, a lot more of a utility-based AD carry or marksman. And, I mean, Sivir does offer that as well. On the hunt is very, very useful, but also has a lot more raw damage. So, if I was Denian, I wouldn't be feeling too bad.
Absolutely. So let's take a step back here. 13 minutes in. Very close, but obviously Frenetic Array taking a bit of a lead. Cutie in big trouble right now in a 1v5 situation. No, 1v4 will get taken out. Rippy picks up his third kill of the game there as well.
Yeah, massive four-man rotation there in the middle of the lane. And Little Cutie Cheese knew he was going to die. Was trying to take Kensti with him, but a nice Wild Growth comes through by Little Uber and manages to get out of there. Rippy now very low on mana. Has a blue buff pumping him up, but Not going to be able to push too much further. And nice response here by your Soul Shell Chuffer. I mean, they saw the fact that there was this 4-man push, and they immediately answered this.
Oh, and they're going to catch little
is.
Uber. 3 ultimates used for it. Will they pick up the kill? If Uber can survive, it'll be great, but he does go down. Can Rippy find anything off the back of it? No. Nice catch from your Soul Shell Chuffer, but is it worth it? They use 3 ultimates and an Ignite.
Well, the ultimates aren't necessarily on massive cooldowns. They do have the ability to sort of slow it down and just farm out the waves as they come through, wait for the Wombo combo to come off cooldown, and oh, Giant Spur.
Yeah, use that spell shield as well for the volley like we were talking about in Champ Select. So there was a little opportunity for Flying Dew, but didn't want to use that flash, didn't want to engage it. Playing it safe is fair.
I definitely think playing it safe for your Soul Shell Chuffer is a smart idea at this stage because they're only going to get stronger. This game's only going to get easier for them, and it's on Frenetic Array in order to try and speed it up, take as many objectives as they can, and it was really good what they did in the mid lane, but they needed to push down the turret. They needed to time it with the creeps so that they managed to get a good push there. So we'll see whether they can turn it around and possibly do a little bit of that action. And it is looking good for Frenetic Array, but
absolutely.
This 2,000 gold lead isn't necessarily enough to solidify their position.
So let's look at Kensti as well in this middle lane. He's on that LeBlanc pick, and that's something we have to always expect to do well in the early game, but he hasn't. So what's going on in Kensti's mind?
Well, Kensti is terrified of this gigantic bird now because he can't burst him down. And when you can't burst down someone as a LeBlanc, then things aren't going well for you. And that's exactly what she wants to be doing all the time. And because Little Cutie Cheeseroni's on Swain, he has so much inherent sustain as well. And with that Catalyst on top of it and the Ravenous Flock giving him so much of his health back, I mean, it's just too hard for Kensti to get enough damage quickly.
We'll see. It's a nice bit of damage down to Rippy, but of course, Rippy going to sustain that up. No problems at all with that turtle.
Yeah, the turtle and the birds. It seems to be a little bit of a Raven v Turtle battle here. But Little Cutie Cheese doing quite well. And they're going to be able to possibly pick up this dragon here on the side of your Soul Shell Chuffer. So nice work, and it's going to be 1-for-1 on the dragon side.
Yeah, first one was picked up by Frenetic Array, so a nice response for your Soul Shell Chuffer right here.
Yeah, and they do manage to smite that one down. Zahi picking that one up. This top turret, though, is definitely going to pay for it. And Jack Attack coming down for that dragon fight. They're going to lose top turret, so as you generally say, the objective that actually gives you more map pressure is going to be the more valuable option.
Yeah.
So Frenetic Array coming out on top as far as the objective trade is concerned, but are your Soul Shell Chuffer going to be able to utilize that extra little bit of money in order to get further in this game? Ujai's Burr, though.
Well, we'll see. Uber gets taken very low pops on the hunt as well, so he does get out.
Yeah, but Little Cutie Cheese is looking so dominant
Absolutely.
on this lane right now.
Oh, look at this, though. 1v2 situation here. He's got Flying Dew. Look at the damage, though, from Kensti to start that up. Nice flash right out of that Zenith play right here. Frenetic Array look to turn it around. They get the stun. Oh, it goes through as well. And look at the follow-up. The ultimate coming out of Jack Attack is so strong. Rippy taken low. He gets taken out as well. And now they're going on to Kensti. Can they pick him up? Little Uber Giant on the run. Flash from Jack Attack. He's on the attack, and he gets a double kill.
Wow, that was just such perfect rotational skill. Everyone came in.
Oh no, they're going back in. JK Smithy going in. Kensti taken low. Jumps back with his distortion right there. Will be able to live that. That was close.
Yeah, JK Smithy just massively destroying that decoy. Unfortunately, not going to be able to pick up the kill there on Zahi, but they didn't quite have the re-engage potential that that Chuffer was displaying. And this is exactly what we were talking about, you know? Like, when you get to this stage of the game, when level 6 has been hit by every member, you have the opportunity for engages like that to happen. And as we saw, that Equalizer, so much damage, so well placed on top of the Solar Flare and the Cyclone, this team comp is just really difficult to deal with if they get engaged on.
Absolutely, and I feel this Rumble pick has been fantastic. Monty Crystal himself said that the Rumble pick is a scary one for teams usually because it's high risk, high reward, and in this game, it's been all reward for Jack Attack. He won his lane, he didn't suffer any ganks from Rippy, and...
Well, he did, but he went 1-for-1 in a 2v1 situation. He's going to be okay with that.
And that's the point. He turned it around, and he played phenomenally in lane right here. So it's all reward for Jack Attack. He's 3-2-0. Decent CS as well. Rumble's pretty hard to CS on, remember. And he's looking so strong for this mid game.
Yeah, and it's not very hard for Jack Attack to CS on Rumble. He basically is Rumble, let's be honest. He plays a lot of that.
Oh, he's going to get melted. Melted cheese in the mid lane. Can he get out of this one? Look at the follow-up from Kensti. Takes him out. Nice gank there from Frenetic Array.
Yeah, Distortion doing enough damage to keep them off here as well. And this tower is in a little bit of danger here as well.
Not quite.
No, they're going to be able to get them off this one. Giving a lot of respect to the Equalizer.
Yes.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow. The combination that was very, very disruptive before.
Denian almost caught out of position right there, and that's what you need to be careful of, is Ash, not to get caught out the front. Lots of stuns coming in from Fnatic Array. Are they going to dive this?
I don't think so. There's a lot of wave clear coming through from this Flame Spitter and the volley that's coming out. I mean, that's not necessarily abilities you see as being amazing wave clear, but when they're coupled together, it's actually doing quite well, clearing out these waves quickly enough. So nice work by your Soulshell Chuffer, and Little Cheeseroni's coming back into lane. That's when things get scary.
Yeah, coming in slowly, it's going to be a while till he gets there, but the pressure's been turned around. Your Soulshell Chuffer now sieging this mid lane.
Yeah, and they've put it back, and this turret is much lower. And the volley spam is actually starting to hurt.
Yeah, it puts the slowdown and it allows a bit of follow-up from Jack Attack. It's really synergizing well here for your Soulshell Chuffer.
And they know, because they've used this team comp. They love this team comp, and it's been winning them games over and over. The comfort that's now on this team. I mean, they can fall behind a little bit early, but they're like, guys, it doesn't matter. We're on our champions, and we can do this. And they're really showing confidence and just utilizing what they've got. And I can't see this getting through next game, but wow, Fnatic Away have a chance of doing some work, but your Soulshell Chuffer are just putting the pressure on so hard.
So they pick up that mid tower right there, and it's so rare that we see a team in Oceania find such a niche team comp and strategy and just pull it off every time right here. And it's very satisfying to watch, I guess, to see your Soulshell Chuffer.
Oh, here it is!
Oh, incoming! Arrow's going to whiff, though. There's the field goal.
Yep, that's what we're talking about. Denian goes for him. I mean, if there's the opportunity for an arrow, he's going to throw them out. I mean, LeBlanc has distortion, but Denian's going to throw the arrow anyway. He doesn't care.
Well, there's the engage, though, right into Kensti. Are they going to come out on top right here? The Solar Flare doesn't really land. Cyclone comes through as well from Zaki, but they're going to back off. Cutie didn't get the message, though. He jumps in. Now way overextended. Look at the damage out of Kensti. Gets melted. Cutie gets taken out.
Yeah, that was just not very well communicated.
Rippy's jumping in as well, but here is JK Smithy from the back as well. Rippy goes down. Kensti low on the left side right here. It's not going to be good news for him. Look at the damage from JK. Triple kill for him, and a double in return from Uber. Look at that. Fnatic Array with an ace.
Yeah, really, really nice comeback, but really sloppy engage there by your Soulshell Chuffer. Just not quite landing their abilities at the right times. They're going to be able to pick up this turret as well off the back of that ace, and Fnatic Array have solidified a little bit more of a lead here. It's not necessarily put them in a definite winning position, but they've managed to get the turret. They got the objective off an ace, and this has made them so much stronger in this matchup. And we got to stop talking about how your Soulshell Chuffer are on the comfort, because that just looked like they didn't know what they were doing. Like the Enchanted Crystal Arrow missed, and then the follow-up happened anyway. And they've really got to make sure that if that misses, they've just got to be patient, wait for it to come back up again, and then try again. It's not, you can't force these sorts of engages.
Yeah, little Cutie Cheeseroni just wasn't on the same page as the rest of his team. It's a bit unfortunate there.
When he has his on his hourglass, though, I think things will be a little bit better for those sort of engages. Maybe he just thought he was a bit better than he was.
That's true. It's a little bit away, though, so maybe that's an opportunity for Fnatic Array really to push their advantage right here. Your Soulshell Chuffer, though, they're going for this dragon. Will Frey contest, though? That's the question. They have eyes on it now. JK Smithy is there, doesn't have a way to jump the wall. So your Soulshell Chuffer picks up the dragon.
Yeah, and Kensti was picking up blue buff at that time. It was just really good timing there by your Soulshell Chuffer. And I think they may have even saw in the river, perhaps. No, they didn't. They were just, it was just good timing. Just really good timing. So they picked that one up and put them a little bit further back in contention with the gold. Yep. But to be honest, if the gold's within 5,000,
here we go.
Things are okay.
This is how Rippy plays Udyr. Just gets up in the face of the enemy and gets chunked for no reason.
Well, he's definitely doing just that, but he wasn't getting slowed nearly as much as you'd expect with that frost shot. So
yeah, that's true.
Nice play, and he's showing that the decision to buy those Swifty boots was a very good decision.
Kind of testing his limits as well. I like it.
Yeah, and we'll see what he decides to go for next. I'd assume probably a Randuin's Omen, because he wants to get on that defensive side with the armor so that Denian doesn't ramp up and do way too much damage and have too much Kai potential on that on the Udyr. But we'll see what he decides to go with, because there is a massive amount of magic damage coming out of this your Soulshell Chuffer team.
So definitely slow down here on the side of your Soulshell Chuffer. They're not aggressing anymore. Kind of interesting, you know, why are they choosing to do this and slow it down now?
I think they want Denian to be able to, as you can see, he's freezing the lane in that bottom lane. He's 50 CS down, 40 CS down, doesn't have as many kills or assists, and he's down about a whole item. So he wants to be able to get some of those items, get the static shiv, and catch up with the amount of damage that Uber Giant Spur is doing, because he's just outstripping him in these team fights.
Oh, look at the catch here, though. Ultimate use from Kensti already. Rippy, a little bit caught out here. 3v1 fool him, but going to be able to run away, no problems there. Bear stance and just pieces that.
Yeah, Zahi's really good at those decoys, though. I mean, it feels like Rippy's catching him out, but he's just catching out a little fake version of himself. And Denian's still able to sit here and freeze the lane. Not quite so much at the moment because the creeps have gone, but it's going to meet again. So he's got a little bit more farm under his belt, but still not going to be catching up. And oh
like this.
dear.
Fnatic play right here. They're waiting for a catch. I don't think they're going to find it, though.
Yeah, the dragon isn't actually available. Maybe they hadn't. No, they know that it's not available, so I'm not sure what they're necessarily doing.
Who are they going to catch? No one just yet. Denian. Oh, if Denian had pushed up, he could have been dead right there. Fnatic Array. They don't find anything for their troubles, but it was worth the shot.
Yeah, Chuffa had a few wards in that jungle, so they sort of knew what was going on. Didn't quite understand enough, though, so of course Denian is going to back away. Doesn't like his chances without his teammates around him in order to back him up. But 3 turrets now to 1, and we've got to have your Soulshell Chuffa starting to pressure onto these objectives. They got to scare Fnatic Array with their incredible team fight combination potential, and then take an objective from it again, like they did in that middle lane, which was really, really strong, except they overstayed their welcome just a little bit.
And it all came down to the equalizer from Jack Attack. Jack Attack's definitely slowed down here as well. He's picked up the Ryla's Crystal Scepter now, and looks like he's going maybe for a Void Staff next as well, not finishing off that Liandry's just yet. Which
is a bit interesting, because I really like the added damage that you get by having, of course, the Liandry's does double the tick damage on targets that are CC'd, and the slow from Ryla's does actually count as that. So your Flame Spitter does a lot of damage.
Impaired movement, so
yeah,
that's what it comes down to.
So definitely good, but he doesn't necessarily, I don't know. He does want to be able to do damage against this incredibly heavy magic resist focused team comp, though.
I think he knows he's going to have to be able to rip through Rippy and JK Smithy. And
rip through Rippy, well played.
I walked into that one, but that's what he's looking to do here. He's got that Void Staff, or he will be getting that Void Staff to help him out.
Yeah, but he is valuing it very highly. He wants to skip his core and pick that one up as soon as possible to keep him relevant, keep him doing enough damage. And I respect it. I really like the pickup. I mean, we've got Merc Treads coming in for the for JK Smithy as well. So he's going to have that Banshee's Veil and the Merc Treads. He's got a lot of magic resist right now, and Jack Attack just needs to be able to cut through it.
So there's been a lot of posturing over the past couple of minutes here. Dragon will be up in about a minute 50, and it's really just been posturing for this entire Dragon respawn, so about 6 minutes. Oh, another field goal coming through. That's 2, and a Spell Shield. Brilliant job right there from the Uber Giant bot lane.
Yeah, a couple of ultimates for a flash of Little Uber. So,
we'll see.
Dear.
Fnatic Array want to force the fight. That's going to be good. Equalizer not really finding the target they want. This is silly for your Soulshell Chuffa to force the fight. Will it work out, though, is the question. Uber Giants Bro escapes around the back. Kempsey on the left field gets the tether. No, it breaks. And Rippy just doing work in the back line. But look at the response from your Soulshell Chuffa. So much damage. Kempsey finds a kill there onto Jack Attack as well. Uber Giant on the run. Can Kempsey turn it around? No, he chained a minion. And look at the slows coming out of Denian right here. Double kill, though, from Kempsey as he jumps back in. Little cutie Cheezeroni doing his best to take him out, but it'll be another distortion. A quadra kill for Kempsey. What a fight for Fnatic Array.
Wow, and that fight was going all different ways the entire way through. You think that maybe Denian will be able to clean it up for his team, but no, that distortion coming out from Kempsey and his ability to hover around a team fight and come in when he knows that he has the cooldowns available and he can finish off the team members was magical. Kempsey just showed immaculate use of LeBlanc there. So, jeep. And I was expecting, because this is something we were speaking about as well, is your Soulshell Chuffa have amazing sustained damage in a team fight. Ravenous Flock and Equalizer does a lot of damage over a long period of time. Ashe is known for sustained damage rather than, you know, you're not going to burst with a buckshot collateral damage combo or anything like that.
Exactly.
So it's just, that's their wheel park, and the fact that Fnatic Array wins a team fight against this team comp that only wants to team fight is massive for them. 14 kills to 7 now, and it's 8,000 gold the lead for Fnatic Array, so they're playing this so well.
Take a look at this now as well. Kempsey is 6-1-3. That's a huge score for him. 2-0-7 as well for Uber Giants, bro. He carries for Fnatic Array, doing fantastically. Here's a fight. Kempsey gets caught out. Look at the damage coming out of Denian at the start of this one. Equalizer finds the mark as well. This is going much better for your Soulshell Chuffa, but can they hold it out? Denian already going down. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of your Soulshell Chuffa, but Fnatic Array are turning it. 4 members dead and a triple kill for Uber Giants, bro.
And as you were talking about there, Uber Giants, bro, has a lot of kills, he has a lot of items, and he just showed you what he can do with them. He gets a triple kill by standing with perfect positioning outside of all of the damage, outside of the Cyclone, outside of the Equalizer, and they're going to transfer to a Baron, and the team fighting coming out from Frenetic Array has been flawless this game.
Absolutely. And I mean, what a showing for game number 1 of this best of 3 set. The first best of 3 as well for Group B. So really coming out and showing the rest of that group what needs to be done to take out matches.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rippy on his Udyr, I don't think he's going to get that again. He's so good at disrupting these team fights and stopping the freight train that is the team fight potential of your Soulshell Chuffer. And it's just really, really great to see him on that champion and just doing so well in general. It's just really, really good.
So, 29 minutes in here and double the kills coming out for Frenetic Array right now. And a 10,000 gold lead for them as well. They've got the Baron. Everything is in their favor right here. What does your Soulshell Chuffer need to do to make sure that they don't drop any more of a lead?
Well, their team fights from now on need to be perfect. That's basically what it is. They need to be able to do the classic Crystal Arrow into Solar Flare and get almost everyone, and then finish everyone off, and then do that a couple of times, or get big objectives off it, or make sure that they can turtle out for as long as possible. It's still in here. Like, the possibility for the game win is here for your Soulshell Chuffer. But Frenetic Array are just putting so much pressure on and orchestrating these team fights so amazingly well that I don't think it's anywhere near likely at this point.
It's going to be interesting. There's Rippy testing his limits again, and last time he got chunked, this time barely burns through his shield.
Yeah, has that Randuin's Omen now, so the constant harass from the volleys and the auto attacks from Denny are not going to be doing nearly as much damage. And we'll see whether he'll be able to do anything here.
Yeah, and here we go. Siege will continue. We'll see how it works out for them.
Yeah, and the decoy...
Not quite working out for him.
No,
right there.
not quite working out for him right there. Got a little bit distracted just for a second. But we're back into this game.
That's what the decoy's for, to distract
well, yeah,
you.
that's exactly right. I was sort of thrown. I was like, oh, wait, hang on. Why are there 2 Wukongs? We've got a bug.
Well, it's kind of interesting as well, because he has double buffs right here, so that it kind of is obvious when you see that decoy, but
they're going in.
This is the fight. Rippy just going to get chunked.
Yeah, and you wouldn't even call that chunked at this point. I mean, this Udyr is incredibly tanky right now. 3-3 and 13. Has a fair bit of CS, but has the 2 big tanky items that he wants. Of course, utilizing that Spirit Visage to great effect with the added sustain that he does get from his Turtle Stance. And he loves cooldown reduction, and he's just pretty into that item. He's ready to have that one, and there's just so many tanky stats here on this Udyr. So, and the Swifty purchase was so smart.
So Jack Dax finished that Void Staff now as well. We talked about how important it would be to rip through the front line of Frenetic Array right here. So, never move, just caught, catching short. We got to watch Kensti here. He's going to be the one to start this one out, I feel.
Yeah, or he's going to be sidling on the back line and popping over that wall potentially. A very nice ward there, of course. But
here we go, he's going in. Looks for the damage on the little cutie Cheezeroni. Takes him very low at the start of this fight. Nice ultimate from Zahi. Solar Flare for the follow-up, but the Equalizer again. Not quite finding the mark. Denian in trouble, gets taken out. Had nothing to escape that fight. And Frenetic Array just turning this one around. Cheezeroni gets melted there as well. It's a 3-piece here in the favor of Frenetic Array. Going for the quadrant. No, it's Rippy that picks it up. So it's just the triple for JKS Smithy.
Yeah, JK Smithy picking up that triple kill, and it's just like nothing's working out necessarily for your Soulshell Chuffer. I think that Denian may have been a little bit too aggressive there. He flashed forward as Ashe, which is not necessarily what you want to be doing, but they're going to be going for the win here, and it's only Zahi alive. This could be the end of the game. 32-minute match would be a respectable win here for Frenetic Array. Second Nexus turret will go down, and that'll be game 1 into the favor of Frenetic Array here in this best of 3 series. Looking strong in this group already. Yeah, and Zahi goes down, and the amazing team fight potential of your Soulshell Chuffer just not quite working against what was some amazing control of a team fight here. And I'm using amazing a lot, but it's so true because the way they played out that matchup was phenomenal from Frenetic Array. They just knew how to orchestrate these team fights, and Rippy buying those Swifty boots meant that he couldn't be slowed down, always managed to get those bear stance stuns off, and was just in amongst that fight, not dying, because for some reason his Udyr has more tanky stats than most Udyrs. So let's recap that game. We started in the early game. What did we see from both of these teams? Well, we saw your Soulshell Chuffer falling behind a little bit early because the bottom lane here from Frenetic Array was just so powerful. But that's okay because Ashe and Leona not necessarily going to be a really strong lane early unless it's level 1, in which case the level 1's actually quite strong.
That's true.
If someone face checks that brush. But that's not what happened, and inevitably the little Uber bot lane managed to get ahead. But they got that phenomenal team fight. They managed to show us what can happen, but then Frenetic Array learnt from how it worked, learnt from what happened, and then they followed up. One of those team fights went badly. Frenetic Array utilized it and put the whole game back in their favor, and it was beautiful to watch.
And then we got to the mid game and the late game, and that's where we really hyped up your Soulshell Chuffers team comp. They had a phenomenal win with it during the qualifiers.
Yeah, they did. And they looked like they couldn't lose.
Exactly, and it didn't really work out for them here, though.
Yeah, it didn't. But we'll be in with game 2, and we'll see whether they decide to go with that team comp again or whether they go for something completely different. But I just really want to get into it.
Yeah, game number 2 coming up very soon, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
My summoner name is Uber Giant Spro, and I play for Frenetic Array and AD carry for Frenetic Array.
My name's Little Uber Giant, and I play support for Frenetic Array. I've been laning with my brother for about 6 months now, since he switched from mid and I switched from jungle.
It's fun laning with my bro, like we have a lot of fun during queuing together. I don't think we really get any major advantage from just being brothers. I think most of our advantage comes from playing together for so long, so naturally our communication is improving still.
Playing together with my brother bot lane isn't a huge advantage compared to other bot lanes. It just makes the game more enjoyable since we're brothers and we just enjoy playing League of Legends together, and it just makes it easier communicating with each other and not getting as frustrated and angry at each other. We're fairly competitive, but we're super friendly to each other. We rarely have arguments or fight each other when we live together as children.
Me and my brother are a little bit competitive with each other, especially on the ladder. We like to compete against each other. Unfortunately, he's reached Challenger already, and I'm still in Diamond 2, so... But we just have fun with it, nothing too serious.
I think my brother's a better mechanical player, but I also think I beat him in a few roles.
There is another brother that plays League of Legends, and he's Platinum rated, Platinum, and he just doesn't have enough time as we do to play the game, so...
Welcome back, guys, to the Riot Autumn Regionals round of 8. Nailed it
Nailed
that time.
it. I was ready for it. Don't you worry.
And what an interview from the Uber Giants bros. We just saw them dominate that game with Sivir and Lulu.
And after the back of that interview as well, seeing the game before it, that synergy is really there. And I think it does give them an advantage. No matter what they say, I think that they get an advantage. There's some sort of symbiotic link or something that happens because they're brothers. I don't know. They're just too good in that bottom lane.
And that's the thing. We're going into game 2 here. We'll see what your Soulshell Chuffer do to try and combat that bottom lane. Maybe they ban out the Sivir. Maybe they pick it. We've seen, obviously, Danny play that a bunch in the bottom lane. But it's not amongst his most played here. But I don't know. Let's take a look here. Who are our featured players of this matchup? That's what I'm interested in. Last time it was the AD carries, Danny and Uber Giants. So... oh, this time I'm excited for it. There it is, JK
it's the Rumble
Smithy
players.
And Jack Attack. I love it. I don't see JK
Although
Smithy with
JK Smithy playing a lot of Predator-based champions at this point with that Rengar and Kha'Zix. So really, he is an aggressive player, but Smithy is known for playing that Rumble as well. And as we were seeing from Jack Attack, the flash forwards for the extra damage with those Flame Spitters, that's what JK Smithy is really known for as well on that champion. So both of them in sort of high contention for that particular Rumble pick. But having Rengar and Kha'Zix in his match history is exciting, considering what could happen in this next game. So we'll see keep our eye on Smithy to see what he decides to do.
Yeah, they both have very interesting picks, I have to say. All niche. And it kind of reminds me of First Mate from NV. They're now AD carry, but when he used to be a top laner, he would play a lot of things like the Kennen, the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, he played some strange things as well. First Mate's played Jarvan in the top lane as well, like mental stuff.
All of these three guys have niche picks, and I love the fact that we're seeing two of them, your Soulshell Chufra and Fnatic Array's top laners, up against each other in this matchup. So
yeah, absolutely.
Champion select, let's do it. Nidalee banned out there by your Soulshell Chufra, not wanting to deal with Kensty's Nidalee. Yeah,
Kensty's Nidalee is not going to be seen this particular matchup, I don't think. It's just one of those priorities that needs to be taken away. Little cutie Cheezeroni, not going to be playing on his Gragas either. May not see that Swain pick because it wasn't as impressive as normal, but the LeBlanc ban, I really, really like that. It means that something else is going to have to be picked up in order to deal with the Swain if that comes out again. Because we've just seen Little Cutie Cheezeroni has been willing to pick it up regardless. The Vi being picked up as well is interesting, but they're not targeting necessarily what each other's team comps were really, like the bare bones of it were.
Yeah.
And if we get the On The Hunt Shyvana Lulu combination again on the side of Fnatic Array, I can't see your Soulshell Chufra being able to necessarily combat it because it was so flawlessly executed by Fnatic Array last game.
And, you know, let's take a look back at these bans. You know, LeBlanc banned out from Kensty. Kensty proved that he is mechanically strong.
Oh, yeah.
There's two, maybe three if you count the Lulu bans against Kensty. Obviously, that Lulu probably targeted a little Uber in that support because that was a big issue for your Soulshell.
And the wild growth was used to such effect to stop those team fights from snowballing out of control as well.
Oh, look at that though, Flying Dew on his most iconic champion here. This guy is known for his Thresh in the scene. I mean, everyone plays Thresh as the support, but
it's how he plays it. It's how he flies into their faces place. And I know you're incredibly excited about getting something working. He wants the flying Thresh
I don't know,
Dew,
the
man.
Flying Flay, maybe.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, the thing is, Thresh puts the flying into Flying
Maybe
Dew's
it could be the Flaying Dew.
Maybe.
Something like that. I don't know. We're trying to work something out. We'll get back to you guys.
Point is that
it's been locked in. That's the real point.
Yeah.
Because,
we'll see. Maybe Little Uber Giant, what he'll lock in. I mean, Leona is available, Morgana. Lots of picks. I'd like to see that Morgana locked in, as I just mentioned it.
Yeah.
Such a strong counter to that Thresh as well.
Yeah, to the CC bot type champions, Thresh and Leona both don't do all that well against that Leona, especially if the timings on those black shields are really, really good. And wow, Draven Morgana, everyone. This is going to be a lot of damage in this bottom lane.
The Uber Giants bro bot lane. They love this this Draven, and the only other AD carry I see play it often is Zero, who's too young to even play in the regionals. So, Zero from VGR.
I'm very excited. And Uber Giants actually played a lot of Draven earlier as well, and not necessarily with a Morgana, but he's very good at that champion. And when he was sort of before he got changed, when he had that ridiculous, ludicrous bleed and stuff like that, Uber Giants was the one you had to watch out for on that champion when he was just out of control in that bottom lane. But now with the Adoration stacks, I mean, people say it's a nerf, but Zahi possibly picking up this. Oh,
wow, Ziggs locking for Little Cutie Cheezeroni.
This is a complete change-up, and this is incredibly exciting. Now that Zahi's on that Evelynn as well, with Little Cutie Cheezeroni, it's similar, the amount of area control that they have in this particular team comp as their last one. They've got the box, they've got Agony's Embrace as well, Mega Inferno Bomb on top of that. This is still a bit of a wombo combo-y team comp, but just slightly utilized differently, and I think it might even be a little bit safer than their previous comp. If they manage to get fights in the right positions, just with these three champions, things could be looking a lot better than it was last time. But now Fnatic Array having a think.
Having a think indeed. How are they going to counter this one? Kensty on Orianna. That was in his top played as well.
That's
his
true.
Last three played, I should say.
And I think every mid laner needs to know how to play Orianna because they can be so good. And especially when you're augmenting an already solidified play style.
Yeah.
And with Rippy, who's now got his Udyr again, we might add.
Wow, we just totally missed that in ban phase.
Yep.
Okay.
It's just prioritizing
I honestly think that's
Kensty
a mistake from your social shuffle.
I absolutely agree.
I feel that
absolutely
should
agree.
have been banned probably over the Lulu.
Yeah, but maybe Denian thinks that he can go for something else, something with a little bit more escapability, like a Lucian or a Graves. Denian played a lot of Graves. He also played a lot of Ezreal. Jack Attack looking at this Rumble again, which I'm happy with.
Okay.
But I don't know. Yeah, we'll just have to see what happens, because Bear Stance plus a ball on top here with Swifty boots. Rippy's going to be running in with a lot of extra tanky stats, a lot of extra shield on top of the turtle.
And a lot of extra damage as well.
Yeah, and potentially a black shield, so he's immune to CC.
Oh my gosh.
That's a terrifying Man-Bear Pig of Doom running at your face, and you can't even do anything to him.
Alrighty, so it is the Rumble lock-in as well. They're going to go with the Ashe again.
Wow.
So the Rumble pick in last match worked out. I mean, he won lane. He played fantastically.
Absolutely.
The mid-game equalizers were fantastic, but towards the end of the game, the rest of his team were kind of getting snowballed on. So it got to a point where it was pretty hard for him to really make it happen. But the Ashe pick didn't really have many moments of glimmer, I guess.
No, not necessarily, but I mean, you can't ever underestimate the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It's a fantastic ability, and it can definitely win you a team fight and start you the team fight that you want to win. So the fact that they now have Agony's Embrace and they have Hextech Minefield, and if they land an Enchanted Crystal Arrow at the right spot, it gives people time to position. You get the Equalizer down, you get that Hextech Minefield down, and then you can get the box and the Agony's Embrace and everything down.
Just get everything down.
Yeah. And they're also going to have a little bit more early game pressure here as well, because Ziggs does very well in lane early on, is often actually considered a counter pick here to Orianna, which was actually picked into the Ziggs, which is interesting. But we've seen that a lot, just because you get Orianna for a team fight potential and her ability to augment the rest of your team, as we were saying before. And, Ziggs does very well against that. So it's only the Ashe Thresh lane that I'm worried about here, because the Uber Giants bot lane is not only ridiculously strong regardless of what they pick, but they're Draven Morgana. Yeah. And that is a strong combination. If those Dark Bindings land, you're going to cop axes to the face, and it's going to be really scary.
So we'll see how it works out. Obviously, game number 2 of this best of 3 and the first best of 3 of Group B. Lots of B's in that sentence, but what do we expect from these guys to turn around? Frenetic Array have the game advantage. So they do,
and they also have the morale advantage and the momentum advantage as well, which is a big deal in these games.
Yeah. The mind game's always hard to judge as well when you look at these matchups, but it's interesting to see how it phases these guys. You look at the bot lane from Avant Redemption, who aren't actually in the round of 8, but Teals and Smiley are always so composed when they fight. They never lose their cool. But then we look at say the bottom lane of Uber Giants, bro, and I think they're the complete opposite. They're bit more controlling. They're always exchanging that communication, and sometimes they'll just lose their cool when they go at it. I love that about them, but we'll see.
It also means that they're passionate in that bottom lane, and they're always aggressive. They're always trying to go in and do that little bit of extra damage, which is what makes them a really formidable bot lane. Is like as we said before, Immunity is scared of these guys. These are a top contender for one of the best bot lanes in Oceania. So there is no underestimating that's going to go on, and we'll see whether Denian and Flying Jew. I mean, Flying Jew now on his Thresh, slightly better pickup for him. I mean, he enjoys that Thresh way more, so hopefully he's going to be able to carry Denian on the slightly slow start Ashe that he might come out with. Although, the level 1 crit is always fun to see from a brush.
It's always fun. I'm interested to see if there will be an invade this time around. We saw your social
That's true.
Try and pull it off the last time. They were spotted out by the 5-man defense. As it's becoming
yes, they did, or just one of the men. But they did find him because they're scouting. Yeah.
Oh, well. But we'll see.
Yeah, hopefully. I know you don't necessarily like the boring start, so I'm going to hope, for your sake, that we get super exciting hype start, first blood at 2 minutes.
It's not that I don't like it. I think it's the right approach right now. The way the trinket system works, the fact that, buying wards in the early game just puts you so much further behind in terms of lane pressure.
Yes, true.
I think it's the right choice to be defensive early and opt for the better starting items instead. So I don't mind it in that sense, but it's always fun to see.
Yeah, it adds to the hype.
Yeah.
And it's sort of a little bit sad that it's not necessarily the norm or the best decision to make, but you can catch people off guard now with an invade. So
pull a trick out.
That might happen.
Catch them off guard. But we'll see, of course. These guys will be going to the game soon, and I'm just so excited for it. Your Soulshell Chuffer, a little bit more tame with the team comp this time around. They've got Ziggs.
but like we said, they've got enough comfort picks. And Denian very happy on that Ashe. As we know, he's going to pick that Ashe regardless. I mean, he's played Ashe the last 4 games, something like that, as far as we know right now. And Jack Attack, also really comfortable in that Rumble. So
yes,
we will see. We didn't talk at all about Aurelia.
Aurelia.
Aurelia is being played here by
right.
JKS.
It is.
And we just didn't have enough time, so we'll talk about that once we get into this game. Which
surged right on in there.
Yeah, and it's Blade surged right on in there.
Yes, you did.
Oh my goodness.
Deal with it.
We need to form some equilibrium here.
Oh man, that was nice. Good segue. But let's talk about this Aurelia in the top lane. It's something that Wicked has been sparking a lot of, obviously from EU, sparking a lot of conversation about. He feels that that meta really suits Aurelia, and he loves Aurelia as well. So I don't know. What are you expecting here from JKS Smithy?
Well, the thing is, Aurelia is always going to be relevant. Her kit is incredibly strong, regardless of where she sits. I mean, the classic line is better nerf Aurelia because Aurelia is just good. She's just strong. Right now, she hasn't been seeing as much strength or picking, just because there are other things that can fulfill roles outside of the team that are actually a little bit better. You've got Renekton for that AoE damage and all that sort of stuff.
She fits that bruiser role. And Shyvana, Mundo, and Renekton all fit that role a little bit better in the past, but there's a little bit more assassination, a little bit more dive.
She does a little bit more damage and doesn't often have as much tankiness early on. When you're in Aurelia. Likes to go for that Trinity Force. Sort of a little bit like a Jax, but doesn't have innate tankiness.
Here we go into game number 2 of this best of 3. Let's do it. We are onto the Rift now, and look at this, your Soulshell Chuffer trying to pull off an invade here. I'm so excited.
Oh yeah, they're pulling it out again for you, Place. They heard that you really liked the last one, and this time they're on the blue side as well. So they're going to go for this enemy blue invade here at the bottom side of the jungle. So hopefully they're not necessarily spotted as quickly, and they have Zahi for the scouting as well. They're going to see the little Ubers just standing there.
Their arch nemesis, little Uber. He spotted them out last time when he was playing Lulu. This time he's going to do it as Morgana.
Yes, absolutely, but I wonder if they do have a lot of defensiveness around this red buff, so it could be a potential here for your Soulshell Chuffer to actually steal away this blue early on.
I'm thinking a flash here, sweep around behind him, take him out. That's my new grand plan.
You just want that to happen. There's got to be some way for that to happen. Or maybe...
Look at the vision from Little Uber as well. He wouldn't even see it coming.
Little Cutie Cheeseroni could actually level Satchel Charge first and bounce himself over that wall and come in with auto attacks, which could be pretty powerful.
That would be the mind game. He sees... Little Uber would see Ziggs. Oh, nice spot. Good job.
If they had have got a ward over that wall, though, then they could have potentially Satchel Charged Little Uber over the wall as he warded. Imagine that.
Yeah. Imagine.
That could have been very, very cool, but a little bit... I don't even know whether you can go over the wall as an enemy.
I think you can, but you've got to be like right next to it.
Yeah, that's true. But Little Cutie Cheeseroni actually on this Ziggs now. A different pick from his Swain that we've seen the last 3 games that he's played.
Yeah.
So we will see what he can do here. And Ziggs is so incredibly powerful. And we were talking him up in the matchup against Immunity and Optic Snipers. And that Ziggs in the hands of... 4Geek was just so powerful. We'll just see what Little Cutie Cheeseroni can do. And Zahi on this Evelynn as well, who's such an aggressive jungler and such a different jungler. And you have to treat her differently as well. I mean, you should ward differently against an Evelynn because you need to be putting the wards where she's going to be visible. So at her jungle camps, if you want to ward to know where an Evelynn is, then ward the golems, ward the wraiths, ward the wolves, so that you know where she is around this map. And we'll see whether Frenetic Array know how to treat this, whether they'll do it.
We'll have to see indeed. I'd also like to see some pink wards put in the river. I mean, not just on the dragon, but in the river bushes, because those wards usually last a long time, and they can get you some good vision on Zahi's Evelynn if he goes to gank that middle lane as well.
Yeah, that's very, very true. And having pink wards on the map is definitely a good thing anyway. Blade Surge coming out there by Smithy, but just going to be taking some damage. Has a little bit more sustain.
Look at that harass attack.
Exactly. I was just going to say, has some sustain, but it's not going to be enough if this Flame Spitter keeps doing this much damage.
Yeah, and I love the update as well, the visual update for the Flame Spitter. I love the notes as well. It said, no longer looks like you're throwing meatballs. I thought that was great.
That is brilliant. Zahi finding a gank, though.
Ooh, not going to find much off that. Just a lot of damage, I guess, is all he gets.
Yeah, exactly. And Zahi just making his presence known around this map as well, instilling fear into the hearts of Frenetic Array, which is what they need to do when there's a Draven on the team, because it's very hard for that particular champion to feel fear.
Yes, exactly. Oh, look at this. JK jumping in. Didn't know Zahi was there. And forced to flash very early in this matchup. And look at that damage. Going to be forced to go base here as well. Will he stay on?
There's definitely a potential dive here. Smithy is going to miss out on a lot of creeps. Rippy probably not going to make it in time. And I think Smithy was definitely going to go down if they had 2v2'd that. So really smart work. Backing out, not giving away first blood. He's going to miss out on some creeps. But Rippy going to make up for it by staying at least for experience range. And it was conservative play, but I think definitely the right decision.
Yeah. So, little cutie, Cheeseroni. How's he going against Kensty this time around?
Oh, that minefield was very nicely placed there, and Kensty taking a lot of damage, which is what you expect in that matchup.
Whoa, nice little catch there. Black Shield coming a little late, so Uber Giants gets flayed. Nice hook on a little Uber. They might be able to turn some damage around here. Danian looking for the volley, won't find it, needs an axe for his troubles.
Yeah, but Flying Jew and Denny are doing a so much better job in this lane in comparison to the last one. I mean, they were shoved under their turret. Denian couldn't farm. I mean, right now Denian's up by 5 CS. Admittedly, waves pushing different ways is going to be influencing that a little bit, but really, really nice play so far here by your Soul Shard Chuffer, and playing it a lot differently than they were last time, and it's looking a lot better.
Absolutely. So Rippy coming up to this top lane as well. Still sporting those double buffs. Nice little ward there from Jack Attack. Will the bear connect, though, is the question. Not quite.
Yeah, Jack Attack just using that scrap shield. Just keeping himself safe with that extra movement speed. Bear stance, not enough.
So this is something that kind of works to JK Smithy's advantage here. He's low on health, which means his E will actually stun instead of slowing. So maybe he can use that to his advantage. We'll have to
create some equilibrium in the exchange, you might say. Using that equilibrium strike. I just like the word equilibrium, to be honest. But yes, and Aurelia, an incredibly fun champion for that reason, because you can turn around engages so much as well. And once you get that ultimate as well, then you can sustain so much, just because it does a little bit more healing, when you're using it against champions as well. So you can get a surprising amount of health back when you use that ability. Transcendent Blades, of course.
Yes. So look at this, Flying Jew in this bottom lane. Been throwing out these hooks a lot. Ooh. And obviously the wind-up animation for that hook doesn't really telegraph where you're about to show it, so it's always good to see. We'll see here in this top lane, though. Jack Attack going to be ganked. Rippy coming around. Will they find him, though? Jack Attack's on the run.
Rippy's spending a lot of time in this top lane. The flash comes through.
Okay. So, probably not worth right there. We'll see. Jack Attack, look at that damage as well. Nice overheat.
Yeah, that was fantastic. What he saw was that he was at full heat, and so he's willing to just come back through because he knows that he can burst down a lot of damage onto Smithy.
And that's the thing. I mean, Dyrus himself said that the trick to playing Rumble is all about managing that heat level and making sure you're above the 50% mark so you can proc the overheat whenever you want for that bonus damage. And that's what Jack Attack has been doing so well on this Rumble.
Yeah, and being able to cycle through your shield as well at exactly the right times is really important. And a natural Shen player would naturally transition over to being a Rumble player. So if you play a bit of Shen, try a bit of Rumble, because he works in a similar fashion using that feint and that scrap shield.
Look at that, just poking him down yet again. JK Smithy not having a fun time on this Aurelia. But I mean, the CS is all right so far.
Well, that's the thing. Because Aurelia is just so adept at farming under a tower, because you do have that Blade Surge that does reset if you get a last hit, you can do that little bit of extra damage. Zahi in the bottom lane, though.
Here we go. Snare going to come out and Flying Jew. Hook not going to land. Will he fly in? No, not quite. I was expecting it there, but it didn't come through. Uber Giants Bro turns it around, and look at that damage.
Yeah, doing very well, but Danian is a lot more healthy than Uber Giants Bro at this point, and both of them with the same items, none of them going back yet. So Frenetic Array still need to be a little bit scared. I was actually expecting Zahi to potentially stay, just because the Uber Giant bot lane is so likely to get aggressive just because of who they are, that he could have maybe made a little bit of more work, but opting to just get his red buff and possibly transition over to that blue. Doesn't want to miss out on any time with those buffs.
Yeah, you know, both blue buffs going in, so it would be interesting if there is any contest over them. Zahi grabbing that red first, of course. Be there a little bit later. Doesn't look like Rippy's going to bother with it. It's a bit low on mana and health, so he's going to go back.
Yeah, and Jack Attack is just so good. I know we're talking about this this top lane a lot when it's really a little bit of an island, but he's so good at cycling the damage points on his Flame Spitter in order to do as much as possible and not walk towards and be in the one's place for too long a time.
Yeah.
And it's an art, and it's a beautiful thing to watch. That's why I was sort of a little bit gagging on my words there just for a second, because I was too impressed.
Well, there's a lot of mechanically intensive champions here. I mean, Draven definitely comes into it with the positioning. Ashe to some degree as well, because you don't have get out of jail free when it comes to escape. So
yeah, you have to position perfectly as Ash.
exactly. All these champions really coming in here, and it's good to see the mechanical depth of these players.
Yeah, and you know, Rippy just knows how to play Udyr so incredibly well, and Aurelia is just a fun champion to watch. She's just brilliant. She sort of has a lot of different tools, and you can use them in different ways as well. So it'll be interesting to see what JKS decides to do with his Aurelia, whether he wants to go full tank. It does have the Negatron Cloak already. I mean, I would have liked to have seen a Wit's End being picked up, but I just like Wit's End, to be honest.
Yeah. So I like talking about Rippy here, though. I mean, he's got his Udyr twice now. He sometimes gets criticized for being a one-trick pony, which right off the bat, I'll say I disagree with. We've seen some amazing Olaf games from him, some Elise games, Lee Sin games, but, you know, it's true. He plays Udyr whenever it's available right here. And the thing is, if you give him that pony that he has that one trick on, he'll use it. Yeah,
that's exactly right. And why wouldn't you? I mean, if that's what you're most comfortable and that's what you get the most success on, there's no point in... if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly.
That's exactly it.
Look at this again. Not much of an island up here with this much action. Actually, JK Smithy might be able to turn it around. Doesn't have the ultimate available, but does have Flash Ignite. I feel like he could have picked up that kill.
Yeah, he does have Flash and Ignite, but was whether he knew necessarily what was going to happen after the fight, whether he was going to get killed in response or anything like that. And he's just more than happy to push Jack Attack out of lane and just try and get a bit of an advantage here. But you're right. I mean, he probably could have got a kill, and if he did, then that would have definitely been good. And he had decent warding there in the top lane, so...
Zahi down here again. Hasn't been spotted out, of course, has that stealth. Will they find the catch, though, is the question. Agony's Embrace, not going to be used.
The reason he didn't flash is because it's Zahi on Evelynn, and I completely forgot about that.
There we go.
In reference. And Evelynn can be anywhere at any time. So really smart play there by JKS, knowing that there could be an Evelynn coming through lane.
Ooh, Kenzie going to take a lot of damage right here.
Wow.
And little cutie Cheeseroni follow it up. No, not quite. So still no kills here. 10 minutes. One of the slower games, of course, we saw... I believe it was the Immunity game earlier on, the second match. They didn't have a first blood for a good 12 minutes.
Yeah, that's true. So we'll see whether this comes in. Oh, little cute Cheeseroni. Rippy is here, just throwing his wings around, looking very, very cool with that skin.
Absolutely.
But nothing really much going to happen. But little cutie Cheese is definitely doing well in this lane. I mean, he's only a little bit further ahead, but he's dominating it as far as that, getting the harass down and the psychological game. Oh, wow.
And that's what you have to be scared about with that Draven right there. Ultimate pop by Little Uber, a little bit fast on that one. Whoa, the turnaround damage onto Uber Giants Pro. It's a 1-for-1. First blood found by Morgana, though. Wow, what an explosive fight down there.
Wow, that was so well baited by Flying Jew as well. I mean, wasn't necessarily 100% the best idea, like the best outcome, but he played that so well because they focused everything on top of Uber Giants, bro. And it was because the Black Shield came out so late that they weren't able to finish that one up, because the Enchanted Crystallara actually came out for the damage rather than the CC.
And pew, pew, pew in the bottom lane, it's the Phoenix that takes out Ash.
Yeah, Rippy managing to pick up that kill, utilizing his glorious Swifty boots that don't see enough use, I don't reckon, because of the fact that they, of course, slow down the slows. And by that I mean slows are less effective against someone with those boots of swiftness. I was going to say, it sort of doesn't make sense, does it? It's a bit
look
silly.
at this. Pressure has been reversed in the middle lane. Kensti was getting punished a lot by the harass out of Little Cheeseroni. He goes base, comes back with the Athenes. Oh, and this could be a kill. Pops the Shockwave, forces the flash from Little Cutie Cheeseroni. That is a great little play from Kensti.
Yeah, Kensti probably wishing he had the Ignite at that point. But still manages to push Little Cutie Cheeseroni out of that lane, and he needs to go back and buy because he's starting to get pressured, and he's going to miss out on creeps if he doesn't get back and just even out those items a little bit.
Absolutely. Take a look at this. Dragon being started up again. We've seen so many free dragons. I don't think we've seen one contest for that dragon yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Mega Inferno Bomb does come down.
This could be the first contest, though. There we go. Zahi coming in. Flying Jew with a nice play back onto Rippy. Can Denny get the damage down? Another satchel charge. Rippy is just being pushed back into this fight. Dragon taken ever so low. Can Zahi get the smite? Or will it go to someone else? No, it goes to Zahi. He picks it up with the smite right there. Denny now on the run. Nice arrow comes through on a Kensti. Picks up the kill. 2v1 situation, and he will go down. Double kill for Uber Giants, bro.
Yeah, 3 for 2, but the Dragon does go over to your Soul Shell Chuffer, so they actually get a little bit more money out of that. But Frenetic Array probably going to be able to pick up this bottom turret, and JK Smithy's still up here as well, this island in the top lane. still just there, but it was a nice fight, and it was actually well executed by both teams. Denian a little bit out of position, but the fact that little Cutie Cheeseroni was so low on health meant that he could barely do anything.
Wow, Equalizer was using the top lane right there.
I think Jack Attack just wanted to base, so he uses it to clear the wave, and that's going to be up again fairly shortly as well.
You burn the ultimate, you buy yourself a free shot at the base. So, I mean, it's good. Quick pause.
Yeah, that's true. Quick pause coming through here, but so far, wow, that team fight at Dragon was a sign of good patience from both sides. I mean, I really liked Zahi's ability to smite just before he died.
Yes, that's true.
And he also took the damage from the soul shackles so that he could definitely survive, definitely get the smite off in time, and he was in range for it. They killed Rippy, no smite there. Smite goes down, Zahi picks that one up. I mean, they lose an extra person, but they actually, they're only down by 1,000 gold at this point.
Yeah.
And they actually made up a little bit of money there. So the bottom turret didn't even go down. So
let's look at the overall strategies here, though. You know, we've got. Let's just look at the team comps in general. What do we have up against each other going into this mid game?
Well, we've got sort of like Wombo Combos trying to do different things on both sides. Both teams want to be team fighting. It's not necessarily a pick comp here on the side of Frenetic Array, and it's not necessarily purely a team fight comp coming out from your Soul Shell Chuffer. Like it's all a bit interesting, and I think they both want to be fighting each other, but it's all about positioning. Absolutely. For your Soul Shell Chuffer. They need to be fighting in the right spots. They need to be fighting in chokes. But Frenetic Array, they're happy to start the fight anywhere. They've got this walking shockwave machine in Rippy, or more like running really, really fast.
Yeah.
And so he's going to want to be starting a fight anywhere, and it's just all about your Soul Shell Chuffer's ability to make these fights happen in the places that they want them to, and getting their abilities off, because we saw in the last game that they didn't quite have the coordination that they may have had last week, and we'll see whether they can pull that one out this time, especially with the fact that they have some different champion picks, and it's a little bit exciting seeing what they potentially could be doing.
So let's see, 3-5 here, and the lead is in the favor of Frenetic Array. They're also up a game here in this best of 3 series, so looking strong in Group B they are. Let's see what Zahi can do here in the middle lane, putting the pressure onto Kenstein.
Yeah, and JK Smithy doing a lot of damage as well to Jack Attack there in the top lane. Jack Attack coming down to this mid.
Well, there's a nice satchel onto Kenstein. He's going to be able to get out, though. No problems at all. Good read on that play as well.
Yeah, and it looks like they just want to take down this middle turret. Jack Attack here as well with that Equalizer available. And they have Mega Inferno Bomb Agony's Embrace Equalizer, which is a lot of area damage.
Absolutely, and area CC as well. And that's what your Soul Shell Chuffer are going to be able to utilize. They've got a lot of quick rotation damage out of Little Cutie Cheeseroni. Those bombs, only about a 3-second cooldown there. And Ash as well with those volleys.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be able to spam out a lot of these CCing abilities and abilities to do a fair bit of damage in that explosive, the little, the bomb.
Yep. Inferno Bomb.
Yeah, little Inferno Bomb.
Little
what I like to call it.
Bouncing Bomb.
Yeah, it is of course Bouncing Bomb, but little Inferno Bomb I think is cool. Yeah, I'll talk to someone about getting that name adjusted.
It's like it's a single person nuke, just takes them out.
Yeah, absolutely.
On a 3-second cooldown.
And you've got JK Smithy now feeling so strong he's happy to just roam into the enemy base. And this is what Aurelias do. I mean, they scale so incredibly well with that true damage on their hit and style that once they get to about this point, they've got a full max level into that. And in the bottom lane though.
So Flying Drew's going to land the hook. Black Shield is available. Will he jump in? No, he won't. Being very tame on that one.
Yeah, really nice timing on the Black Shield. And Little Uber just said, nah, sorry mate, that one's not going to happen.
Man, so the last time we saw Little Uber on this Morgana taking on Flying Dew on the Thresh was, I believe, in their January finals of Go For LOL, where Flying Dew would just constantly go in on that Black Shield.
Oh, there it is again.
Doesn't go in, so he's become more tame since then, of course. That was a couple months ago, so...
But Little Uber, with the reaction time for that Black Shield as well, it's like as soon as the wind-up starts happening, he's ready to be Black Shielding, and it's exactly what he needs to do, and it's so impressive. And YSC probably going to have to back out from this bottom turret, so nice work. First turret of the game being picked up here by Frenetic Array.
There we go. So, what does this mean for Frenetic Array now? They're in the lead with objectives. They picked up their first tower, and they've also picked up, well, they didn't get the dragon, actually. Zahi stole it. But looking at this best of 3 set, for game number 2, what's next for them?
They definitely want to be rotating around now from the bottom lane. So they want to move their bot lane, possibly take the mid, and they want to be starting fights. They want Rippy to be getting into the faces of everyone with the prospect of a potential shockwave, And the amount of like reset potential of Aurelia as well with that Blade Surge resetting if you get a kill, I mean, that's available there as well. But also the fact that Aurelia is a monster. I mean, going for that Triforce now, that Trinity Force, has the Spectre's Cowl, so not going to be taking as much Equalizer damage or Hextech Minefield damage or Mega Inferno Bomb damage. And he's just going to be a menace. And I'm excited to see, because Rippy's going to be the main tank. And you're going to be having a fair bit of damage here on the side of JKS. And then you're going to have shockwaves on top of it. There's so much damage potential here from Phonetic Array. And what your Soul Shell Chuffer are trying to do instead is kite them around. Make sure that they CC them and get them out of their face. And say, no, don't come near me. I don't want you. Using the box and Agony's Embrace and Crystallize Arrow and all sorts of stuff. So it's sort of conflicting views of Phonetic Array just wanting to be very, very angry all the time. And your Soul Shell Chuffer going, no, go away.
Stay off us.
Yeah, stay off us. We'll kill you in the process of you staying off us. But that's our main aim at this point. And Equalize is just a perfect example of that. Doing so much damage, but also being able to be used so well for kiting. It's just brilliant.
We just got trolled there with the pause.
Oh, really? Did they just unpause it and then pause it instantly?
Yeah, they did. All right. Well, we'll have to deal with this one, obviously. Players having a little bit of a connection issue, but we'll be jumping back into the game soon, of course.
It was actually Zahi. So on that ever-elusive Evelyn.
I find it hard to believe he's having issues after that Dragon Steel.
Well, that's true. I don't think it was lag. I don't think he's putting that in all chat anytime soon, because that was a very, very nice and well-timed smite.
After you steal that Dragon.
We are going to be back into this game very, very soon, though, guys. So 1 second, and here we are. Gang coming out immediately.
Wow. Not going to be much, though. Shockwave used. Doesn't find anything off the back of that one. Flash from Little Uber. Retaliatory flash from Cutie Cheeseroni. What a way to come back from a pause.
Absolutely, and it was a really, really smart flash there by Little Cutie Cheeseroni, because if the Soul Shackles had have actually got the stun, they would have lost so much wave clear there in the mid lane and would have definitely lost that tower.
Okay, Zahi just got snared up there. That's not good news for him.
Oh, Little Uber just knows when to be using that Black Shield. It must be so frustrating to be Flying Dew, just wanting to throw out that death sentence and always get it to connect. But
you know, it's even worse if you're a Leona, though, because you actually still fly in with the Zenith Blade, but it just does nothing.
Yep, and then you follow it up with a Shield of Daybreak, and it does nothing as well, because you can't get through the shield. It's pretty brutal.
And then you remember you're in Silver 5, and you follow with the ulti as well.
Yeah.
It just does nothing. And that's why I'm not a pro.
Yeah. Well, you're not Silver 5, mate. Come on, you just got to Platinum, you beautiful little thing. Well played. Well played.
There we go. 18 minutes in, 5-3. And look at the goal lead as well. Fantastic news there for Phonetic Array. They've kind of slowed the pace of this game.
Yeah, just a little bit. 2.5 thousand gold is approximately the gold lead. And Smithy found his legs here. He's able to really push Jack Attack around here in this top lane. Transcendent Blade's coming down, and he's now about 20 CS ahead. So Aurelia doing her Aurelia thing and just scaling to incredible heights with that hit and style for the extra damage.
Yep.
And Rippy and Uber Giants Bro able to possibly take this one out. It has been spotted. Hawkshot is available. Mega Inferno Bomb is an option, but doesn't come through.
Yeah, Flying Dew only catching a Phoenix right there, not what he was looking for.
Yeah, Flying Dew not being the Flying Dew that we're used to here today.
Yeah.
Not just going in at all times. Oh, Cheeseroni though.
Oh, and what a shockwave as well. Takes him out.
Yeah, Kensti just wasting no time on that one. He just said, no, we're going to take away their entire wave clear, and we're going to be able to push down.
This is Rippy packing the heat now as well. He's starting to charge himself up. He's got that speed with those Swifties. Upgraded it as well with the tier 3 boots. And look at this. He wants to fight it again. Zahi's been caught out. He manages to get out in a nice box onto Uber Giants. Enchantment Crystal Arrow lands as well into Little Uber, and there's no Black Shield just yet. It's on cooldown. Are they going to find a kill though? Flying Dew forced to flash. This fight is messy right here. No deaths. It's only Little Cutie Cheeseroni who gets taken out right at the beginning.
That was ridiculous. So many flashes burnt, so many desperation maneuvers to try and get out of there. The whirling blades coming out from Uber Giants, bro, almost killed Denian with the return. If he had have possibly wandered across the lane and followed him, then he might have picked up that kill. But wow, I can't believe no one died, because everyone on your Soul Shot Shuffle was so low.
Absolutely here. So, ooh, I guess that was a test for Phonetic Array. They get that mid tower, and they were just pushing their limits a little bit. Figure out how far they can push your Soul Shot Chuffer. What do we kind of learn from that little engage?
Well, I think we learned the fact that your Soul Shot Chuffer have a decent ability to disengage, but Zahi needs to watch his positioning. He was very far forward there, and he's a little bit squishy. He does have that Lizard Elder is what he decided to go with, so getting a little bit of extra damage on his hate spikes and his auto attacks. Pretty nice, and of course his Ravage, his E is now, of course, physical damage, based on a couple of patches ago. So has a little bit of extra of that AD, but doesn't have the tanky stats that he wanted at that point. He does have a giant spell next.
Smithy jumps in, not good. Nice equalizer put down from Jack Attack. Will it be the kill though? Inferno Bomb just catches the edge of him.
Yeah, Zahi Jack Attack. Cool guys don't look at explosions, everyone. So they're just going to wander away and let that big Inferno Bomb take down that. And they're going to be able to turn this into a turret as well. So nice decision making here. They managed to pick up the objective, pick up the kill. And slowing JK down on that Aurelia is a really smart idea. But he has gone back and finished off that Trinity Force. Doesn't have boots yet.
Yeah,
but he's got a Trinity
I just
Force.
noticed as well.
And that's definitely good. I mean, Aurelia doesn't worry too much about that because she does have stacking...
tenacity with her passive.
Tenacity with her passive. So that Noxian, I don't even remember. Ionian Fervor?
We'll check. Aurelia hasn't been played forever, so...
Ionian Fervor, thank you
it.
very much. Yep, that's the first time I've ever managed to get that one right.
So, Denian going base on a ward right here.
Yep, but he's going to be able to dodge out of the Dark Binding. Very nice work. Rippy going to be able to take down this top turret as well in response instantly. So he's going to turn it up to 3 turrets to 1. Frenetic Array still in control of this game. 4,000 gold is the difference. 2 kills ahead, but your Soulshell Chuffer definitely in at this game more than they were last game at this stage. It's 22 minutes in and they've really kept control. They're not making rash decisions. They're not forcing team fights and losing or anything like that. They're just taking control, waiting until they get the fights that they want, which is really, really smart of them to do.
Absolutely right here. You can look at the defense as well coming out of your Soulshell Chuffer. They've got Ziggs, so good at clearing those waves here, and everyone in this match just slowing it down right here, but it's kind of a slow push from Frenetic Array.
Yeah, Frenetic Array is still putting the pressure on. Look what they're doing with their wards. They're making sure they keep wards deeper and deeper, and wow, Jack Attack, nice flash.
There we go, round 2, but this time it's the opposite way around. JK Smithy on the offense. He's got Rippy by his side.
And that was incredible by Jack Attack, actually. The fact that he manages to get the equalizer down and then flash immediately in the other direction, that's some really quick mouse movement.
Whoa, Flying Juice in trouble, goes down. No field goal, that time lands right onto Uber Giants Bro. Shockwave bouncing Denian around, but it kicks him out of the whirling blades from Uber Giants Bro. Uber Giants will go down, it's a double kill for Ash. Your Soulshell Chuffer with a big fight win.
Yeah, wow, Denian has no fear. He's on Ash, sort of a dangerous champion to play position-wise, but he is just up front, trusting in his team's ability to do damage. And wow, that was a really, really nice team fight. And I think we need a little bit of a pause because it was just so cool, you know?
I don't want to pause.
No,
I'm all hyped. I want to see what's happening next in this game. I mean, 6-7, this one's a nail-biter. Probably the closest game we've seen today.
Absolutely. Only 4,000 gold the difference as well.
Exactly.
And it's been fluctuating so much. I mean, your Soulshell Chuffer now have a chance with 2 people dead on the other side. Of course, Flying Dew coming up in another 8 seconds.
Yes.
But we've got 25 seconds on the other 2 on the other team. So Frenetic Array going to be without their main damage sources for quite some time.
Yeah,
we could see your Soulshell Chuffer.
Vagina dead.
Exactly. They could be pushing up this mid lane quite effectively and being able to get back into this race as far as the objectives are concerned. I mean, 140 minutes on the Dragon, so not necessarily going to be able to do anything there, but nice play, and I really like what Chuffer have been doing.
I nailed that hand point.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, there we go, though. They finally killed Morgana. Wow, just catch him out, and they're still fighting here. Denian's in big trouble. JK Smithy, though, he's in a 1v4 in that case.
That's a quadra kill for Denian right there, pretty much.
Unofficially. Well, there it is. And this is going to be your Soulshell Chuffer pushing out this mid lane. Maybe they can drag it on. If they win out this game, they take it to that game 3 that they need. Yeah, and they can do a potential Optic Snipers on that one as well, you know? Possibly turn it around and take this whole series in that game 3, which is what they the Optic Snipers did in the qualifier. Yeah, the Challenger qualifiers. That's where they pulled it off. We'll have to see, though. Absolutely. Baby that being said, Uber Giants Bro has now picked up Infinity Edge Bloodthirster, which is a terrifying combination for a Draven. Does have those Merc Treads as well, so not going to be locked down for any extended period of time. If he gets hit by that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, it's not going to necessarily mean the absolute death of him. And your Soulshell Chuffer is still down approximately 3.5 thousand gold. So, I mean, the game is still Frenetic Arrays to lose, but with that last team fight and the fact that Denian got so strong off that, I mean, he managed to finish off his last Whisper as well. I reckon that really changes the mentality. I mean, it's not Frey's to lose anymore. Your Soulshell Chuffer have proven that they can forcefully take this game off Frey, but I gotta say, I really do like the Mikael's Crucible pickup from Little Uber. He's basically just saying, Black Shield's not enough. you know, you need more CC reduction, so let's put that
Yeah, and
Crucible
that's
in the mix.
before he purchases the Talisman of Ascension, or even potentially a Zonya's Hourglass, which is still oh, arrow not quite landing.
Yeah, field goal.
Yep, Denian needs to have a few of those in a game, otherwise it's not a game with Denian on Ash.
We had 3 last time, so let's see.
Yep, so he's now 1 for 3. Point. 1 to 3 as far as the matchup's concerned.
Probably better that way around. Flying Drew going to eat a snare as well. Will the engage come out is the question. Rippy wants to fight it, gets flayed back, but that's not enough. Oh, he's going right in there for Denny. Will he find it? Equalizer not really finding the target. Sets fire to the river, but it's not enough. Inferno Bomb does big damage, and look at the shockwave as well. Right onto Denny and drags him into the fight, and that's 2 kills picked up here for Uber Giants, bro. Grabs them both. Will he find a third onto Jack Attack? Not quite yet. It's going to come down to Rippy. He finds the kill, and it's a cleanup here for Frenetic Array.
Rippy is just a monster, just running so incredibly quickly. He flashed forward into that team fight and just forced it like no tomorrow. And Uber Giants, bro, was just able to sit in the back and do whatever he wanted. Denian got caught by a shockwave, and then it was over. They just chased them down, and Rippy on this Udyr with these Swifty Boots and Bear Stance is never going to be ran away from, ever.
Absolutely.
Oh!
That was very close.
Nice timing on the death sentence there. Trying to sentence the dragon to death, but not quite managing.
Uber Giants has got him. Takes him.
Absolutely. So 5,000 gold now the difference. So nothing to write home about. Little Cutie Cheese-a-Roni is going to be able to finish off this turret. And one thing that's really important is the fact that Cutie Cheese is still alive at the end of that fight, because he is the wave clear. He is the ability to siege a turret, or to anti-siege that turret, sorry. So keeping Ziggs alive is very, very important for your Soulshard Chuffer as far as these objectives snowballing is concerned, because they've evened out the turrets. It's now 3 for 3.
So moving on to this one, still 9 to 10. 5,000 gold is the difference, but this has become such a close match at the end of the day. And look at the items as well. A blue pot picked up by Kensty shows how much Frenetic Array are going to invest into this next big fight.
Absolutely. He really wants to be as powerful as possible the next time that they engage, just to solidify this advantage that they have. And they did so well in that last fight that they think that Rippy can just power through there. If he has the ball on top of him, he can get to the carries, and they can get that ball going off at exactly the right time. So I really, really like the decision to want to go as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. So quickly as possible is what they want to do, but right now they're just being a bit slow. Taking the foot off the gas.
He hasn't used that arrow yet, the potion yet. The elixir, so
just going to sit on it.
He's going to sit.
We'll see. Rippy just doing a bit of a drive-by there, slaps the cheese in the face.
He just didn't lose any health either. He's opted to go for the Locket of the Iron Solari this time before he finishes off his Spirit Visage, just because there's a little bit more magic damage here. I mean, the Wukong was in the jungle in the last game, so now with Evelynn, there is a massive favor for magic damage on this team, and it's really, really smart of Rippy, who knows that he's going to be taking damage from everyone, but trying to delete Denian.
Yeah.
So he wants to get on top of Denian as quickly as possible, get that Dissonance Shockwave combination coming off, and that way they obliterate Denian, and then there's only magic damage to contend with. And with the amount of magic resist that Rippy has right now, he's not going to take any damage from those guys.
Alright, so we should probably point out there as well that Uber Giants, bro, was getting 1,000 damage crits and more. That is scary right there.
That's incredible. The fact that he has Bloodthirster, Infinity Edge, and Last Whisper now.
He's earned almost 1,000 gold from his passive.
That is ridiculous, and he's going to be so terrifying. I mean, he was sort of like the unsung hero of the last team fight, sitting at the back, doing so much sustained damage against all of your Soulshard Chuffer. Picking up his first kill of the game at the... Oh, no, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong score. Wow, I thought he was 127. I'm like, how is he the unsung hero?
Well, we'll see. Kensey's going to get hooked in. Black Shield comes in a little late, and that's not like little Uber Giant to miss that, but it's going to be the fight. Soul Shackles only finds one. Zahi gets locked up. Look at the damage from Uber Giants, bro. Completely melts him. Rippy takes out Zahi as well, and the follow-up is huge. Flying Jew goes down. It's a double kill for Rippy. Denian on the run, but he's going to get absolutely murdered here by Rippy, and what a fight for Frenetic Array.
Uber Giants, bro, was doing 1 trillion damage with every one of his auto attacks. That was ridiculous. You could see notably by the red bars every time one of those axes hit. And he just annihilated that team. They got decent Equalizer, decent Agony's Embrace. They had their abilities off and they managed to try and get their damage down. But Uber Giants, bro, survives. Yeah. And therefore they win the fight because they have to... Your Soulshard Chuffer needs to focus him in order to win these team fights, because he's doing too much damage right now.
They half decimated your Soulshard Chuffer. What a fight. 10 to 15 now at the 30-minute mark as well. So this one's proven to be one of the longer games, and your Soulshell Chuff are definitely stepping up since game number 1. And that was a devastating loss for them, the fight, the Baron, but I think they're still in it. They got a chance.
They've got a chance. It's a 10,000 gold lead, though, so it's going to be very difficult for them. They're going to have to turtle really hard. They're going to have to potentially get a team fight that's almost perfect in order to get back into this fight, just because they need to delete Uber Giants, bro, and stop Rippy from going wherever he feels like. And Kensti does a lot of damage as well. JK Smithy is also doing a fair bit because he does have that Triforce.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of threat. Combat at all. Plus, they don't have very much pick potential. They've got a lot of AoE damage. Like Denny and basically... Oh, JK Smithy.
Nice little combo there. Cutie Cheeseroni burns down the Banshee's Veil, so Flying Duke and Hook. Good synergy there.
Not bad at all, but he's going to be able to get out of there just fine. But as I was saying, there's a lot of AoE damage on your Soulshell Chuffer, but not necessarily pick potential. So it's very hard for them to focus
So
Uber Giants, bro. Well, sort
with the hook.
Yeah, it's hard to pick out someone from the back line.
Look at the shields there on Rippy as
is
well.
what I was saying.
He's so tanky, man. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, he's a monster. Oh, gets hooked again, but doesn't care again.
Well, let's take a look at the build out of JK Smithy, though. Ooh, good little pause there, I guess, to talk about that, because the Aurelia pick is a new thing. I mean...
Yeah, it's an old / new thing. We haven't been seeing her much in this meta, though. You're right.
But let's talk about the items here. He's picked up the Triforce, the Banshee's Veil, the Mercury Treads.
Yeah, basically just wanting to focus on magic resist. And I would have liked to have seen him pick up the Spirit Visage just because I do like how it works in combination with his ultimate and his hidden style passive on his W, because you get a whole lot of health back, and it's flat health as well. So it's not. It doesn't work like lifesteal. You don't have to do a certain amount of damage. It actually augments it flat based on how much you get back. So you get a fair bit if you want to do that to your hidden style W. But having the shield from the Banshee's Veil is definitely going to be good. It's going to avoid hooks, as we saw. It's going to avoid a lot of these sort of spike first moments, and definitely the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. If you've got a whole lot of Banshee's Veils, it's very hard for that long range engage to work out.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're back into the game. Let's do it. Damn, I missed the point that time.
Yeah, dang it. I
was getting ready for
it. Oh, nice satchel charge from little cutie cheesy Rennie right there.
Nice snare onto Jack attack. Look at that chunking damage. Kensti getting a nice bit of a nice command and attack off there.
Yeah, Frenetic Array not being able to utilize this Baron quite as much as they would have liked, though. Your Soulshell Chuffer doing a decent job protecting their turret.
Oh, Rippy is such a comical character, just running up in the bear, slaps Flying Jew and runs off.
Yeah, and it gave them the chance to get JK Smithy in this mid lane. While I was talking about the fact that they haven't got any turrets, he picked up a turret. So there we are. I'm eating my words at that stage. He's going to steal away this blue buff as well, and I wouldn't put it past them not to just push down this top lane as well and just take all of the turrets that are available to them while they have this this Baron buff.
Yeah, good timing here from Frenetic Array. They send 2 men across the Uber Giant bot lanes working together. Going to pick up that dragon.
Pick up that dragon and finish off this wave in the top lane as well. And Rippy still being a menace just beneath, and just making sure that your Soulshell Chuffer are just isolated in their base.
1300 damage crit. That's so scary.
That is very, very scary.
I'm expecting a pause. I mean, Zahi has disconnected.
He is still wandering towards the fight. We'll see whether he's moving around.
No, that's a bug. I think that's a spectator bug. The pause was probably because he disconnected and it just took a while.
Ah, okay, good.
Because he's like...
I think he's still there. Yeah. I think he was
he's
changing position.
He's farming wolves. He's there.
Yeah. Right. I don't know. You could basically be disconnected to farm wolves with Evelynn, let's be honest. Just spam Q.
Just spam Q.
Yeah.
Who presses it? Good point.
Ghosts.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know where
talk
this
to
is going
Thresh.
now, Atlas.
Talk to Thresh. That's fine.
Didn't have one in your book for that.
No, I certainly didn't. I didn't have directions to it.
That was nice. I like that.
Dear.
Alrighty, so ward goes down. Rippy picks that one up.
Picks up the ward?
Yeah, he did.
Yep. It certainly has sort of reached a stale point in this game. It's because your Soulshell Chuffer, they have a lot of counter siege, but they definitely do not want to start a fight. So it's Frenetic Array just going around picking up whatever they can and just working up towards their push for the win. And we'll see whether they can actually make this happen. Banshee's Veil actually being picked up here by Uber Giants, bro. He has a dagger. That's all of his attack speed that he's got. He's just doing so massive chunks of damage with his auto attacks that he doesn't feel like he necessarily needs to have that attack speed. Also with Draven, because you're catching axes all the time, you want to be moving. You want to be walking to catch those axes. So you can't necessarily utilize a lot of attack speed.
I like that dagger. Gives him 150 more damage per second, roughly. Judging by the crits he was getting before.
Yeah, well, that's true. That is true.
So that's a fair bit.
That's absolutely ridiculous.
Especially when you have people like Rippy and JKS Smithy on your team who are basically just there to slow the fight down and keep the enemies in your range while peeling for you. Team Comp Fnatic Array have pulled off here is actually fantastic.
Yeah, it's really, really good. And I very much like the Orianna pick up on top of it as well for the dissonance, adding to making sure that you can get these melee characters that really like to be in your face as quickly into the backline as possible and with a black shield so that they don't get CC'd on the way. It's really, really cool.
Well, there we go. Rippy comes in, taps, backs out. He taps out.
Yeah, he sort of tapped out there a little bit. Doesn't have any armor items, but still takes no damage from that turret. Well, he sort of has a little bit of armor on that.
I think he just has so much health, you don't notice.
Exactly, you don't notice. Turrets don't do enough damage, and Rippy's now just being him. Look at him, he's just running around everywhere. And JKS split pushing in this bot lane is smart work. Jack Attack probably going to have no trouble clearing this wave underneath the turret. So Fnatic Array just really need to make a decision because the turtling coming out here from your Soulshell Chuffer is actually fairly decent. As we can see, there's nothing that's really happened over the last little while, and they've sort of stopped the gold from doing too much. I mean, it's extended by about 3,000 over the last 8 minutes.
Yeah. So that's the thing, you know,
nothing, really.
Around that mid game, the lead was about 5,000. We saw that move out to 10,000.
Yep.
And now it's starting to narrow. It's not really growing as quickly as it was.
And gold is starting to mean less and less as well at this point of the gameplay. So, you know, because when these items start coming through, once you've got 6 of them, you can't build more. I mean, you can get elixirs and you can get stuff like that, but then it comes down to perfect teamfight positioning. It comes down to whether or not you've lost inhibitors and whether the enemy team has superior vision over you. A lot of other factors come into play after that comes in. So you can look at this gold count all you like, but in the very end, that's not really going to mean much.
Yeah, when you get to this late game, and it's going to sound rather critical, but this is a problem that a lot of Oceanic teams face. You know, they struggle to close out games, and this is exactly why we don't see Avant-Garde redemption here today in the round of 8, is because Optic Snipers stalled a game out forever that Avant couldn't finish, and I feel this is starting to go that way for Fnatic Array. Maybe, just maybe for your Soulshell Chuffer, if this goes long enough, they might be able to pull off some kind of freak teamfight win.
Well, that's true. I mean, the other thing that you got to say as well, though, is the fact that your Soulshell Chuffer have a very good comp for fighting in a team. Yeah. So they have a team fight comp as well. So if they fight in the wrong positions, I mean, Fnatic Array needs to make a decision on where to fight intelligently on top of the fact that they need to make it soon, and it's a very hard line to tread.
It is. 37 minutes in, nothing really happened for the past 3 minutes.
Yeah, and Smithy with his Banshees though, feeling
Except
okay.
for the Baron. That is currently happening.
Yeah, and Fnatic Array going to pick up that one up for free because the Soulshell Chuffer are trapped in their base, and I think this is what Fnatic Array were waiting for. They wanted to pick up that other Baron, the next one on their list, extend this lead out to 16,000 gold, and then just push for the win at this point.
So we'll see if it works for them. They're going to push that top lane first, or perhaps not. They've got Rippy. I mean, he can tank up towers, no problem. So Fnatic Array have so many options right now, and it's really just which one they decide to choose.
Absolutely. And Rippy on this Udyr is such a menace, and he looks like he's having fun right now. You know that he loves playing that champion.
He was probably having fun the moment he saw it wasn't banned.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm actually still surprised that your Soulshell Chuffer didn't ban that one. Although this game, I have to say, Rippy didn't have as much of an impact compared to that first one.
Yeah, that is definitely true, but he's still
a game changer, just not quite as game changing.
Oh, he gets hooked under the turret and loses about 4% of his health.
Look at that, 25 health per tick right there from the Baron regen. Looks like he's going to go in. No, pops the Phoenix, pops the Turtle. What's he doing? Is he going or not? Meanwhile, it's Denian that gets bursted down. Look at the damage from the Twin Blades as well. Out of Uber Giants, bro. Nice Mikhail saves him, and he jumps out the back of the fight. Kensti goes so deep and gets taken out right there. Not a good fight for him. Fnatic Array go 1-for-1 in that.
Yeah, 1-for-1. All of the ultimates have been burnt, apart from Agony's Embrace. He still had that up when he died, so probably wanted to get that off, but there's no ultimates from the alive members of your Soulshell Chuffer, and they rely on them so much for their engage. Uber Giants Bro is still at full health as well. He's going to be able to chunk down this turret.
We'll see tower taken low. Flying Jew misses the flay. That's not good. There was a black shield on Rippy. It's not going to work.
Oh, wow.
Denian just gets slaughtered. One auto attack from Uber Giants Bro takes him out. And the follow-up, a second one-shot coming out of Uber Giants Bro. What a legend.
That is ridiculous. The amount of damage this guy is doing.
Triple kill for him, and this is just going to be the whole base if they keep going. Flash snare hits the air, and that's what Little Uber wanted right there.
Oh, wow. Wow. You're fired.
Yeah, I'm going to be a poet instead, maybe.
Yeah, that was beautiful,
Zahi
though.
gets a brilliant catch there on the Little Uber Giant. Look at the cleanup, though. Uber Giant still on a rampage here. He's got JKS Smithy, and he's going to finish the job. He takes out Zahi. There's the ace, and Frenetic Array have got to be happy with how this game has gone.
Absolutely. That was ridiculous work. I mean, I know we got a bit silly in the middle there, but that's because Draven's damage started doing no sense damage. It was ridiculous.
Oh my
One-shotting people left, right, and center. That was from about a third health, and he just threw an auto attack at Denny, and it was just terrifying. So that Draven has really started to become an absolute menace. 11, 2, and 8, 309 CS. I mean, this guy has too much money right now. And they're even going to be doing a dragon, when really I think that they should just be pushing for the win.
I'm surprised they didn't try and end it right there. The death timers were kind of
They ran out of creeps, I guess, so they would have had to wait a fair amount of time. And they
ran out of pipe. I don't know.
Yeah, they didn't want to risk it.
Well, but again, it comes back to the fact that Frenetic Array have kind of struggled to finish this game. I mean, 30 minutes ago, they were in a very similar position. All that they've really achieved here was an ace and kind of like a half ace on top of that as well. The fight went for so long. The Inhibitor and the Baron, they didn't pick up anything else.
Well, they didn't pick up the game off that. I mean, I guess they've got to be happy at this point, but there's a 21,000 gold lead. Yeah. So Frenetic Array have the ability to just finish this game right now, and they're not able to quite do it, but they're going to be able to. They're just going tutorial style. They want to make sure that they don't throw this at any way possible. They're solidifying their victory, and you've got to hand that to them. I mean, it shows patience, shows that they're mature play. But it's also a little bit like, a little bit scared. Oh, Denny gets caught.
Yeah, he is so dead right there. Nice snare. Nice catch. They're just going to burn him down. Kenzie picks that up with an auto attack, I believe.
And without their AD carry, it's going to be very difficult for your Soulshard Chopper to be able to do anything at this point. They lost a lot of their engage as well. That Enchanted Crystal Arrow is very important for that.
Good wave clear still.
Yeah, that's true. Little Cutie Cheesaroni is still alive, so that Hextech Minefield is still going to be doing ridiculous amounts of wave clear.
We'll see. Tower going to be under the siege here.
Oh, Smitty!
Oh, there's a jump! Shockwave coming through as well. Look at the damage right there onto the side of your Soulshell Chuffer. Flying Jew in a bad position right there. Gets absolutely destroyed by Uber Giants, bro. Another kill, but it's going to be whoever Rumble escaping over the wall right there. And it's going to be the finish here. Frenetic Array looking so strong, taking this game, or this series in 2 straight games. What a fantastic opener for Group B.
And that was a masterclass on how to play this game. It was ridiculous how they just went from every objective. They took what they needed and they team fought so well.
Yeah.
They were just doing exactly what they needed to that game. I just don't see Frenetic Array. Honestly, they impressed me more than Immunity did tonight. Frenetic Array showed amazing patience, teamfight skill, and patience within a teamfight as well. That can get really hectic, but what they were doing, they were calling out who to target, who to focus, making sure they had everything in the right positions, and making smart moves. It was really good to watch.
And at the end of the day, in the broader spectrum of the tournament, Frenetic Array is seed number 2. They were the first team to qualify other than Immunity, and you know, if you talk to any of their members, all of them are expecting at least top 3 here in the regionals.
Absolutely.
So we can expect more from these guys going on through. That doesn't mean that, of course, your Soulshell Chuffer are out of it. They drop down to the lower bracket of their group, where they can still fight it out for a seed into the round of 4.
But hopefully they can manage to do that, because I'd love to see more of that Rumble, more of that Ash, more of that Swain potentially. We get very excited about these team comps, and I'd love to see a rematch potentially of this at the Group B final.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. That does it for tonight's broadcast, guys. So on behalf of myself, Atlas, the broadcast crew, and everyone who's been involved, thanks for watching, guys, and we'll see you next time.
Don't need much more than this. The next start, falling here as well. Decimate takes a lot of damage. He's dead as Evan picks that one up in Immunity. I think they've done it. The Nexus banned. Now Sooner gonna get taken out here as well. Swiper taking it up. The Nexus taking damage in Immunity. They have done it. They will get a game from. Good game, well played.
This is just the beginning of Riot's esports presence in Australia, right? We're here to stay. Stick around.
beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Time for 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game. With the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer, life comes to games like never before.